having said that, you have to realize not all pawn shops are made the same. There are enough variations. Yes, they all pool out money to these traders that almost operate as these independent shops. But the way it's done in different places is different. Some people pool their risks together. Some people just let them off on their own, give them strict risk limits, ask them to operate that way. At the end of the day, the differentiation is on December 31st, year after year, you look at how the performance has been. And if over 5, 10, 15 years you continue to perform well, that means you have a model that works and that would succeed. And there will be some workshops that won't work.
And it means your employees are getting paid, right? Because I get his point, which is the broad point that if they're not working together, they can't build a collegial sort of collaborative sense of school spirit, right? And I understand that. But the main thing that these women and men want is to get paid a lot of money, right? So if they get paid a lot, they're going to stay and they're going to have real school spirit. And if they perform well, that'll happen. If they don't perform well, they won't get paid and they're going to lose.
Right. So we touched it from the investor perspective. But Vedal, you also talked about the point of whether it will be psychologically rewarding for employees to operate in a structure like this. And I think your point is valid. Making $5, $6, $10 million year after year is plenty psychologically rewarding.
They're not all further than just making money, but it's like actually touching investments. Because you could be a researcher at Bridgewater and come up with all these theses and have no idea as to whether or not it actually gets implemented. But if you're in a pod shop, you actually get to invest money. Isn't there a huge lure for that, for talent, to go to a pod shop versus just a huge research operation?
Yes, there is great risk and reward, but I mean, that's the kind of talent that Wall Street normally attracts. People who are confident in their own ability. And if you tell them, here, I'm giving you a massive pool of money, do with it what you want. You have strict risk limits. As long as you're within that, we will keep backing you and you can keep making money. Yes, that is quite the motivation.
Oh, that's a great point. And I think it counters my cynicism, right, about just wanting to make money. Like
No,
they
I think
actually want to affect
the two go
what they're working on.
the two go hand in hand, though, right? Because money becomes the sort of gold star in your ability to manage money. So you can't have one without the
But
other.
it's not as shallow, so I commend you on that
Could be
point.
shallow, too.
I mean, the difference also is silly, as we pointed out, right? Citadel and Millennium have been around for a long time. Like 3.5 decades is a pretty decent amount of time, and it's almost as long as Bridgewater's been around.
Good morning. Good morning.
Millennium, $81 billion. Citadel, about $71 billion. Those models have proven themselves to be.
Hope everyone had a good weekend. I'm your host, Cousin Vinny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. It is Monday, the 24th, shortened holiday week with Thanksgiving ahead. Markets are higher. Where are all my charts? Oh, there's ES. Okay. Futures are up more than 40 at the moment. New York Fang looks good. A little mixed. Microsoft, Netflix, Nvidia are down a bit. But we got Amazon, Apple, Google up quite a bit, actually. Google gapping up this morning. Looks good on the daily.
When you're a couple, so you guys are this connectivity solutions provider, you must be thinking a lot about Q-Day.
Well, Q-Day is a very significant one because your data across any data, especially the financial transactions, defense data, state actions, even the emergency services related data, it all becomes vulnerable. And the most vulnerable aspect is when the data is moving.
We built all of these layers of security around where data lives. As Q-Day approaches, the real challenge is protecting data in motion. And the answer lies in networks. What is quantum safe networking?
When we get closer to the Q-Day, one of the techniques that we've come come up with is not just do the encryption at the application layer, which is just the emails, voice calls, and so on, but actually extend that across multiple layers of the network.
So is it just a case of upgrading the technology, or is there something bigger at play?
It's actually a mindset shift, and this is a departure from the mathematics-based key generation to physics-based key generation. This way, there's no way for anybody to find out what the keys would be, and your information remains secure for that communication.
Guaranteed secrecy.
Absolutely.
Quantum safe networks aren't some far off future concept. They are being built right now. If we can get this right, then quantum technologies won't break our systems, they'll help protect them.
I'm not worried about the economy. What I am a little bit worried about is that the Fed is kind of dragging its feet. So I would agree with Bill's comment, like the Fed needs to cut, but not to save the economy, but to see the full rotation into these lagging parts of the market, interest rate sensitive parts of the market, which is sort of our story for 2017.
All right. 6 minutes to go. 6 minutes to go.
That was Mike Wilson of Morgan Stanley speaking with Bloomberg TV on his outlook for equities with a 7,800 price target for year-end 2026. Lori Cappuccino, RBC Capital Markets head of U.S. equity strategy, writes, quote, a short-term pullback in the broader U.S. equity market has been long overdue for a number of reasons, in our opinion, despite our constructive view on the year ahead. And Lori joins us now. Lori, you've also been sort of looking through the wreckage, I mean, if you can even call it wreckage of last week, and trying to discern whether the pullback has run its course. What are you looking to figure that out?
Yeah, look, and I think it's TBD, and I know nobody likes that answer, but that is intellectual honesty. Look, we're watching valuations, which on an FY2 basis have been kind of bumping up against ceilings since August, right? And we've seen some improvement there. We haven't seen a ton. I don't know that valuations are going to give you sort of the magic bullet to tell you to get in or get out. We are going to cycle into a new year of earnings relatively soon. I'm watching AAII net goals very closely, and I think what I'm seeing there summarizes how I'm thinking.
All right.
We saw net goals fall to about minus 11% last week, and the 4-week average is a little less than minus 5%. If you look at where that 4-week average is, it could absolutely have more room to fall, right? We haven't even hit one standard.
By the way, I have to go to a doctor's appointment. There was a cancellation. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to see the eye doctor until like January. I have an appointment today at 1 o'clock, so I need to leave here, I guess, about 20 minutes till 12. Till 1. And shouldn't take more than 15 minutes or so. Just need to get my eye exam. Haven't had that done in a couple of years. Anyway, so I'll let you know. But it's during the lunch hour, which is good because that's when we don't do a whole lot of trading anyway, or shouldn't be. If you follow the ICT model. Okay, let's see.
See the reaction, just in the real time, right? When we're putting more cuts in, small caps tend to do well, market tends to go up. When you take those cuts out, small cap tends to lag and the broader market tends to stumble a bit. And so we reverse that. I wouldn't ignore what's going on with Bitcoin, and it's not my area of expertise. I don't know why it's going.
New York Fangs look good. The Nasdaq 100 mostly green. It's about 50% green at the moment, 50% advancing. About 40% are unchanged, about 10% is declining. Decliners take to Warner Brothers, PepsiCo, Netflix, AstraZeneca, Apple. Apple pulling back a little bit right now. Okay, advancers, the top of the list is Google. Google gapping up, as you can see on the screen right now. We're looking at Google trading with 2 minutes to go. Google trading up here at 311.14. I do have calls for January. I believe Frano and a few others are in this one as well. Is that correct, Frano? Um, what's going on here? My machine just rebooted. Okay, we got 1 minute to go. 1 minute to go.
The biggest thrill is that you have only cases in which the law has been undecided. There's a whole rest of a whole new realm to explore, and that's the fascinating part.
All right, futures drifting a bit off the highs at the moment. Okay, let's take a look at. Okay, Trading View. You're getting a little annoying with this frickin' Black Friday posted across everything. Okay, we're open. Looking at Trace, we can see that there's a couple of levels overhead, a couple of levels below. Hedge flows are drifting a bit lower at the moment. Okay, thank you, Frano. Tesla on the move. Tesla. Broadcom looks good. There goes Apple. Apple pop. That's not the only reason. I love how they just simply explain it however they want to on these financial networks. Bloomberg. The only reason the market's bounced is because of optimism about a rate cut. I really doubt it. I really doubt it. Okay. That's my 2 cents. What is going on with my something? Here we go. Okay, Palantir. 3 candle reversal on Palantir potentially. Oracle still not giving us the reversal we're looking for. Oracle a little lower into Friday's wick lows. Bitcoin, looking for something from Bitcoin. Bunch of speculation about Bitcoin and JP Morgan. I think that's a total BS. I don't think JP Morgan, I don't think Jamie Dimon would put that much risk on the bank. It's been around for since JP Morgan was around, right? To put the bank at risk with a huge short on Bitcoin, I really doubt that. I reserve the right to be corrected if it does turn out to be true, but I really doubt that. There goes the futures. Futures popping. There goes Apple. Apple on the move. Google higher. Okay. Okay, what's Disney doing? Disney. Okay, Disney's inside day, inside Friday's price action. Disney looking for that to push higher. Tesla's motoring higher right now. Tesla looking good. Tesla. All right, I'm not doing anything on futures yet on the S&P. Hedge flow is still pushing lower as the stock, as the index moves higher. Probably shorts covering. We're on a 5, 15, 30, 60-minute buy signal. People are very active this morning. I saw your post on Iron, Mondo. Broadcom on the move, Snowflake. All the New York Fangs look pretty good here. Again, I have a eye doctor appointment. It came up cancellation. I took it, so I didn't have to wait until January. Okay, there goes Tesla, looking good. Tesla. Looking for hedge flows to turn up. Okay, here's Tesla turning back up. Got a little base here, a little W-shaped pattern. Double bottom, if you will, right at 382, 383. Looking for a retest of the 50-day potentially today. And then do we make it through, get rejected, or follow through? That's what we're watching for. Google higher. Coming out of Bollinger Band squeeze. Looking good. Don't buy the high of the day right here. It is taking off to the upside. So if you do decide to chase this, okay, put a stop into right around 309. All right, so a 6-point move there, 6-point stop. Or you could wait if this starts to turn back down quickly, maybe 50% of this. Right now, Google looking very strong. Riot turning back up, Riot. Okay, Micron with a big bounce. Micron off last week. Big bounce here. Number one. Micron was off last week. Nice bounce here. Micron. All right, looking good. Okay, Merck. Okay, Merck. The pharmaceuticals. Don't forget the just getting started. All right. So if you're a swing trader, you like stocks that are just getting started. So let's take a look at the builders. Okay, those pushing lower at the moment into Friday's candle. All right. So profit taking. Look for this to follow through. DR Horton, Toll Brothers. Okay, these are trying to get started here. Toll Brothers, LEN. So what I would do if you like swing trades on the home builders, I do. I'll get in once these start to move above the 50-day, so you can set up some alerts for reversals on these. What's really strong is XLV Healthcare continues to be strong. Johnson & Johnson flagging at highs. Lilly continuation. That's on the watch list again. Merck following through. Big breakout on Merck. That's one of my strongest positions right now between Lilly and Merck. All right, futures turning back down. Okay, keep an eye on Trace here. Hedge flows continue to move lower. Okay, are they going to try to fade this? Tick cumulative is rising. I really doubt it. I'm your host, Cousin Vinny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. We're just 8 minutes into the trading day. It is Monday, the 24th Welcome to some of the new members that we had join us over the weekend. Tesla. Okay. One of the first things for the new members, one of the first things I watch in the morning is what are the New York FANG components. I just posted that grid of stocks. If you look at it, you can see that Apple, Amazon, Google, Broadcom, Snowflake, Tesla are all moving higher. We've got Netflix turning back up along with Nvidia. So all of these are getting bought right now. That's a good barometer. And in the weekend video, if you caught that, I talked about what would happen if the New York FANGs all start to move. What's going on here? Okay, stock charts is acting up. Okay, maybe not. Okay. New York FANG. New York FANG. Oops, I don't want that. I want this. New York FANG. Okay. So this is bouncing off of a lower trend line and the 100 period moving average. 3 candle reversal. Look for this to retest the 50-day moving average. So far, so good. Apple's leading. It led last week. Apple, I told you I wanted to look for a breakout. All right, here's the Bollinger Band squeeze starting to open up. I'm just going to scale into Apple. Maybe buy some shares. What's the Apple long shares? AAPU. Direxion 2 times. Okay. So you could do shares on that. Apple. Okay, I don't want to buy it at the high. I want to look for an ABCD pattern. Okay. Apple, ABCD pattern. Again, new members, what I always look for are these patterns, ABCD. So you get this really fast rip to the upside early in the morning. People are going to take some profits most likely. Look for a B pivot. Generally, we usually look for an A pivot sometime around 1 o'clock, but these occur early as well. So let's see if this gets bought here. It does look good on the daily. The squeeze looks good. This is what I've been waiting for. Now the strategy goes like this. I think I've marked this up already, actually. Apple. Well, I'll do it again. Okay, so with a long setup coming out of a squeeze, you look at the highs before the breakout. Okay, when it was squeezing in here, what were the highs? We're looking for a push above 277. That looks like what we're going to do now. So we're looking for Apple to maintain its strength. Volume looks good on Friday. MACD stochastics all turning up. This looks really good, actually. Apple looks really good. Okay. It's not a volume compression pattern, contraction pattern. There goes Broadcom, but it does look good. Apple. That does look good. Trending. Google looks good. Trending. Okay, its Bollinger Bands are breaking out, so you can see what's happening here. The high before the breakout, before the squeeze, was 291, 294, 306 on Thursday. We're following through. Google looking very strong candidate. Okay, Amazon got shellacked last week, moving back up. Good area to buy around the 200-day moving average. Amazon at the 200-day bounce. Almost kept it on the watch list. 200-day bounce. Okay, so we got Apple, Amazon, Google. What's Meta doing? Meta has been off for a few weeks. Okay, that's a decent setup too. Look at all the volume by price levels over here on the left. MACD stochastics turning, RSI rising. All right, so this might be off people's minds. So it's not going to be a crowded trade. Most of the stocks got whacked last week. On the New York FANG, most of them got whacked. Some of them haven't recovered left yet, like Microsoft. Netflix has been off a couple of days. Netflix. The ones that are working though are like Tesla. We talked about Tesla. W-shaped pattern moving back towards the 50-day. I really like what I'm seeing on Google's already. Apple's holding its strength. Zoom has earnings tonight. Zoom, I'll do an iron condor on Zoom later. Again, I have a 1 o'clock appointment. Eye doctor cancellation came up, so I can do that before January. So I took it. I know it's the middle of the day, but middle of the day is usually better because we don't do a whole lot of trading between 12 and 1 anyway. Should be back about 1:30. All right, so do me a favor if one of the members comes into the trading room and later in the evening and they wonder where's Vinny, just let them know. 1:30 should be back around that time. Between 1:30 and 1:45 probably. Merck, the pharmaceuticals, shining star. Look at Merck. Merck is just clocking the bears right now. The weekly time frame. I really like when I see these kind of setups. You know, you have a very strong company, makes a lot of money. You get the pullback an entire year, almost 18 months, 12 months. And then we get back above the 10 EMA weekly. We start trending. This one's working a lot better than I thought it would. Rip into the upside. Volume shows institutions have been buying MACD stochastics. What's going on with Merck? Is there an issue? What's the news? Is there any news? Okay. Earnings whispers. Merck, MRK. So the pharmaceuticals look good. AstraZeneca was off earlier. Let's see what that does. Top 10 on the NASDAQ, Broadcom, Micron, Google, Tesla, AMD. AMD was off. Okay, so let me take a look. I know I'm jumping around here, so just bear with me. AMD, nice bounce. 3-candle reversal. Gets back above the 50 days, starts basing in this area. I'd be watching this one. They're not going to be alone. So news that sent NVIDIA higher last week is kind of slowing things down. That China's like, we don't need your chips. You know, playing that game, right? Maybe they don't. Maybe they don't. But NVIDIA should find a base down here somewhere. I wouldn't get too crazy long until NVIDIA starts to show that base. Micron, on the other hand, Micron faded. All right. So Micron multi-day fade back to the 50-day moving average, right where you would be looking for somebody to step up. We got a 3-candle reversal, RSI rising, MACD stochastics turning, volume picking up on Friday. So if you were to take a long here, I'd put a stop on it at the low of the day. Probably wait for an ABCD pattern. Right now we're the chasers are starting to question buying. You probably got a lot of shorts in here too, covering. Okay, shorts that we're looking for lower. The market's open this morning. Oh crap, I got to cover my short. Okay, Amazon, looking good. Amazon. Let me see. I don't have a position in Amazon, do I? I do have a position in Amazon. How you like that? Oh, January calls. That's right. The 265 January calls. So those are way up here. Oh, that's a credit spread. I don't remember doing that. Huh. Okay, well, I'll look at my notes. All right, we're starting to bounce here. S&P is starting to bounce. For those of you who want to take a long on the S&P. Okay, this wasn't here a few minutes ago. 67. You see it right there? Somebody went short right there. Okay. The dealers are long. The purple is dealer long. The red is dealer short or positive negative gamma. So somebody just put this on right here. So these seek and destroy algos are probably going to go after that level right there, 6,700. Let's see if we can get a long here before the market takes off. 6,700. Let me try some 6,700s. 6,700. Those are $4. Let me send that over. Can I send that over? Okay. Watching the. It's only 9:48. Getting close. Looking for a good signal on trace. I usually take it after 10 o'clock. Okay, let's see. 6,700s. Let me just send this over. I want to send this over to my active trader window. 6,700. So I'll keep that just in case this follows through. And I'll put some puts on here just in case it tricks everybody and moves in the opposite direction. Let's see what a 30 delta. 30 delta is $12. 25 delta is $10. All right, just setting up my active trader window. You know how I have that set up. I have puts on the left, calls on the right, whatever direction this decides to take. All right, so it's already starting to trick people here. Okay, let's see what the puts do. Okay, so give it a few minutes for this to set up. Hedge flows are still dropping off. There's not a whole lot below. 6,600 is support. Let's see what 0-day looks like. 0-day, if they put these on here. Okay, you can see that 6,700 level there. See how it keeps, scroll back to the open. There wasn't anything there. I'm just looking for new levels. Okay. Let's look at net open interest. There's not anything until we get down to 65.45 or so. So far, looks like we're going to fade this. Okay, the banks. Let's see what the banks look like. I see a couple of you posting banks. Okay, let me go to my Goldman Sachs, see how that's doing. Well, Goldman Sachs. Okay, Goldman Sachs still bouncing a bit. Okay. Okay, a little shake here. Now we're moving the opposite direction, so no good direction yet. Okay, see hedge flows turning back up. 6,700. I don't know. I don't like the signal right now. So it's a no-go signal for me at the moment. You going for 6,700? Okay. Hedge flows turned up. S&P. Okay, I got to update the banner. Sorry about that. S&P. Okay, let me just update the banner real quick. Let me grab those levels. Okay. 6,600 support, 6,700 resistance. Had to switch to Bloomberg. Yahoo Finance has the stupidest commercials on. I don't know where they find these advertisers, but they're annoying. Okay, so the scrolling banner across the bottom is correct now. Okay. One more thing I want to do here. Let's see. Let me grab this. Copy that. And let's update the S&P. S&P. Okay, we're coming into 10 o'clock. I'm looking for a good signal on Trace. Some of you have already jumped in early. Those obvious levels tend to get tested by algos, seek and destroy algo. I really want to take a 6,700 here. Okay, the 5-minute is on a sell signal. 15, 30, 60 are still on buy signals. Tick cumulative has turned up. 60-minute tick cumulative is starting a bullish trend, perhaps. Let's look at breadth. I know I'm jumping around. Bear with me. Just got to make sure that what we're looking at, we're not being tricked. Okay, see the hedge? See this? Okay, that's telling us that there's some negative flow here. Junk bonds. Let's see what junk bonds are telling us. Junk bonds. Okay, more bullish. More bullish. Still think this is a little bit neutral bullish, but we're above the 200-day. And in the weekend video, I talked about how we tend to turn. It's an F16, I think. That's an F16. Distinctive sound. Yep, that's what it was. We got a nice squadron, Air Force squadron here in Myrtle Beach, F-16s and others. Okay, still no good signal yet, but junk bonds look pretty good. So look at when stochastics and MACD both reset and turned up. We had a nice little trend up back in October. That led to a nice bullish trend. Okay, in October we had that nice run up for 2 weeks. Okay, that's what we're looking for right now. So junk bonds, that's what it's telling us right now. You can see MACD and stochastics both turning up, as well as RSI moving through 50 soon. Let's look at the NYSE. I apologize for jumping around so much. I'm a few minutes late this morning. I could have done this earlier. Some of these don't update before the open. All right, so we're trying to stay above the zero line. You can see that we have 112% increase over Friday, which was a pretty decent reversal day, by the way. We had a big down day on Thursday, big reversal up on Friday, following through. So we just need breadth to improve. Okay, one more thing, and then we'll be set. Okay, S&P equal weight. We want S&P equal weight to be pointing higher as far as the number of stocks above the 20-day. Okay, all right, these are hooking down too, so don't get tricked right now, okay? Don't get tricked just yet. We got to see these all turn up. This looks good. Big bounce on Friday. Okay, we're losing a little bit of steam here. Still up 40 handles on the S&P. But no good signal yet. So if you're trading options, you know how quickly these can change in price. So you definitely don't want to buy calls if this starts to drop off. Be careful. Okay, just seeing what's been added. So the big level is 6,700. So somebody's looking for a fade. Looking for this hedge flow, looking for the hedge flow line to turn up. Okay.
What sectors will perform best in 2026? And we'll tell you about an anti-anxiety beverage.
There's never been more competitive. If you're standing still, you're actually going backwards.
Okay, we need both of these to turn up. The candles I'm looking at. Hedge flow lines turning up. Let's go back to trace. All right, this is looking a little better. All right, I'm going to buy some 6,700s. Let's see. Those are going for $3. Am I or am I not? Okay, I'm going to wait a couple more minutes. It's a Monday. Friday was a good day. Wednesday was a good day. That drop on Thursday, we had a very good trade on Thursday. Put wise, those I forget which ones they were now, but they went from $5.20 down to a high of $155 per contract. So big move there. $150 per contract gain if he had held it. Obviously, most of us, including myself, took it off too early. But that was the end result. Thursday was a really good day. And then Friday, we reversed. Very nice signal on Friday. Yeah, Mondo, I'm just looking for this to start the trend. Okay. MACD has crossed. So I will say that for S&P. If you look at the MACD down below, on the left, MACD has crossed. Gotta make these lines darker. MACD, where can I adjust this? Where can I adjust my, there it is. The line, style. I'll make that a little darker.
At Seaside Furniture Gallery and Accents, we have savings to be thankful for this November with our buy one, get one half off sale. Savings on in-store furniture only off our everyday low price. Mattresses and clearance items are excluded. And with our selection of lamps, pictures, and accessories, you'll save more at 40% off our everyday low price. Free and this BOGO sales event ends November 30th. Visit our Coastal Home Decor Gifts and More store in North Myrtle Beach or our main showroom.
Oh, that's not what I wanted. That's not what I wanted.
High tick alert plus 800.
Okay, high tick alert. There we go, Mondo. You got it going there. Okay, we're headed higher. Okay, I did get filled on 6,700. Okay, S&P filled on the 6,700s. Okay, let's see how far this goes. That was just shorts covering, or what the hell that was? S&P. Zero gamma, vol trigger above. Everything above levels of resistance. Looks good. Okay. Hedge flows turning up. All right, Mondo, we want to see this start trending. Okay. Okay, got a dollar stop on these. Don't want to get too excited, although we have seen whenever we have these shorts come in, these seek and destroy algos go after them. Okay, this looks good though. S&P looking good. Again, I have an eye doctor appointment at 1 o'clock, so I have to leave here at about 20 minutes till. 25 minutes till. Probably take me about an hour round trip. Got a cancellation. Don't have to wait until January now. That's good. I don't usually take a lunch hour anyway. That's during the time of day where things are slow. Looking for this. Looking for this stock. Looking for the index to break higher. Nice job so far. Looking good. Okay. Okay, let me just adjust this. I don't like the way this looks here. MACD. Something's not right. MACD.
Opportunity, but more questions asked, Katarina. Does that mean that you buy dips when you have sell-offs like we saw last week?
Well, Dave, we have to, one, buy the dips, but also we have to broaden our view of the sector. In other words, we have to try to get away from the names that are overvalued and overbought, and are certainly there's a potential that they're going to continue to grow. But we have to look at
Okay, nice little rally so far.
looking at the companies that are
Mondo, you got a good fill, man.
that are cooling
Good fill, Mondo.
and the connectors are mining rare earth minerals. There are so many ways of looking at the sectors versus just the poor names that we've been looking at, that especially this month proved to be very volatile.
What do you think about the growing debt pool? I mean,
I was just going to say that.
by these mega cap tech companies, and although it's nowhere near,
I was just going to say you'd say that.
their market cap, it still is bigger than ever before, and we're investing more in technology, you could say AI, than
A
ever.
little early, huh?
Credit risk
All right, looking good. All kidding aside, watch the S&P here. Got a pretty decent signal so far. We want to see this trend develop. We want to see that purple line continue to move higher. Head for the 6,700 level. All right, we're already starting to get tricked here. Let's see. 5, 15, 30, 60-minute on buy signals. Yeah. Yeah, I saw this YouTube video or TikTok or something like that. There's this guy shopping with this Russian lady, and blonde hair, very pretty. And she says, I think we should buy this. And the guy off camera says, who we? And she said, you. And he said, she said something like, he said no. So bottom line, she looks at him and she says, we have a big problem. We have big problem. And crack me up because it reminds me of my wife. Even though she's been out of Russia since I think like 1995, she really hasn't been back other than to visit Sevastopol, which is over there on the Black Sea, where all of that Ukraine-Russia conflict is going on. Anyway, so yeah, that makes me laugh. All right, there goes the S&P. Those calls are doing really well. I'll probably double up on these if they keep going. So far, so good. Okay, don't wait for me to take profits. All right, if you feel edgy and you just want to take profits quickly, don't wait for me. I'll let these go a little bit more. See how far we can go with this. Looking for 6,700. Looking for that retest or a test of this level. Seek and destroy algos. Okay, S&P looking good. Amazon, Tesla, everything's still moving higher. Apple is off the high of the day. All right, so Apple, I might buy some Apple here on the dip as it comes back. So I didn't have to chase it. Okay, Apple. Let's see if breadth is looking any better. We know that the junk bonds look good. Doji for now, but look good. Okay, breadth needs to improve. Breadth needs to improve. Look at the NASDAQ. All right, so it looks like they're favoring the NASDAQ. It, I don't want to sound like I know everything because I don't, obviously. But the financial media, they come across as very clueless. They just start saying stuff. The market's rebounded because of a rate cut. That's the whole reason the markets bounced on Friday. Wasn't way oversold. We didn't have a historic put put buying 0-day on Thursday. Had nothing to do with that, right? Had nothing to do with VIX coming back. Had nothing to do with VIX fading, right? No, markets can't possibly have anything to do with that. It just aggravates me. I have to listen to these people just because you need to be on top of. Watch this turn here. So I have to listen to them just because you don't want to miss a important news comment. All right, we're pulling back in now. Let's see what hedge flows look like. Hedge flows are still rising. So it looks like a little profit taking there. Looking for higher highs, higher lows. Okay, MACD is starting to level out already. So MACD is starting to level out. Okay, we hit the vol trigger and got rejected here. Still on a 5, 15, 30, 60-minute buy signal. Tick cumulative is green. We need more than just the NASDAQ. We need more than just the VIX dropping. We need everything to start falling into place. What's the 10-year doing? 10-year yield. Okay, looks good. Palantir pushing higher. All right, so the stocks that got hit last week, as soon as they started getting hit, the narrative was an reinforcement of the AI is a bubble narrative.
We have savings to be thankful for this November with our buy one, get one half off sale. Savings on in-store furniture only off our everyday low price. Mattresses and clearance items are excluded. And with our large selection of lamps, fixtures, and accessories, you'll save more at 40% off our everyday low price. Hurry in, this bogus sales event ends November 30th. Visit our coastal home decor gifts and more store in North Myrtle Beach.
Okay, SPY, you know that I have a broken wing call fly on. That expires first week of December. As we cruise higher, that's doing really well. SPY 670 is the first wing. 670, looking for a bit higher. All right, we just dropped off here. Watch your stops. Watch your stops. Just when you think things are obvious, they catch you. All right, looking for a bounce here. S&P. Okay, S&P. Merck still looking good. Merck still looking good. Okay, the pharmaceuticals look good. Let's see what else is working. S&P 500. CNC, Centene, I have a position here that gapped up. Let me just check out Centene. I believe I have January calls, Centene. CNC. June. Okay, June. Why did I buy June? June. Centene. I have this June 42s, 4250. June 4250s. All right, coming out of a squeeze. We're looking for this consolidation, Centene, to continue and then break out. Centene, CNC. Okay, it reports again in January. Last time around, it beat. This is Centene, okay. Healthcare. Government-sponsored healthcare program, Centene. Okay. All right, Tesla, obviously up 5.5%. Tesla. Tesla's still going here. Tesla's still looking good. Nice reversal, W-shaped pattern. 50-day just overhead. S&P is bouncing now. A little bit of profit taking there. There goes Amazon. Amazon's on the move. Reversal on it. On Amazon. I got Amazon January calls. Those are a credit spread up there above 265. Do want to take some calls though. Okay, Tesla looks good. Nvidia trying to find the bottom here. SPY, S&P, fair value gaps on S&P.
Is it more of a national security risk to give China some of these high-powered chips, or is it more of a national security risk to not have U.S. tech in China? Has your view on that changed?
All right, we're starting to bounce. S&P is starting to bounce. Hedge flows need to continue higher. We want to see a test of 6,700.
We're just going to hold off on that, and we're going to compete in the AI race ourselves. So that is the question. It's in front of the president. He's going to decide. It's a really
Tesla
question. He's got all the
looking really strong.
lots of experts talking to him, and he's going to decide which
Call walls 400 and 410. We're above the 410. So you know what happens. Okay, for you new members, understand the mechanics here. LA just posted a snapshot of the call walls overhead. You got 400 and 410. What does that mean? It means the dealers have positions at 400 and 410, right? They're short. So if you bought calls, they sold you those calls. So what happens when it gets above 410? Mechanically speaking, they need to start buying shares in order to hedge their short position at 410. So that's the significance here. So we know in the trading room that once a call wall is breached, look for a follow through. All right, so that's what's looks like now. 400, 410. You can see that we're blasting right through that level. Dealers are having to buy shares. That helps propel the stock higher. It's getting squeezed, if you will. Looking good. Yeah, Microsoft has to do something. Amazon has 900 data centers now. Let that sink in. I mean, they're the leader in AWS and data and everything else. They have been for the longest time in cloud. So it was interesting that Amazon got sold off the way it did. Tesla looks really good, though. Tesla, Amazon. Again, I don't want to get so focused on the New York FANG components that we forget everything else. That said, Micron is number 3. Number 3 on the NASDAQ 100. Number 1 is Broadcom. Number 2 is Tesla. Google's number 4. Number 5 is Biogen. Okay, don't forget the biotechs. Don't forget the biotechs. These are really hot too. XBI. XBI breaking out again. XBI, IBB. This is the NASDAQ and the S&P 500. Biotech ETFs. These are very strong. XBI, IBB, biotechs. Okay.
Since 2022, when the U.S. first really cracked down on sales of advanced chips to China, trying to rein in the chief U.S. economic rival in its own quest for AI supremacy. The U.S. is trying to stay ahead in the race for artificial intelligence advantage and granting NVIDIA chips to Chinese companies.
Okay. Merck, of the pharmaceutical stocks, Merck having a good day so far, ripping higher. Now, it does trade on the floor of the New York Stock Exchange. So sometimes we get these manipulations by the floor traders, right, that represent or support Merck on the New York Stock Exchange floor. That said, this has been rallying for over 2 weeks, along with Eli Lilly, Shining, Shining Star, Lilly, Johnson and Johnson. Okay, showed a little bit of an inside day earlier. Now it's starting to rally up again. Look at the volume. If anything, if you see this kind of volume and you're interested in a stock, just look for dips to buy because it's obvious that institutions have your back. You just don't want to buy the high of the day. All right, so here's J&J coming off the low. Great entry. It was a doji earlier. Now we got a nice rally. J&J, Lilly, Merck.
Ukraine essentially a week to accept what had been presented following these conversations with Russian officials, and Ukraine's immediate reaction and that of many European capitals.
Okay, J&J looking really good here. J&J. Again, looking at the rest of the NASDAQ 100, Marvell's number 5, number 6 now. Marvell reversal off the 200-day. Palantir coming up the list very quickly. Palantir reversing. Okay. Lam Research. I know Frano likes to trade this one or has a position in Lam Research from time to time. This looks good. LRCX. AMD. I'd really like to buy some AMD, but I'll have to wait until it gets above the 50-day. There's a chance that it gets rejected. You can see volume by price over here, levels just overhead. MACD stochastics starting to turn, perhaps. AMD looks good. AppLovin, this one got whacked over the last several weeks. Now it's starting to turn potentially. What you got here is a descending channel or descending wedge, more or less. Okay, so this is bullish. You're looking for the break to the upside. RSI is turning up. Okay, MACD will turn. Stochastics will turn. Without having an actual guarantee, whenever you see this kind of pattern you just need volume now. So the volume is lacking. That's the only thing that that makes me hesitate. But Apple 11 looks good. Okay, what else? Apple 11 CLAC KLAC used to be KLA 10 core. I don't know why they changed the name. It sounds really cool. KLA 10 core. Amazon fading down the list. I don't know why. The only reason it could be is the other stocks are outperforming. Okay. Broadcom, Tesla. Meta. Okay, Meta got a nice little bounce. Meta has been off for the last 3-4 weeks. Starting to turn. Meta looking good. Meta. Meta fade for 3 weeks. Looking like it's going to turn now. Apple off the high. Amazon, Google looking good. Okay, what's Disney doing? Disney still putzing around down here. Let's see, what do I have? I have December puts, put credits. Okay, let me roll these out. I need to see a bounce first. I need a bounce to roll them out. Okay, so Disney, if you're still holding on to those puts from earnings, Disney, I plan on rolling it out another week or two to the end of December, early January. But I'll only do that on a bounce. I thought we'd get a follow-through bounce from Friday, right? Disney. Okay, so maybe it's building a base down here. So I don't have to do anything right now. State will start kicking in as well. Futures looking good. Futures back to trace. We're looking for this to, you see how it's starting to trend? Okay, it's not going to get through this level, most likely. 6,700 most likely will get tested. Okay, but it's not going to make it through that level. Pretty decent odds that this gets rejected at 6,700. That's the target for now. If you took those calls, 6,700. Looks like we're going to go here. Starting to consolidate. Watching MACD helps. Okay, if you watch MACD, see down below. Here you go. Here's MACD. Prices are looking good. MACD is still very positive on the 5-minute time frame. So the likelihood is this is going to break out. We'd like to see the signal continue to show trend higher. This is telling you what the dealers are doing. Dealer hedge flow is bullish. Looking good on S&P. Okay. All right. Looks good. BAM, BAM, Jim. Thank you. Play infrastructure through BAM. I'm not familiar with the symbol at BAM. Broadfield Asset Management. Okay. Looks for a base. Okay, watch S&P.
When you start a new business, payroll, benefits, and HR are all part of the deal. But with Gusto, they're no different. Whether you're paying your first employee and helping,
Alibaba.
trying to keep your business or you want to start offering benefits, like health insurance, workers' comp, or 401k, Gusto helps you take care of your team so you can take care of your business.
Okay, if you recall, the pharmaceuticals were very strong last week. One of my larger positions was Merck. This is really performing a lot better than expected, above the weekly. Okay, let's look at J&J by comparison. J&J has been trending. It broke out of this multi-year base. J&J, it looks beautiful. It jettisoned the Tylenol brand. Got rid of that. What else? Lilly. Okay, descending channel on Lilly. Breaking to the upside. Lilly. Okay, so I already did this. I already marked this up a few weeks back. We were looking for this breakout. I believe John brought it to our attention. And when we saw this breakout above the and price above the 10 EMA, this was a dead giveaway. And then, as luck would have it, like a week later, I think management put together a deal with the White House, and it's just started going. It doesn't look like it's going to stop anytime soon. So Eli Lilly looking good. All right, watch your calls on the S&P. Going into a sideways pattern now. Hedge flows are still rising, but we are consolidating. Goldman Sachs, let's see, Goldman, GS, the banks, we want to see the banks move a bit higher. So for those of you that may be still in Goldman Sachs spreads, put spreads, okay, my plan is to take these Decembers off probably towards the end of the week. Okay, these over here, the December ones, 19 December. 740, 735. So I'll probably take these off. I'll keep the January 730, 735s. Okay, that's $1,000 there. That's $850 here. Okay, the previous one we closed out last week, that was $1,110. I think we made something like $800 on that one. When we closed it for a debit, we kept about $800 worth of credits. If you don't understand credits, put credits, call credit spreads, just go check out Invest with Henry on YouTube. He's got quite a few videos explaining the ideas. He's pretty informative. He used to work over at Goldman Sachs. The only reason why I point them out is I don't feel like recreating all of his videos. They're useful if you want to understand put credits. Basically, a put credit, you're looking for a bullish move. You're selling puts. So if it makes sense, if you're selling puts, that means that you're looking for prices to move away. You don't want to get assigned, right? If you're selling calls, you're looking for prices to stay below the highs. If you put them together, if you're looking for sideways price action, you buy or you sell a call credit and a put credit, you're creating what's called an iron condor. Okay, S&P is starting to move a bit higher. So yeah, check out Invest with Henry. He's really good. Looking for a follow through. What I wouldn't do is pay for his instruction. You can get that here too for $2,500 less. He charges you $2,500 a year. I think that's a little extreme. But, everybody's trying to make a business out of trading stocks and showing people how to do it. It just seems a little steep, $2,500 for just telling you take a credit spread. So that's Goldman. Okay, looking for Goldman to continue higher as well. S&P. Okay, looks like we're going to go here. Okay, you could buy the 6710 as well. Those are a little bit further out of the money. Let's see, 6710s are going for $3.60. That's a 16 delta. So you need a fast move for anything above like a 30 delta. Need a fast move to make any money on these options. The 6700s were like a 20 delta, 18 delta. The lower the delta, the lower the probability that you're going to do well. The higher the delta, the more it acts like the index, like buying shares. Moves with the market. Okay, so on Friday, we got a huge move in IWM. Looks like we're going to do that again. Okay, we traded 0-day options with Mondo on Friday. I think Mondo, you wound up making 800% on that options trade. I bought the 232s. I did well. Wasn't 800%, but okay, we're just sitting here chopping around now.
Things like magnesium.
98%. Yes. Yes. 98%. Yeah. 98%, Corey. You see it there?
A drink called Trip, I'm going to want there to be drugs in that. And what you're saying is this doesn't have any drugs. So I'm just a little confused about the name, right? Because I was thinking this is a great way for people.
By the way, the 6,700 levels, those are never a guarantee. But lately, over the last month or so, Brent started pointing it out. Like whenever we would see these, notice Captain Condor hasn't been around very often because this seek and destroy algo has been literally destroying those positions. So while it was a great strategy for a while, the algos have figured it out. So a lot of times you'll see these iron condors above and below current price action. They'll show up as a 99 percentile, and the seek and destroy algos will go after both sides, or at least one side. Okay, it looks like we're going to break out here. Looks like we're going to break out. Okay, we're going to break out here. Okay, we're on a 5, 15, 30, 60-minute buy signal. Squeezing. Looks like we're going to go here. Watch your MACD. That's a good signal, MACD. Okay, you can see the bars are getting a little bit less green. Dark green is better. Bollinger Band's opening up. Momentum is clearly bullish. Looks like we might go here. Don't wait for me to take profits, by the way. Okay, if you feel like you need to take some profits, maybe peel some off. If you bought 10 of those options, the 6,700s, maybe peel off 2 or 3 as it moves higher. Right now we're in a range, so looking for this squeeze to turn higher, the stock to break out, the index to break out. Okay, VWAP. Mhm. Good job, Mondo. What is Bitcoin's turning? Bitcoin. Okay, Bitcoin's bid a little bit off the low. Yeah, I call BS on that story about JP Morgan being so short Bitcoin that a 50% reversal would bankrupt the company. I don't see that. I don't see JP. If Jamie Dimon knew about that, I don't know. Fiduciary responsibility to make sure that one of the number one banks stays solvent. I can't see the way he went on and on about Bitcoin for the longest time. I can't see him taking that kind of risk. I think people are getting desperate out there. Looks like we're going to get going here. Looks like we're going to get going. Okay, hedge flows continue to rise. Okay, that hedge flow line is rising. Looking for 6,700. Okay, so I have a butterfly. Okay, so I have a broken wing fly.
Olivia, I would also love to know because obviously, like one of the very common ingredients is CBD, and that's in a lot of drinks. I know some of your UK European versions might have CBD in it, but the US doesn't. Why was that decision made?
We wanted to meet as many people in the market as possible, and for us to be nationwide in the US, it was important.
I believe it was Friday morning. I bought that, and we just check view trades. View trades.
Olivia, great to have you on the program, especially ahead of Thanksgiving. Olivia Verdi is there of Trip. They're offering a beverage that is leading
Yeah, on Friday.
anti-anxiety beverages in the market right now. So first probiotics, right? They get your gut right, and now
get your mind right.
Yeah,
just a whole body experience. That's great.
Okay, hedge flows continue to rise.
Thanksgiving, like a lot of people tend to do, because you have to be with your parents for the entire day.
Yeah, and that is
Okay, so you've got Frano adding to her Q position. Nasdaq. If you look at the advanced decline breath thrusts, okay, they're all starting to turn up now. Okay, these were pointing down. Nasdaq was leading. Here's Nasdaq on the bottom. Nasdaq, small caps, mid caps, and S&P. These were hooked lower. Now they're starting to hook upward. They're flat at the moment. You can see a little left turn, right turn there. but they have an edge to the upside now. Okay, that looks good. So that tells you what institutions are doing. Tick cumulative is green. That also tells you that they're buying more stocks on the uptick than they're selling on the downtick. That cumulative reading is starting to bottom and turn up on the 60-minute time frame. Okay, let's look at VIX. The VIX signal is green. Okay, that's our VIX signal. This just takes VIX, flips it on its head, and gives you a red-green signal. Just for fun. Okay, VIX. Okay, got like a gravestone doji right now. Continues to fade. If we get back towards the 20s, this should continue to give us a bullish signal. Junk bonds, we want this. Okay, that's looking a lot more solid. Okay, so what's the story here? If you're a new member, understand what junk bonds are telling you. Okay, this is one of my favorite risk on, risk off signals, been using for 30 years. I have a friend at UBS in the city. Well, he's moved down to Miami. He's finally moved down there. The Miami Financial District area. I'm not sure exactly where it is, but I'll find out. Maybe I'll go down and visit at some point. My sister lives down in Jacksonville. Anyway, he told me a long time ago, watch what these guys do, guys and ladies. All right, the bond market's twice the size of the S&P and the equity market. The bond market's twice the size. So when these guys are doing something, you got to pay attention. So why is this important? Because they are risk averse, right? If they sense the market is going to do something they don't like, you'll start to see it cascade lower, right? The fact that this has been holding over the last couple of weeks, and now you can see MACD and stochastics turning. Previous occasions, the last time this happened back in October, led to a nice rally in the S&P. Here in October, you can see it bounced, and we moved from 65.90 up to 69.20. All right, so 300 point, 400 point move. Watch what junk bonds are telling you. They're risk averse. So this technically would be neutral to risk on right now. Additional measures of risk, obviously Bitcoin. We added that a couple of years ago, I guess now. Bitcoin's another risky asset, but one of the more important ones is IBB, biotechs. Biotech's super risky just because of the nature of the companies that populate the IBB and the XBI. If these are rising, that's a risk on signal. The other thing that I noticed on Friday or last week was the narrative was we're going lower, we're going lower. Well, if we're going lower, you need to see junk bonds diving and you need to see people jumping into US Treasuries. Now, this is back above the 50-day, no big deal. It's probably a range. But if this starts to shoot higher, that would be a negative signal. So TLT is fine for now. AGG, the Barclays Aggregate Bond Fund. This is what bond traders use as a benchmark. What else? Risk on, risk off. IWM. IWM is another risky asset class, small cap stocks. Okay, just because of the nature of the companies in the small cap Russell 2000. You know, some of them don't make it. And they need financing. They can't get financing like the big boys and girls like Google. They can dictate their financing, right? Or do their own financing for that matter. But small caps need they need funding. And that has a lot to do with the 10-year yield. What's the 10-year yield doing? 10 years back below the 50-day. So this looks like it's starting to set up a range. So as this moves down to the bottom of the range, we want to be thinking, okay, so we should have a bullish trend for the next few days, right? So there's your range, right in the center, right in the bottom half. So this is probably going to continue lower, which is good in the short term into the holidays. And then we might bounce back up and then bounce back down. At some point, either go higher or lower. I'm thinking lower because the Fed's going to cut rates, supposedly. Anyway, so those are your risk on signals. Right now we look good for more follow through. S&P is following through. Hedge flows continue to rise. Looks like we're going to test 6,700. Okay, we continue to move higher. All right, so if you have those 6,700s, you should be doing well. I got in right at 498, just below $5. Those are at $7 now. 720. So far, I have no idea. No idea. I have no idea how it's calculated. Let me ask Grok and see if Grok can figure it out. Okay. I will tell you this. Grok is only as good as the data, right? The model. Because I had a task that I was trying to get Grok to figure out. Saturday night, I was up until like 2 o'clock in the morning. Just kept getting errors and errors. Couldn't do what I was asking it to. Pretty simple task. Give me a watch list of all of the things I just covered. Okay. What time? I got to make sure I don't miss my appointment here. Let me just set an alarm. Oh, I have an alarm. Okay. Let me set one anyway. Alarms. 12. Okay, there we go. All right, so I lost my train of thought there. Looking for prices to continue to move higher. All right, watch the hedge flows here. S&P is still pushing. Okay, those 6,700s are almost $8 now. Again, don't wait for me to take profits, okay? I know you guys, I get you into these and you want me to tell you when to get out. Sell into strength. You know, I get sidetracked. I can give you a good signal as far as, when I would think it's a good idea to take a trade. And I'll take off some, I have 10 of these. So I'm going to take some off here shortly, probably, as we start to approach 6,700. Okay, these are trading $8 now, or just was. Futures continue to move higher. All right, we're already starting to see. Now, keep an eye on the other thing to do is if you're taking these trades, watch your MACD, because once MACD starts to flatten out and show signs of a crossing over, like over here on the left side of the screen, I'll start taking some profits. I'll try to keep you apprised of what I'm doing. Okay. Futures continue to push. Okay, so Merck, I have 95s, December 95 calls. I just took the 95 calls off and I rolled some up to the January 100s. Okay, so I took some profits on the 95 call. All right. I'm still very bullish. And while this is dipping right here, I'm going to roll some out as well to 100. So all of my position is now 100 strike. Micron's on the watch list there, Farmer Jim. Glad you're happy with it. Okay, Merck Pharmaceuticals looking good. I like Merck for longer term swing. Futures continue to push higher. Okay, S&P. S&P is still breaking higher. Okay, hedge flows. I want to see that continue. 6,700, 6,705 is going to be resistance. A little bit over, a little overshoot wouldn't be surprising. I see Freno looking at the 6710s. Okay. MACD is starting to flatten out. Okay, we need to see a follow through and push a bit higher. Futures looking good. Okay, futures looking much stronger. Futures strong. Hedge flows continue to look very strong. Okay. Okay, we're flagging, starting to flag out here at the highs. All right, so okay, starting to flag out S&P. Tesla. Okay, Tesla's still pushing. Apple turning back up. I did want to buy some Apple. Let me take a look at Apple real quick. Apple. Okay, I missed that shizzle. Nice little dip here. ABCD pattern early. All right, so maybe another little dip and then follow through, or just keeps going. Apple looks good though. If you're an Apple, looking good. Google. I'm looking to double up on Google. I have some call credit spreads. I like to do some put credit spreads. Google still pushing. Tesla, Broadcom, all the New York FANGs look pretty good. Microsoft, Nvidia, Netflix, those three could see a little bit more bid. Watch the S&P here. Okay, see profit taking futures. Futures looks like some profit taking here. Okay, so profit taking, we're still looking for hedge flows to continue higher, test to 6,700. Mhm. Yeah. Looking for Nvidia to go some more. A floor. Yeah, looking for a floor here on Nvidia. Yeah, they were talking about that on Friday, as you know. Nvidia. So if it creates a floor under the stock, we'll see a base forming, and instead of selling, we'll see some buying institutions. I don't see a good signal yet for Nvidia. Day trading is another story. Futures looks like it was just a little profit taking, looking for a follow through and a test of 6,700. Bitcoin's still trying to turn. It's early. It's early. It's only Monday. Looking for a gangbuster move. Uh, Need to see more participants. If anything, if you read Gamma update, people seem to be a little more hesitant. Traders seem to be a bit more hesitant. Though we will see a lot of put option decay into the holiday week. All right, so that'll be a dominant tailwind for stocks. That's why I have one of the reasons I have the call spy call fly is because I'm looking for a grind up through the holidays up towards 670. That's my closest wing, and it's a broken wing fly. So the distance between strikes is offset. It's more long oriented. So there's a 15 strike difference between my long call and the short calls. And then above that, the other wing is only 5. So 15 versus 5. So it's broken wing. Looking for prices to move towards 670. SPY is doing really well as it grinds higher. That call fly is up quite a bit already. $175 per call fly. Okay. Okay, looking for a bounce. Let's see what hedge flows are telling us. We've got a tailwind. So, buying dips makes a lot of sense. Puts are pretty expensive. Okay, Apple pushing a bit higher. All right, puts are starting to gather a little bit of a bid here. Okay, keeping an eye on hedge flows. Okay, you can feel the energy is kind of getting sapped out of the markets right now. We're just waiting for the next surge, if we get any, or if we're going to give back some of this gain that we've seen. Watch the hedge flows here. That's going to tell us a lot. 6,700, still trying to test that. Apple just sitting here. Google having a good day. Starting to see a little profit taking now. Amazon, same thing. Tesla. All right, Tesla looking a little stronger than the other three I just showed you. All right, so this looks pretty good. Potentially some fade. Look at the MACD down there below. Okay, MACD, momentum. If you enable a MACD on a short time frame, it's going to help you out because you'll be buying into strength and then selling once you start to see things plateau while everybody else is like looking for more upside. You're taking profits. You can see that on the S&P as well. Okay, we're up here at the highs looking for more follow through. MACD is still got some distance between it and the signal line, so still chances that we're going to test the 6,700 level. Tick cumulative is still green. That's telling you generally institutions are buying more than they're selling, which is good for the grind higher. Puts are decaying very quickly now. I just posted in a theta versus volatility chart in the trading room. All right, so volatility is really eating away at your theta with a positive drift in the markets. Anybody buying puts right now are seeing their puts evaporate pretty quickly just with this, and that's creating this grind higher. So we should see that 6,700 level tested. Looking for more upside. Okay. Looking for a push higher. Hedge flows. Just a reminder, I have a 1 o'clock eye appointment. Got to go get my eyes checked out. And all this staring at the screen. Hadn't had eyes checked in 2 years since my last visit. I'm fine. I just like to do that every so often. Plus, I need an updated script for prescription for my contact lenses. Anyway, I got to do that at 1 o'clock, so I need to leave here around 12:30ish at the latest. All right, S&P on the move here. All right, Brando, those 6710s catching a bid. Those 6710 calls are catching a bid. Oh, there goes the markets, ripping higher. There we go. Okay. It's a 99 percentile now, Corey, by the way. It's a 99 percentile now. You see it? 99 percentile. There you go. What happened? What? Oh. Okay, now they're back on. They stopped talking about AI bubbles. Now they're talking about the credit markets again. Okay, it's 99 percentile now, Corey. Okay, S&P, easy as 1, 2, 3. All right, looking good. Nice pop there. Those 6700s are $8.80. There we go. S&P going. Don't wait for me to take profits, folks. Okay, I'll be scaling out 2 at a time. We're at $9.50 now. $9.50. Those calls are $9.50. Looking good. Sing it, Janice. She sings it better than me. Hey, hey, hey. Boy, what a nice day. It's gorgeous outside. Simply gorgeous. Okay. Okay, I took a little bit of the 6700s off as we're testing this area. Okay. Okay, so that looks good. 950.
Was absolutely blown up the momentum. Short-term traders, whether it be institutional or retail, our funds, like we hold Amazon My Chat, they've actually been outperforming because they're more conservative. We have a few tech stocks here, but
Okay, looking good. Nice job. Nice job. Keeps going here. Looking good. The 6710s, Frano, those look good. Those look really good, actually. All right, we got a positive drift to the market. Oh, there it goes. There we go. Scooting higher. Zipping higher. Looking good. Shorts are having to cover. Okay, the 6700s are $10.20 now. Took a little bit more off now. Whoa. Very nice. Very nice. Okay, so you got close to 100%, if not more. Mondo's up more than 100%. That looks good. Nice job. We continue to move higher. Okay, looks good. All right, I took a little bit more off. 6700s took a little bit more off there. That was a nice fill. $10.40. Still going. Still going. Markets are goosing it higher. Okay, looking for more upside. Okay, I'm going to take a little bit more off here shortly. Looking good. S&P. Wow. Wow. Nice move here. All right. Looking good. Looking really special here. Nice move. Come on, let's keep going. Let's keep it going.
Services, technology, and support your firm needs. The difference is so obvious. ACD. Schwabious. When you work with Schwab Advisor Services, custody is just the beginning. Find out why at schwabbious.com.
Looking good. Okay, we're coming up against that 6,700 level, 6,796. We could overshoot it a bit, I'm thinking. Watch your MACD. Watch your MACD. Okay, starting to taper off a little bit here on the 1 minute. Yeah, Rob, it's because of the hedge flow signal, all right?
INHD halted to the upside.
All right, so looking good. Watching that MACD signal and the volume. Yeah, Rob, always look at the signal. Okay, look at the signal from the hedge flows. Okay, so once I see hedge flow signals turn up, that's the go long signal. All right, or short. I couple that with the MACD. Okay, so if you look at this closely, you can see that that signal turned up just before 10 o'clock, through 10 o'clock, 6,700. You could see that that was the dominant strikes overhead, and that appeared shortly after the open. Okay, these are 0 day as well, so that's what I was looking at. Okay. Tesla, what are you doing, Tesla? Tesla still pushing. Apple still pushing. Looking good, Apple.
innovation space, which is what Brendan Carr has been calling for. But Brendan Carr sees this almost as a check against the networks because the more power that the station owners have, they can actually potentially lead a negotiation with the network. So I'm not really sure whose side he's on here. You would assume that Brendan Carr is pushing the agenda that he is because Trump supports him, because that has generally been his MO. But I guess we'll find out more as this sort of plays out.
And that's the big playing out that we're watching. And initial bids are in is Warner Brothers Discovery, which owns CNN as part of that.
Yeah.
Where do we stand? I mean, you have a great piece out of the weekend as you always do, and this one really very helpful.
Yeah, I could have taken the 6680s too. You know, instead of the 6700s. The 6700s were a lotto.
NHD magazine in less than a minute.
Keeping the contents of those bids quiet. We try and get some information others have as well. Hey, I mean, you know sort of the general framework. We just don't know the pricing. Expectations are that the Warner Brothers Discovery board will review those bids or have reviewed.
Yeah, those 6700s look good.
We need more here, we need less there, and it is also pricing is still open. So if someone else wanted to come in and make an offer, they're still able to. We're not in an exclusive period where someone else can't jump in yet.
Watch these things. Watch this keep going here. All right, 6700s. Hovering around $10.
INHD may less than 10 seconds. IRB.
NVIDIA is going. Okay, NVIDIA finally getting on the program here. NVIDIA is going. Watch NVIDIA. Okay, S&P. Let's keep an eye on NVIDIA too. NVIDIA, nice little reversal here. Okay, so you would be chasing here, but I like the setup. You got fair value gaps. This is ripping higher. Look at the volume. Look at MACD. MACD. Okay, if it starts to flatten out and turn down, you don't want to buy up here, obviously. You'll wait for a BNC pivot. Okay. S&P. I'm going to take the last piece off here. S&P. All right, they're drifting down to 970.
INHD.
Okay, you got Iron. Okay, nice move off the low. Oh, boy. Yeah, yeah. You still got to work though, dude. Let me send my son the link to the room. He just he cracks me up. Okay, what's Nokia doing? Nokia. Okay. Not much going on there. Let's see what he's talking about. My son. What's he got here?
obviously, this doesn't prohibit us from broadening out our engagement with the drone ecosystem. At the same time, they're very tech-forward as an organization, and so we love the fact that they want to pioneer with us quantum networking communications between drones in their fleet. They want to work with us on our quantum computers to help not only coordinate their fleet, but also enact surveillance and early signal detection using our computers in conjunction with satellite imagery that we can provide, plus, of course, imagery that they can provide. And then last but not least, of course, they're sensors.
Okay, sorry. I got sidetracked there. S&P still flagging at the highs.
Into their drone platform. So, what does the world is way, right? And the reality is we consider ourselves to be a pioneering company. 30 years making. We have led every aspect of quantum computing, quantum networking, and quantum sensing for 30 years. We're the first public company in the space, the first machines that turned on, the first machines.
Yeah, I love it. Yeah, leverage works both ways. So. Mm-hmm.
Partnership that you're referring to is, I think, the most powerful example of what we call quantum advantage that's ever been generated in history. And so IonQ is proud of the fact that we have pioneered every aspect of the quantum revolution, both commercially and in the lab. We're the first company to achieve what's called 4 nines of fidelity, 99.99% fidelity, which means that our qubits are the best in the world.
Okay.
And the most powerful. And so the 20x speed up is turning almost a month of classical computation using into just a day and a half. And in fact, if you double click
Okay. NVIDIA. Yeah, this is looking good, buddy. NVIDIA, very strong. The daily looks good. Yes. Okay. Let's see. Screenshots. Let me just get him this.
Back in 95, we demonstrated the world's first qubit gate at the University of Maryland. And we pioneered every milestone since then, both in the lab and commercially. Being a public company, we consider to be a natural part of our evolution. We raised $3 billion between July and October. And it's honestly been part of establishing the sector of communications opportunities around the world and ultimately credibility that enables us to drive both government traction and private sector commercial traction. So
you're standing still, you're actually going backwards. We're trying to beat our competitors on the track, but to do that, we beat them off the track. Best in class aviation technology.
S&P still going.
When it costs less for Fubo. CJET. Get all the channels you want.
coverage of your favorite teams. I can hate sports and live TV for the whole family. ADHL. Plus,
SSP may
watch
resume in
multiple
less than a
games
minute.
at once with multi-view.
I already.
Start watching at FuboTV.com.
All right, NVIDIA. Yeah, take some. Yeah.
JXG.
Sarah wants to invest in Apple, but she can't decide which CJET. She has
CLSJ.
paralysis. With
SSP may res in 10
Sarah can
seconds.
buy a mix of meme coins in one tap.
Yeah, NVIDIA looks pretty good, Antoine. Yeah, it continues to push higher. Palantir, all of the tech stocks got hit last week. Seeing a resurgence and buying, catching a bid.
Bleeding gums are not normal. They signal harmful bacteria buildup under the gum line. Thanks to Waterpik Precision Pulse technology, you can remove up to 99.9% of plaque bacteria. Take control with Waterpik. Welcome back to the MedTech. Let's take a quick check on these markets because look, we're higher. In fact, we are having the best day of the Nasdaq 100 since May of 2025. We're up 2.3%. Such is the volatility in the market right now. With Nvidia currently up 1.7% earlier in the moments in the show, it was in the red. So we really see some anxiety in the market as we head towards the holiday short week. Bitcoin though is still in that action zone, we're up by 0.9%, 87,000, but steadier than where we were trading over the weekend. So let's break down what is causing some of the sell-off in these momentum trades, whether it's crypto, whether it's stocks. Bitcoin, Bloomberg crypto reporter Emily Nicole joins us. Emily, look, we've had a washout when it comes to ETF growth, when it comes to more broadly some of the money, fast money that was in Bitcoin. Are we seeing some sort of steady?
All right, the New York Fangs look good. Everything looks good. Everything is looking good. Okay. All right, hedging flows are starting to show signs of profit taking.
INHD may resume in less than a minute.
Mm-hmm.
FRMI.
Is it also because we're at the end of the year? I always think of tax loss harvesting in many ways must be in the eye of focus for a lot of crypto investors.
RDAC may resume in less than a minute. INHD may res in 10 seconds.
All right, puts are starting to show some signs of interest.
Great breakdown. Thank you very much indeed on all things Bitcoin. Let's stick with crypto more broadly though, because just some of the strategies we're hearing Andy Nicole discuss. It's all about
SSP may resume in less than a minute.
quantum computing.
INHD halted down.
momentum trend is really there, but researchers are warning that many everyday investors betting on
RDAC may rise in 10
are
seconds.
liable to lose money. Bloomberg's Bailey Litchfield is here for all things momentum. So, SPACs, they're back, but they've been sort of getting into the world of crypto treasury companies too. Why are they seemingly a match made in heaven or hell?
Well, it's a match made in heaven because, to your point, momentum. So things that are trendy are where we've seen SPACs flock to. Think back to SPAC 1.0 or 2.0, depending how long you've been following the industry. EVs, we saw Nikola go public. We saw DraftKings from sports betting starting to pick up steam. So as we see the trend, we saw a rush of companies, whether it was reverse mergers, or creating digital asset treasuries, or now SPACs. It really is kind of latching on to
SSP may rise in 10 seconds.
We've seen that parlayer turn into quantum, just getting
Yeah, LuxAlgo, the you can get the ultimate right now, or premium or ultimate for the same price. S&P consolidating up here at the highs. What time is it? 11:35. Okay, got an hour. I got to go see my eye doctor shortly. 1 o'clock. So you'll get to listen to Bloomberg while I'm gone. Disney's starting to turn back up. So Disney, with a bounce on Disney, I'll be looking to roll out and down a little bit. A couple of weeks, roll out a couple of weeks on Disney. No hurry. Yes, miss. Can I help you? You want some of these?
INHD may resume in less than a minute. NVIL. IRE. RGAC may resume in less than a minute. IREN. ONDS. INHD may rise in 10 seconds. QBS.
Most users don't instead of full of bones and joints. Gurus are shaped to match your actual anatomy. Built-in support moves with your body instead of working against it. This Black Friday, gurus are up to 30% off. That's a big sale of the year. But make shoes that do more than look good. They're filled with patented built-in that can shock absorbing friction to help fight gluten.
In on the biggest guru deals of the year at ADHL.com now through December 1st.
When it comes to protecting your home or business, the Carolinas turn to the number one choice. Fencing Supply. Ranked number one for quality, service, and reliability. Global Fencing Supply. Good fences that last. Wood, aluminum, blades, and more.
OPENL.
Privacy to commercial security. Global Fencing Supply delivers craftsmanship you can trust. Go with the best. Go with the number one fence supplier in the Carolinas. Global Fencing Supply. Call today for your free estimate.
NVIDIA looks like it's just going to hang out up here for a while. New York Fang looks good. Okay, everything's got a bid now. Even Netflix is coming off the low. Man, that's all I talk about. AI every day. Same story. Banks look pretty good. Goldman Sachs with a nice bounce. Goldman Sachs. Let's see what JP Morgan looks like. JP Morgan. Okay. Good thing we took these off. These are working. The Decembers. Looking for this to turn back up. JP Morgan gets back. Bounces off of this level. We can sell some more put credits on JP Morgan. Apple looking good. Apple's at the high of the day. Okay, Zoom, we've got Zoom has earnings tonight. Okay, I already marked this up. Friday, 18 Delta was the 86. 19 Delta was the 72. Let's see what those look like. Zoom. Let me just check one thing with Zoom. Hedge flows turning back up again. Let's just check Zoom real quick here. Still 7%. So if you take 10%, easy way to calculate 10%. All right, so say $8 either way. Okay. So above 86 to 88, probably 88's better, 88. And below 70, 71. Microsoft catching a bid. There goes NVIDIA. Okay, Nvidia looking very strong. So Zoom, I'll do something here. Let me just put together a trade real quick while we're watching Nvidia take off to the upside. S&P looking strong. Let's see, hedge flows still turning up. All right, so we're above 6,700. Testing 6,700. Here we go again, S&P. All right, futures are heading higher. There goes the futures. Okay, so Zoom, let's see what we do with Zoom. Zoom, gonna take Fridays, because we'll get extra data in here. Let's see, sell an iron condor. Okay, we said at least 86. What are the 86s doing? 86s are 25 delta. So we'll go to 90 would be, see if we'll get anything for the 90s. 90, 95. And below 72, let's go 70. 72 is what? 70 is a 10 delta. 72 is a 15 delta. 72. $67. $85 credit. Yeah, that's not bad. 90. Yeah, there's no way it gets to 90. What about 88? I'll leave it at 90. What the hell? Wow. They want quite a bit for these. 4,000. $72. 72 is, I'm just looking at the Zoom 72 is a 15 delta, and the 88 is an 11 delta. 88. What kind of open interest we talking about? Let's see, 88. Got a few people betting there. 88, 90, 92, 92. All right. Put side 72, 68, 72. Yeah, they got a little bit of open interest here. Okay, futures just hanging tough right now. Nvidia still good, still looking good. Up against supply now.
INHD may rest in 10 seconds.
Online travel and experience booking company Peak. It is doubling down on AI. It's acquiring Acme ticketing and connecting go with
INHD halted down.
expand its reach across museums, theme parks, tours, and other attractions. The company also raised additional $17 million in funding. Here to talk it all through is Peak CEO Usman Bashir. So you call yourself the Shopify of experiences. Explain what that is. They see you with an operating system.
Futures.
Collecting reviews. We really are that end-to-end backbone for everything that business needs to operate. And that backbone is solidified by your M&A. So talk to us a little bit what Acme brings to the equation, or Connect and Go. How are they fueling the growth? Absolutely. So, what we saw.
Futures, 60 minutes still rising. Still on a 5, 15, 30, 60-minute buy signal. Tick cumulative is green. S&P looking really good. Probably going to retest the 50-day. We have lots of reasons to believe the markets will continue to move higher. Puts are super expensive now. So any move to the upside is going to create a lot of interest in taking profits off as we move back towards the 50-day. S&P starting to bounce again. Hedge flows look good. The top 10 on the NASDAQ 100, Broadcom, Micron, Tesla, LRCX, Lam Research, AppLovin, Marvell, Palantir, AMD, Intel, and Shopify. Google rounds out the top 10. New York Fangs look very strong going into their A pivot for the day. Looking for B and C pivots for secondary entries. Okay, S&P. You can see the MACD is fading as it consolidates right now, looking for momentum to turn back up.
NHD news in less than a minute. NHD may rise in 10 seconds. MOTG. MOTG.
If you're standing still, you're actually going backwards. We're trying to do that on the track, but to do that, we go even off the track. We need best-in-class partners in the technology space to help us go faster. All of our customers bring performance to our race car. Workday is a critical partner of ours that help us forecast and help us run the most efficient business possible. NHD.
Shop cyber specials on Etsy for gifts that truly get the people on your list, like your wedding ring. And even true. For gifts that say, I can.
NHD halted to the outside.
Bookstores on Friday again, as retailers reimagine stores as curated experiences, using tools that depend on reliable and secure connectivity from AT&T Business. Because reading is a journey of discovery, and a book is a compass that helps us find ADHD.
It's very scary to have a loved one on such strong medications. For me to see this like very strong, stoic person in so much agony, it was hard.
Something doesn't feel right. I'm really stuck here. I wonder if it's because I'm overpaying for car insurance?
Find out if you're getting pulled under on your car insurance at smarterauto.com. In under 2 minutes, compare over 90 auto insurance carriers so you know if you're overpaying. You can
Feels good. Find out if you're paying more than you should on car insurance. Shop smarter at smarterauto.com. Car breakdowns can wreck your wallet.
I had a sensor light up on my dashboard. $2,600.
But if you've got endurance, you can never pay out of pocket for a car repair again. In my first year with endurance, they covered a $14,000 engine replacement. Right now, you can get $300 off any plan. Plus, if you're a believer, a $2,000 value free. All backed by a 30-day money-back guarantee. Call 1-855-575-4309.
I was so well prepared based on my experiences at Northwestern. SNDS is part of that innovative way we approach problems that truly changes the world.
All right, S&P moving back to the middle of the range.
OPENZ, ABHL.
Just a reminder, I have a 1 o'clock eye appointment, so I'll be out for about an hour. Basically lunch for me.
Scarlett, thank you very much. We have a flow-a-thon on our hands. Even though last week was kind of shaky, money is just pouring into ETFs. All told, $42 billion in the last week. That's $8 billion pace. That's double the pace of the year. We're now at $1.2 trillion year to date, which is $100 billion beyond last year's record with what, 5 weeks to spare. So again, gangbusters.
Okay, we're hanging out right here at the 6,700 level.
Now this is cash. I want to go over that in a minute. So just hold that thought. Listen to the outflows. Not totally bullish here. You still have some huge outflows in IWM. Interesting call. Qual was a BlackRock model rotation, which Katie covered. It goes from quality into momentum. So that's in case you guys follow the BlackRock models. That's what they're doing. I bid 1 billion out. That said, all told, Bitcoin ETF holders have only moved 4% of assets out. So 96%.
Junk bonds. Still looking very strong. Junk bonds. This is an indication of risk appetite as this moves higher. You can see MACD stochastics, the bottoms here, indicating we could see more upside like October. S&P, we had a nice rally in October. S&P turning back down. Mm-hmm. Hedge flows still hanging out at the highs, hasn't turned down and started to move in the opposite direction dramatically. So Let's look at breadth as well. Okay, breadth looks a lot better than it did this morning. These were all turned down. Now they're heading higher, so they are buying. NASDAQ was the leader. Now S&P is getting with the program. It is kind of flattened out here. But mid caps and small caps look okay. NASDAQ looking the best. So if you're going to focus on anything, watch the NASDAQ. Trade the NASDAQ stocks, the New York Fangs. All of those are off the highs except for Apple, Broadcom, Tesla. These are all hanging out at the highs. Microsoft looks pretty good. Okay, we're in the 12 o'clock now. S&P starting to bounce. I think it's a simple thing to watch is MACD. Okay, whatever time frame you're trading, whenever MACD is ripping higher in the morning, make sure you have a bullish signal. Okay, you can see over here on the left a bullish signal we had coming out of the gate. As we hit the highs, the signal started to fade as momentum faded.
You also don't, I think, want to see too many of these companies go too far out on the risk curve to try and get there. You look at Oracle, for example. Its CDS have spiked. You have people who are worried about the debt, the balance sheet. People see the debt as more risky. 5-year CDS spiking to the highest level since October of 22. It plays right into that. The Wall Street Journal today says the flood of AI bonds adds pressure to the markets. Markets are paying attention to that. Okay,
Since $90 billion in new debt.
Well, months. Okay, since the start of September, Amazon, Alphabet, Meta, and Oracle have issued nearly $90 billion of investment grade bonds, more than they had sold over the previous almost 4 years. Right, almost previous 40 months.
Joe nailed it, where the market has drawn some lines, and so Meta and Oracle are in one bucket, and their stock prices are acting accordingly in recent weeks. Meta and Oracle are in the bucket where, oh wow, they're not just coming out of pocket from free cash flow; they're going way further. They're signing deals. They're doing things off balance sheet. We've never really talked about that with technology giants before. That's always been a financial industry thing. Now all of a sudden, it's really important to Meta to sign 4-year leases versus owning this capex themselves. But then there's this convoluted thing where they're signing a contract, they can't walk away. So even though it's a 4-year lease and it's off balance sheet, actually it's a long-term liability because blank. Like those conversations. This sounds like stuff that you used to talk about when you thought about investment banks or insurance companies. So it's a new realm, and the market has decided, all right, these stocks are not going to get the same multiple that they used to. Google is the opposite. This is stock, the 5th highest of all the S&P components above its 200-day moving average. I don't know if you know this. Google today is 56% above its 200-day moving average, which means if you're a new long or adding to a position, pulling a trigger into Google right now, you're buying one of the most extended names in the whole S&P 500. Think about how far that's come from, oh my God, Google is dead. They shipped the product this weekend, Nano Banana. It took off like almost nothing we've ever seen from Google in terms of the virality of the product, similar to what we saw with Sora about a month ago. Google is now shipping product that people are, in a very viral fashion, talking about
sharing images of, and people are absolutely blown away by the product itself. So it's a story of a reasonably cheap stock relative to the others with expectations of dire outcomes, all of a sudden exciting people with product and separating itself from the companies that are doing bizarre financing schemes just to get CapEx built.
You know, I agree with a lot of what you said, but in terms of comparing Meta to Oracle, I think that's off base. Oracle is good.
Share prices.
Yeah,
Share
share
prices.
prices. You're right. Share prices.
That's all they're talking about.
Right. In terms of though the fundamentals of Meta and their ability to translate AI into revenues, I'd say that they're one of the most apt to do that the most quickly, and we see that virtually every day with them. I also think part of the issue is that technology investors, particularly mega cap investors.
All right, this time of day is usually a slower hour between 12 and 1 o'clock. Not really doing a whole lot. People take profits, take lunch. So we're looking for this to fade a little bit more, maybe settle in this area. There's reasons to believe the markets can be higher. There's reasons to believe the markets can be higher for the better part of this week, with a theme that if you're long puts, you're facing a very serious decay and need a lot of downside energy to pay. That theta decay. Don't see it right now. That's creating a positive drift in the market. We want to play it above. We want to play to the long side above 6,600. We're currently trading 66.80 and change. 66.85. So above 6,600, we want to stay long. Look for dips to buy. I got to leave here in about 15 minutes to go to my eye appointment. I'll just leave Bloomberg playing.
I think the thing you want to watch out for, though, is a lot of private debt deals. There's talk that you might see one from Oracle. That would be somewhat troubling for the equity price of Oracle.
You own Oracle in your ETF.
Can't do anything about it.
Exactly. Would you buy it in your personal
momentum? That's not right now.
Would you buy it personally?
No. I've said that as we've gone all the way down.
Yeah, the stock keeps going down.
I'll say, and here's one other thing that I think everyone really needs to think about. If Gemini 3 is as credible, as strong, as effective as we believe it is, what does that mean for OpenAI? And all the deals and all the expectations that OpenAI is the one that's going to deliver AGI and going to deliver the best products. What if, in fact, maybe it's one of the existing publicly traded Max 7s that might ultimately beat them to that race? When I ask the question, if OpenAI is a publicly traded company right now, it'd be a lot lower. It's not at its high. It does not look like Alphabet. We agree on that. No, and so there was talk. It was maybe $1 trillion valuation. I don't see that anymore. $500 billion. We'll figure it out. But I do think you have to think about what the effect is on valuing that company if you're seeing the success that you're seeing with.
Would you buy a CoreWeave or a Nebius?
I would not buy CoreWeave. I never bought CoreWeave.
Micron's a ripper today. Reiterated top pick at Morgan Stanley. The target to 338 from 325. Because they don't think that the sell-off recently has been warranted at all.
So NVIDIA Blackwell needs high bandwidth memory, and that's what Micron actually is delivering. The supply-demand imbalance sets up well for Micron moving into 2026. And again, just like AMD, Micron was late to the story. So you're talking about let's build the positions at a much later calendar point than a lot of the other AI names did.
Broadcom's a ripper today too, by the way. Its target goes to 535 from 400. And that's reiterated by an HSBC. You want to give me something on that? It's leading the S&P today. Now it's 9%. It was 7 earlier.
They're a Google partner on TPU chips. And that's the reason why they're moving significantly higher. So as Alphabet moves higher, the derivative trade is going to be with Broadcom to a certain extent. Apple can also be brought into that combination. They have a little bit of a partnership with Gemini, and then there's two other names, Celestica and Lumentum. I wouldn't buy either of them, but they participate in that Alphabet AI infrastructure.
Where does NVIDIA fit into this story right now?
I think the stock goes back above 200 and stays. I understand the reasons why it had the reaction that it did to the last earnings report. If they had never had an earnings report before that you had seen and you only saw that earnings report, you would say, oh my God, this stock must be up 40% the after hours.
S&P turning back up.
It's Michael Jordan in 1997 competing with his own highlight reel from 1996. You run out of superlatives at a certain point.
MACD turning back up. You can see volume is starting to pick up. MACD turning.
The same flies that there are around Oracle, but to a lesser extent. Are all these spending commitments being announced? Actually, is there actually going to be followed through? That narrative could change on a dime. If OpenAI has a spate of great press, maybe they launch something new that people get excited about. Maybe they recommit to whatever they're doing with NVIDIA. Everyone will forget the stock will go up 15 points. If they get a headline out of Washington about H200 chip sales in China, again, whatever gray clouds are hanging over the stock, they go away in a second.
Well, there is a headline out there that the administration is floating the idea of selling it.
So let's say it happens. I'm making the point that the stock is like 1 or 2 good news cycle days away from getting back above 200. We've seen it there before, very briefly. I think it will go, and I think the next time it goes, it's probably going to be one of those assets where people are like, I can't risk this thing running up to 250 without me, and the bulls take the upper hand again.
What do I do with some of these momentum-y, high beta names like Palantir down 19% month to date, AppLovin's down 14%, Vertiv's down 11.5%, Oklo is down 32%. Strategy obviously tied directly to the Bitcoin story, which has crashed in its own right. That's down 36% month to date. Joe.
Well, I mean, I've spoken about strategy and how frustrated and disappointed I am that we maintain that position. There's nothing I can do about it. Not happy about it. In the case of Palantir, 200-day moving average is 139. Maybe that's your level of support. Some people are saying it looks like it bottomed on Friday. I'm not necessarily sure whether that's the case or not. But I think all of these names that you're highlighting, you have to think the market mood last week was let's raise the
S&P continues to climb.
These names are where you could source the liquidity. Also, NVIDIA being a classic example of that. And you just have to wait for the mood to kind of change where the market's not saying we want that liquidity. And at that point, I think you can see some stabilization in these names. I don't think we're there yet.
What about Robinhood's down 23 this month? You own that. Arista's down 23.
There's a lot of crypto in that Robinhood.
It's tethered to where crypto ultimately is going to be. Look, the entire list.
Bitcoin turning the corner. Bitcoin looking better.
Those companies, Palantir, Robinhood, and some of the others you mentioned, were all, I think, very much overvalued. So the question is, are they going to get back to that level of being overvalued? I don't think so. I sort of hope not, because then we'll run the cycle all over again with major drawdown. But I think that they do increase in value over time when there's a reason for them to increase, and it's not just multiple expansion and because everybody wants to be in the same name. There's no way you can justify Palantir's valuation, even though it's a phenomenal company.
I think you don't lump them together is the first step. It's one thing to say like, all right, look at these high flyers. They all went up 300-400% this year, and now they're all in 20% pullbacks, and want to tell a bigger story about risk off, and you can. But then the question of like, what do you buy then? It's not a them. No. It's so Robinhood, $100 billion market cap, 46 times next year's earnings. Arguably, this is an earnings beat machine, and they'll probably do way better than what the street thinks. If you get a recovery in Bitcoin,
S&P continues to climb.
like overnight, and it has no fundamental change necessary. That's just how it trades. That's what happens. Palantir, they're going to keep beating earnings. I'm not saying it's 380 times earnings that makes it a buy, but they will continue to deliver upside surprises. I don't know. Like those names to me feel different than strategy, which is its own planet. I just don't see them as the same.
The challenge for a lot of these names is the attention of momentum players in the market is pointed towards a sector that we're going to talk
Okay, let's go check what's actually moving the markets. S&P 500, Broadcom, Western Digital, Micron, Seagate, Centene, Tesla, Tyson Foods for the holidays, Lam Research, AppLovin, and Palantir. All of these up more than 5%. Broadcom's up nearly 10%. Dow Jones, Merck leading the list. Got a pretty big position in Merck. Watching Caterpillar. Nice descending channel. Looks like it's going to break to the upside.
Look at refineries, they'll look at a lot of areas in healthcare, and they'll look at financials, and they'll find better ideas than, I don't know, did we just see the last 20 points down in strategy, or is there another 20 points? That's just a harder trade.
So let's bring it full circle then to where we started this block.
Caterpillar looks good. Descending channel. Okay, this looks like it's going to break out to the upside. Descending channel. These break to the upside. Look at RSI. RSI is starting to rise again. MACD stochastics turning. Okay, these look good. Just need volume now. Caterpillar looks, there goes the S&P. S&P popping.
In the S&P is if you still have the Mag 7 or Mag 6, whatever you want to pare it down to, cooperate. So they have to move up. That's just the numbers. That's just the math on it. But I think they will. I think they will recover because I still think it's the best place to be. Now, there are other names, of course, and I like the Caterpillar, for example, and others that'll benefit from, again, the AI. So it's all going back to AI, and that's a risky strategy, but nonetheless, I think it's one that'll work.
If we do get to that target, I'm not a big believer in price targets, but it's a general directionally. So let's talk about that directionally. I don't think it comes with the same type of benign volatility that we've seen in the last several years, 23, 24. Yes, in April, we had that spike related to the tariffs, but we quickly smoothed that over. I can't see 26 not having more elevated volatility.
Profit margins growing. Talked to Warren Pies the other day. I know he's on the 3 o'clock show that you do a lot. Warren broke it down very simply. Try to find a historical market where profit margins were growing, earnings were growing, and all of a sudden PE multiples were dropping. You can't. And what doesn't happen.
Right. And what's going to make those profit margins grow is what we're seeing with the immigration change, where all that low-cost labor, a lot of it's not around anymore. So that's going to force adoption of AI much quicker. And we're all seeing in every company we're involved in or that we work at. So I think that's a positive thing, but we've got to get inflation taken care of. And that's far from certain, particularly as you get a new Fed chair, then that could drive inflation and that will destroy the market for sure.
I thought we were going to get out of the conversation with actually not mentioning the Federal Reserve and Fed policy.
Almost. 12/23/56.
I wait till the last minute.
Almost. We almost did it.
We hit it at the end. We'll take a break. We have calls of the day coming up, and Josh Brown's best stocks in the market list. The spotlight shining bright on yet another name and group. We'll discuss that.
Characteristics that we know makes companies vulnerable. Pull forwarders. In Carmax's situation, they had a very large finance department where they were self-funding.
IBM also turning the corner. IBM looking good. IBM.
Cable companies this year, clearly in a downtrend, very, very difficult for them to get out. A lot of CapEx, a lot of new technology coming. So we really need to see some type of catalyst, and we're not shorting something to be.
Okay, IBM looks bullish off the 50-day. IBM. NVIDIA. Nice hammer candle today, looks like. Goldman Sachs trying to turn back above the 50-day. Goldman Sachs. Apple, of course, looking for that breakout above 277. Currently, watch the call walls noted on the watch list. Microsoft, kind of ugly. J&J, Merck, Lilly, all of those pharmaceutical names look strong. Okay, watching hedge flows. Still rising. Trying to get above 6,700. Hedge flows. Okay, I got to leave here shortly to go to my eye doctor appointment. This is the time of day where things are a little slower anyway. Do you guys want me to, do you want me to keep up the hedge flows, or do you want to keep up the S&P, just the chart? I'll keep the chart up, okay? Note the Bollinger Band, excuse me, note the MACD. Okay, guys, I'm going to go to my doctor's appointment and make sure I get there on time. Maybe get a little bit early so I can get out of there early. Should take me about an hour round trip. Should be back here around 1:30. I'm your host, Cousin Vinny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. It is Monday the 24th, 12:30. Looking for the markets to continue to grind higher. I'll be back. Give me about an hour. We'll see you then. I will be on my cell phone watching from the doctor's office, I'm sure. All right, so I'll be back.
The biggest benefit to working with Advanced Diabetes Supply is their customer support and their ability to get the prior authorizations quicker than what I could through this office. It is specific to the diabetes care, the diabetes needs, and getting the patients their supplies. It helps us help our patients much better.
Transform your living space into the home you've always dreamed of with Grand Design Remodeling. Our experts expert team offers free in-home quotes while specializing in kitchen and bathroom renovations, luxurious flooring installations, and custom cabinetry. We bring your vision to life with meticulous attention to detail and superior craftsmanship. Don't wait to start creating your dream home. Visit granddesignremodeling.com today.
Extreme Gemstone Lights, professionally installed by Wire LLC. Permanent weatherproof and control lights and schedules to your lights and celebrate every season. No ladders, no hassle. Wire LLC, your certified gemstone dealer.
Welcome to Bloomberg Markets. I'm Scarlett Fu. Let's show you where things stand on this Monday afternoon. We have the S&P 500 holding near session highs. It is gaining for a second straight day. And in fact, UBS's head of equity derivatives for hedge fund sales says that the de-risking that we've seen is behind us for now. You look at the Mag 7 and all 7 names are gaining, led by Tesla. In treasuries, it's pretty much a mixed day. Yields are rising at the short end, but falling at the longer end. For the most part, though, they're pretty much stuck in a range with no significant economic data coming out before the Fed decision on December 10th. And Bitcoin, we continue to monitor. It's pared its losses. At one point, it did dip below $86,000. It plunged to $80,000 on Friday, you'll recall, but then regained some ground over the weekend and began this morning, at least, in the red, although that has faded just a bit. Now let's highlight a couple of individual equity movers and bring in Bloomberg's Emily Gurfeo, our cross-asset reporter, for more.
Emily, Scarlett. Well, one of those tech names that is driving the market higher right now is Tesla. That stock is up 7%. And it follows a post on X from Elon Musk on Sunday about the company's ambitions in AI chips. So Musk said the company is nearing the final step of the design process for one version of its AI chip and actually starting to work on an even newer version to be deployed in cars and data centers. Musk said the chips will save millions of lives due to safer driving, and that stock is having its biggest jump since September. I'm also watching shares of Novo Nordisk. The ADRs here actually fallen to the lowest level since July. That stock down about 6% after the Danish pharma company said a pill version of its Ozempic failed to slow the progression of Alzheimer's disease. The company was doing a long shot study that aimed to basically open up a new use case for these weight loss drugs and weight loss pill, but the company now saying that it will discontinue a planned 1-year extension of those studies after this Alzheimer's failed to slow the progression there of Alzheimer's. And finally, I'm watching shares of Cipher Mining. This is a company to watch here, Scarlett. It was a Bitcoin miner, and now they're pivoting into data centers to, of course, fuel that AI boom. This company tapping into the high-yield bond market to raise more money to actually expand that data center, those data center plans. And JP Morgan is positive. They upgraded their stock. They had a whole company now. $18 a share, $2, pretty close to the $18 level, but that stock now up almost 19%. JP Morgan basically saying that there's a flurry of deal activity that they are bullish on, Scarlett.
All right, good stuff. Thank you so much, Emily Gurfeo, with our individual equity movers. Of course, we are also monitoring oil futures today. You look at WTI, West Texas Intermediate, slipping to as low as $57.42 a barrel as traders weigh the prospect of a Ukraine-Russia peace deal. Now, this is, of course, a developing story. President Volodymyr Zelensky's chief of staff says that significant progress has been made in negotiations, but allies are also saying sticking points remain. So here now to parse through these headlines is Bloomberg's national security reporter, Nick Wadhams. Nick joins us live from Washington. Nick, where do we stand in terms of the confidence that something will be forthcoming here? Because we've been getting mixed reports from both sides.
Right. I think the general expectation is that any deal is still a very long way off. So President Trump last week, his administration sort of threw a hand grenade into the trench with this 28-point plan that really went quite a lot farther than Ukraine would be willing to go in terms of the concessions that Volodymyr Zelensky's government would need to make. Now you're sort of seeing this wind back to a potential position where Ukraine would get a bit more of what it wants. But ultimately, this is not a plan that in its most recent form that Ukraine was supporting, that Europe was supporting. So, and then, of course, the other issue is, so we've had these conversations between the U.S. and Ukraine over the weekend where maybe they get back to a situation Ukraine's more amenable toward, but we still haven't heard from Russia. So what you see essentially is again a situation that's been playing out in the last many months, where you do not have Ukraine and Russia sitting in a room together hashing out the points. You have being put forward on one side or the other. Everybody kind of scrambles, and then we revert to our previous position. So now we're sort of seeing that reversion back to previous positions. Still very much waiting to hear what Russia will say, but peace still feels like a long way off.
Okay, it feels like a long way off. How does Volodymyr Zelensky proceed? Because the proposal that the U.S. came out with is something that's, I think, would be difficult for him to take back to his nation.
That's right. So, and that was part of the original problem. I mean, in its previous form, the 28-point plan, there was absolutely no way Volodymyr Zelensky would be able to take that back to his government, to his people, and survive in his situation as president. I mean, it just was not going to be acceptable. So, I think what you're seeing is a sort of reversion. We've now been hearing that it may be a 19-point plan, so perhaps they've cut out several of the points that Ukraine objected to the most. And it's really almost like a game of tennis where the ball goes into one side's court and then another side's court. And as of last week, when that plan came forward, you saw the ball being hit into Ukraine's court. They have now responded. And now we're waiting to see what Russia will do. And that's really been Zelensky's bet all along. What he thinks is that Russia really has no desire to actually sit in a room and negotiate details of this thing. So now he's done that with the U.S. You've had those negotiations between Ukraine and the U.S. Now he's putting it back into Russia's court with the expectation that they will not want to negotiate.
Is there a deadline here that we should be mindful of? I recall President Trump saying something about Thanksgiving being a deadline.
Right. I mean, so the president did put that Thanksgiving deadline there. That is just a few days away. I think they're very unlikely that you would see an actual peace deal before then. But, you could make the argument, Ukraine could make the argument that, hey, we beat that deadline by 3 days. We sat in a room together. We came up with an agreement. We're good. Now kick it back to the Russians, see if they can meet the deadline. But in terms of actually having something signed, sealed, and delivered that would bring a ceasefire to this war, there's absolutely no way that's going to happen by Thursday.
All right, good stuff. Thank you so much. Bloomberg's Nick Wadhams giving us the reality check here on what's going on with a potential Ukraine-Russia peace deal. Coming up, we will take a look at our stock of the hour, which is Novo Nordisk. The shares tumbling after its pill version of Ozempic fails in trials on Alzheimer's. We're going to break down what that setback means next. This is Bloomberg. XXRP.
Do you know why your lips get chapped in the winter? In the winter months, the air becomes so dry, your skin and your lips are not great at retaining moisture. One important way to take care of your lips is keeping them moisturized on a day-to-day basis. For keeping your lips healthy, I recommend Blistex.
After the storm, every second counts. You don't have to face it alone. Serpro is ready day and night to protect the aging out of home and everything that matters most. From water removal to full reconstruction, our local team is ready to support. No job is too big or too small. We bring the experience, the equipment, and the commitment to get it done right. We help you recover faster to get back to normal sooner. When disaster strikes, be ready. At Serpro of Georgetown and Horry counties, we got you.
Formula One has never been more competitive. If you're standing still, you're actually going backwards. We're trying to beat our competitors on the track, but to do that, we need to be able to beat them off the track. We need best-in-class partners in the technology space to help us go faster. We make all our investments, bring performance to our race car. Workday is a critical partner of ours to help us forecast and help us run the most efficient business possible. Sometimes the same thing might not be the right thing, especially when it comes to your investing strategy. Discover SIBO, the exchange that pioneered options trading. With versatile trading products and global data, SIBO gives you the tools to trade in any market environment.
Life is better with options. Your investments could be too.
So many people try to hack with sad information.
Sad, Greg?
No. We're protected.
AT&T Dynamic Defense help protect us because small businesses need us.
So you're not sad. Guess we don't need these.
I think we do.
Pick me. Take that. Okay. Pick me.
Wonder what 8-year-old me would think of all this.
Whoa. We're in a commercial. Is Betterment some kind of video game company?
No.
An energy drink? Sneakers?
Betterment is an automated investment platform with tax-saving technology, expert-built portfolio.
Sounds boring. I think you should buy both.
Both a depreciating asset.
I don't appreciate the way you're talking to me.
The grown-up way to grow your money. That's the Betterment effect.
And the analysis you need.
China's not going anywhere. Nor will we.
This is Bloomberg Markets. I'm Scarlett Fu. It's time now for our stock of the hour, and we're watching Novo Nordisk. The shares plunging after announcing that a pill version of Ozempic failed to slow the progression of Alzheimer's disease in 2 late-stage studies. So for more on this, let's bring in Bloomberg's Madison Muller. Madison, I think people might be initially confused that we're talking about Alzheimer's when we're talking about Ozempic, because this is the anti-obesity drug. But this is something that Novo Nordisk was looking into, maybe seeing if it had the capability to affect or improve situations for folks with Alzheimer's. And the results show that that hope was misplaced.
That's exactly right, Scarlett. And it's good to point out that, yes, this is a diabetes and weight loss drug. So people might definitely be confused about why Novo was even running an Alzheimer's trial in the first place. But we've talked about on the show the fact that these GLP-1 drugs have tons of health benefits. We've seen impacts on the liver, on kidneys, on heart, on sleep apnea, all of these things that these drugs have the potential to help with. And so one of the things that Novo was exploring was whether or not these drugs also had a potential to impact people with Alzheimer's disease. There's some evidence, some research to suggest that there's a link between diabetes and the development of Alzheimer's. But ultimately what this study showed was that the GLP-1 drugs did not, or Novo's at least specifically, did not help slow progression of the disease. And so there, is some potential that maybe in a prevention study of sorts, it could help people from actually developing Alzheimer's altogether, but that would be sort of a separate study. And the consensus today, at least, is that that the drugs did not help slow the progression of the disease, which is notoriously tricky to treat and develop drugs for anyway.
For sure. And we're seeing the disappointment reflected in Novo Nordisk's shares. However, were investors counting on this trial to be groundbreaking?
It would potentially have been groundbreaking, but I think that it was sort of a long shot anyways. And a lot of analysts and investors knew that. But Novo's had a really difficult year. CEO change, their stock price is down significantly this year. They're falling behind to their arch rival Eli Lilly, which makes the shot Zepbound. And so this was one of the reasons why people were holding on to Novo's stock, because there would be significant upside if these trials were to be successful. But it was always sort of a long shot, and I think people that have been watching this company for a long time knew that. And unfortunately, another disappointment in what's been a really tough year for Novo.
I guess we should point out, too, that this was the pill version of Ozempic, and we know that most people get or use Ozempic through the injection. Have they done tests on that? Because it's the ingredient, semaglutide, that people think might have some efficacy in addressing dementia and Alzheimer's. Maybe it's the form in which that ingredient is injected or given.
Yeah, you're right. That this is the same. So this pill, Rybelsus, has the same active ingredient as Ozempic and Wegovy, which are Novo's weight loss and diabetes shots. And so, I think there's potential. Maybe it would have to be a different study. But it's interesting because Novo's rival Lilly is not running the same studies of its GLP-1 shot Zepbound in people with Alzheimer's. And Lilly actually has a really extensive history in Alzheimer's disease. They've spent billions of dollars over the last decade studying Alzheimer's. They actually do have an Alzheimer's treatment approved on the market now. It's called Kisunla. And so that was something that people look to also is like, if there was really a promising signal here, why isn't Lilly, who has this history and this established presence in Alzheimer's disease, not running similar studies? So it's an interesting story, and it's unfortunate for people with Alzheimer's that are still waiting for better treatments, but I think that there will still be some continued research in this space.
All right, good stuff, Madison. Really appreciate your putting some context around these headlines. Madison Muller, our health reporter, joining us from Chicago. In the meantime, there are some headlines crossing right now. The president is saying that he spoke with Chinese President Xi Jinping earlier today, and he says that they agreed to communicate more often. They discussed Ukraine, Russia, the situation there, fentanyl, and soybeans as well. And he adds that Xi Jinping will visit the U.S. later next year. And in addition, that Xi Jinping invited President Trump to visit Beijing in April, and he has accepted that invitation. All right, coming up, from backing AI and EV and now betting big on Major League Soccer with San Diego Football Club, we will be speaking with the billionaire investor Mohammed Mansour. Next, this is Bloomberg.
Formula One has never been more competitive. If you're staying in still, you're actually going backwards. We're trying to beat our competitors on the track, but to do that, we need to beat them off the track. We need best-in-class partners in the technology space to help us invest in making all our investments bring performance to our race car. Workday is a critical partner of ours to help us forecast and help us run the most efficient business possible.
Hey, Perry. Angela, Mustard. Why don't you get Simply Safe, like us? Mustard House. Simply Safe has proactive monitoring. An AI outdoor camera alerts 5 Simply Safe agents of a crime before it starts, not after. Stop. This is Simply Safe. Police are on their way.
Who can compete with that?
Pretty cool, huh? Simply Safe. Real security stops crime before it starts.
There's no safe like Simply Safe.
When it comes to protecting your home or business, the Carolinas turn to the #1 choice, Global Fence and Supply. Ranked #1 for quality, service, and reliability, Global Fence and Supply builds fences that last. Vinyl, wood, aluminum, custom gates, and more. From backyard privacy to commercial security, Global Fence and Supply delivers craftsmanship you can trust. Go with the best. Go with the #1 fence supplier in the Carolinas, Global Fence and Supply. Call today for your free estimate.
Installed by Wired LLC. Permanent weapon active full light set schedules to your lights and celebrate every season. No ladders, no hassle. Wired LLC, your certified gemstone dealer.
We have some breaking news. According to the Associated Press, a judge has dismissed the cases against James Comey and Letitia James, the former FBI Director James Comey, and of course Letitia James, the former New York Attorney General. We will keep you posted on further developments as we hear more on that. In the meantime, let's move back to company news because a new investigation reveals Amazon's cloud empire is much bigger than most people realized. Documents reviewed by Bloomberg show that Amazon Web Services operates more than 900 data centers across 50 countries, and Amazon just announced plans to spend $50 billion to expand AI service to U.S. government entities. Let's bring in Bloomberg's Matt Day, who covers Amazon from Seattle. Matt, great to speak with you. Why is this so significant that Amazon's footprint is much larger than what we realized?
So what this shows us is that Amazon's kind of market power, Amazon's physical reach goes beyond even what folks assumed. They're the biggest seller of rented computing power, but they also rely on a ton of rented space. Up to a fifth of their capacity comes from servers that they are caching in rooms rented from other companies.
Right. So talk a little bit about this $50 billion plan to spend, that it's planning to spend to expand AI services. Will that entail taking on debt as well?
We're not sure. They obviously borrowed a ton earlier this month. They still got ample cash flow, but this is getting to be a very, very big bill as they spend tens of billions of dollars building AI centers around the world. And this latest announcement we saw this morning, they're indicating they're trying to sort of sell this AI business into U.S. government clients, right? Building for the first time some high-performance computing capacity, targeting folks with top secret needs or just other requirements around security and the citizenship of employees in the United States.
Thank you so much, Matt Day, joining us from Seattle on Amazon. Now, AI spending on hardware has fueled a growing concern that the market, to some degree, will live or die by AI. Earlier today, Katrina Dudley of Franklin Templeton gave us her take.
68% of investors are in either that bearish or neutral camp. So you're buying these dips, but you're also buying into what we call this wall of skepticism. And that skepticism is predicated on concerns, as Danny just said, about your AI, about private credit, and obviously what's going to happen with the Fed at their December meeting. People are just wondering about how are we going to fund all of this AI capex. And it's the ROI and the need for ROI that I think is going to be the next underpinning of what is a bullish AI narrative.
Now, one investor watching the AI tech boom with great interest is Mohammed Mansour. His family office, Man Capital, invested in Facebook, Twitter, and Uber when they were still privately held startups. He is now bullish, of course, on AI. He's also bullish on Major League Soccer, and we'll get to that in a moment. Mohammed, thank you so much for joining us. When we talk about AI, I'm wondering where you sit in terms of the concerns over an AI bubble, massive spending, how hyperscalers are taking on a ton of debt to fund everything, the circular nature of this deal making. Do you think these concerns of an AI bubble are justified in the near term?
We're a long-term investor, Scarlett, and I believe AI is going to be a major changer in the world today. And so our investment thesis has been to invest AI through the Max 7, whether it be Meta, Google, or any other of the big IT companies. And this is how our approach has been. If we're going with startups, we go with one of our VC firms that we were the anchor investor of in San Francisco called 1984. And they're looking at AI, and I'm extremely positive about it. I see this, it's going to be a transformation for the world, how we see things, and that's how we will continue to invest in it. We're firm believers, and we're long-term investors. I don't look really at the upside and downside. The volatility that happens in the markets. Last week was down, this week is up.
Okay, well, thank you so much for answering that and giving us your perspective. I want to talk about something else you've invested in, which is, of course, sports in North America. San Diego FC has made it to the postseason playoffs, and the Western Conference semifinal is in San Diego today. So congratulations. For those who can't go to the game and who aren't able to watch the games live, of course, they can watch it streamed. So I'm curious to get your take, first of all, on the renegotiated media deal that Major League Soccer has done with Apple TV. What's your take?
Well, I think we have a major change has been actually the schedule also that the MLS is going to be doing to equate with the FIFA World Schedule. I think that's going to be a definite plus. I think sports is an asset that's going to grow in the United States, and that's why we took a lead and invested in San Diego. And the third point is San Diego is just a market, it's an amazing market for us. So as an asset class, I believe this is going to be a very good investment for us over the years to come. And if you look at the returns, you can see that the MLS, the valuation of a lot of the clubs, Scarlett, has almost doubled in the last 4 years or 5 years. So, and I expect that will happen over the coming years, especially with the World Cup coming sometime in June and July of this year, which will be a game changer.
Yes, I'm so glad you bring that up too, Mohammed. How can the MLS, how can San Diego FC maximize the impact of the World Cup?
Well, by the American fan base increasing, it's already, by the way, not many people know this, but the American fans, the fan base is last year was 12.1 million fans that watch the games. This is second only to the Premier League. So having the population that you have in the United States and the athleticism in the country and the sportsmanlike, I think it's going to be, I think we're at the tip of the iceberg. And I think sports will increase in the United States, soccer will increase in the United States, and that's why we're investing in this amazing city of San Diego. And by the way, San Diego Football Club to come out number one in the Western Conference has been nobody predicted this. We're an expansion team.
Yeah.
And everybody was saying we're going to be number 30, we're number 1 in the Western countries.
Love it when that happens. One thing that's different about American soccer versus those soccer in Europe is that there is no promotion and relegation. When do you think MLS will add promotion and relegation, and do you think that would be a good thing for the MLS?
I don't think so. I think the way the MLS is structured now is great. I think a lot has been done over the 30 past years with Don Garber as the commissioner. And I think the MLS will grow over the coming years because interest will grow. The clubs have, are improving year by year, and the fan base is improving year by year. For us as an expansion team, for example, we're getting an average of 28,000 fans that attend our games on the average. In the last 4 games, it's been sold out. Nobody ever expected this. I didn't expect this, but we have a great team, a great, unity, resilience, and the players are doing an amazing job in the management too.
Mohammed, thank you so much for your time today. Mohammed Mansour of Ned Capital, also one of the owners of the San Diego Football Club.
Thank you so much.
Let's go back to the breaking news we told you about. A judge dismissing cases against former FBI Director James Comey and Letitia James, the former New York Attorney General. Our national reporter Miles Miller is here now with more. So what do we need to know?
Yeah, the judge basically found Lindsay Halligan, the appointed U.S. attorney in Eastern District of Virginia, was improperly appointed. And because she was, the judge says, improperly appointed, all these cases that she brought were improperly brought. Now, this case was dismissed without prejudice, which means that charges could technically be refiled by a lawfully appointed prosecutor, say the first assistant or another one in the office. It's important to note that there was a prosecutor who was properly appointed to this role, but decided he did not want to take the case and so resigned. But the Trump administration says they fired him. It'll be interesting to see if they find a prosecutor in this office that thinks that either of these 2 cases can go to trial, and if they'll bring it, or if someone would be forced to do that.
Is this a surprise for the Trump administration?
It's not a surprise because we heard both from both legal teams that this is something that they wanted to pursue because they felt that Lindsay Halligan was improperly appointed. However, what you've seen is a big pushback, and so I imagine that in both of these cases they'll be pushing forward for these charges to stand by these charges being refiled. But when it really comes down to it, they'll have to make the case. Will they have to go back to a grand jury and do this in the proper way?
All right, Miles Miller, thank you so much for giving us a bit of a preview of what they're going to talk about on Balance of Power. We're going to head over next live to Washington to discuss that further. I'm Scarlett Fu, and that does it for us here.
Formula One has never been more competitive. If you're standing still, you're actually going backwards. We're trying to beat our competitors on the track, but to do that, you need to be able to beat them off the track. We need best-in-class partners in the technology space to help us go faster. And make all our investments bring performance to our race car. Workday is a critical partner of ours to help us forecast and help us run the most efficient business possible.
CLSK.
When you're looking to put your credit to use, your score is only part of the picture. You can count on Credit Karma to go beyond your number. Because we analyze thousands of data points and go deeper into the factors credit card companies use, so you can know your approval odds before you apply. Giving you more confidence in how lenders see you right now. Download Intuit Credit Karma to get started.
Cyber investment into AI R&D. Sam, that means your cybersecurity spend will be cut by 10%.
Defunding cybersecurity puts us in danger.
Sam, danger isn't exactly waiting in the hallway.
After the storm, every second counts. You don't have to face it alone. Serpro is ready day and night to protect your business, your home, and everything that matters most. From water removal to full reconstruction, our local strikes, be ready. At Servpro of Georgetown and Horry counties, we got you.
Did you know that bleeding gums are not normal? They signal harmful bacteria buildup under the gum line. Thanks to Waterpick Precision Pulse technology, you can remove up to 99.9% of plaque bacteria. Take control with Waterpick.
Live from Washington, D.C., this is Balance of Power with Joe Matthew.
President Trump could end the war in Ukraine just as he starts one in Venezuela. Welcome to the Monday edition as the Secretary of State makes revisions to the Ukraine peace plan and the chairman of the Joint Chiefs makes a beeline for the Caribbean. We're going to get the latest on all of this from Jenny Welch at Bloomberg Economics as we now get details, the first batch of details from President Trump's call with President Xi of China from earlier today. We'll have analysis from our political panel, and we'll talk as well with Republican Congressman Chuck Fleischmann of Tennessee. The 6 weeks until Obamacare subsidies expire. It's all after we take a look at Wall Street. We'll start there right now with Amy Morris in Washington and her view of the markets. Amy, how's it going?
It's going green, Joe. The Bureau of Economic Analysis says the advanced estimate of third quarter GDP has been canceled. The figures were originally scheduled to be released October 30th. Those were delayed by the federal government shutdown. The September income and spending report, which includes the Federal Reserve's preferred inflation gauge, will be released December 5th. We're going to keep an eye on all of that for you as we check markets for you all day long here at Bloomberg. The S&P 500 up 1.6%, NASDAQ up 2.6%, the Dow up about 0.6%. The 10-year Treasury yield at 4.04%, the 2-year yield at 3.5%. Those stocks keep rising as we launch into this holiday-shortened trading week. Hopes are building that the Fed will cut rates at its next meeting in December. Fed Governor Christopher Waller told Fox Business he's advocating an interest rate cut in December, but after that, he says he expects a more meeting-by-meeting approach. Bitcoin began the week by continuing a prolonged sell-off, putting it on the path for the worst month it's had since 2022. The wider crypto market now in a pronounced slump, despite surging institutional adoption and a series of policy wins. Bitcoin is now just a little bit higher, about 0.5% higher, after being in the red all day long, still around $88,000. High turkey prices and low production creating a shortage of turkeys for food banks across the country. Turkey costs have soared, contributing to shortages, straining the budgets and inventories of charitable organizations. Now, the Department of Agriculture estimates turkey production at its lowest levels in 40 years. Wholesale prices forecast at about $1.35 a pound. Compare that with last year, it was just 94 cents a pound. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Amy Morris. That's a Bloomberg Business Flash. Let's go back to Balance of Power with Joe Matthew.
Amy, thank you so much. Amy Morris will have more on the markets in just about 20 minutes' time as we keep the beat on Wall Street here, even as we talk politics in Washington with the breaker from the White House, the president himself on Truth Social, not only confirming the call earlier today with President Xi, but also at least putting his own stamp on what happened, calling it a very good telephone call with President Xi of China, one that included many topics, he says, including Ukraine, Russia, fentanyl, soybeans, and other farm products. He talked about their successful meeting in South Korea of a couple of weeks ago and made clear that he will be going to China. President Trump says he's accepted an invitation to visit Beijing in April, after which he reciprocated that President Xi will be a guest for a state visit here in the U.S. later on this year. There are questions, though, about what else was discussed, because China's version of that call is quite different than what President Trump mentioned here. And there is, of course, room for all of these to be true. But we've had a number of breaking stories over the past half hour or so, with the Associated Press first reporting that a judge has dismissed cases against James Comey and Letitia James after finding that the prosecutor was illegally appointed. We're also tracking, of course, the latest on a Ukraine peace plan. A 28-point plan we discussed last week has now apparently been whittled down to below 20 points, with revisions coming from the Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, to help favor Ukraine in the hopes of ending the war with Russia, maybe even by Thanksgiving of this week. We'll find out as we make our way through the next couple of days. But we start with what we know. and a conversation with Jenny Welch from Bloomberg Economics. Our chief geoeconomics analyst is with us in Washington. And Jenny, it's great to see you. China had some other ideas that it said came up on this call, namely Taiwan. When the president describes this as productive and very good, how do we think the Chinese are describing it?
It sounds from Beijing's readout for the call that they framed it in positive terms, that they felt that President Xi gave them respect on the matter, essentially recognizing that Taiwan is an issue that matters a lot to Beijing and one that is not to be trifled with, is I think how Beijing would frame that call. Now, what I think when they say Taiwan, what they're really referring to is this ongoing feud with Tokyo over statements that the prime minister there made about Taiwan soon after coming to power. And my bet is that this call was really about Beijing saying to Washington, let this play out, don't get involved, don't get it behind your ally on this, just let us play this out.
The anatomy of a phone call between two world leaders like this can be complex. We don't assume that President Xi just picked up the phone, or do we, knowing that there would typically be days of preparations and a drumbeat in the media leading up to that meeting.
Well, normally when things like this come together, it takes some advanced scheduling. These are two leaders, obviously, with pretty busy agendas, so you have to work that out. You have to work out the time difference. So I'm sure there was something that had to be put in the works a few days ago, but this doesn't look like a planned call. This wasn't, for example, a planned check-in on status after the Busan meeting on how things are going with implementing the trade deal. This seems to be something that came out more organically, I think, in response to this ongoing feud between Beijing and Tokyo and statements that U.S. representatives in the region made recently in support of Tokyo that might have led Beijing to think, let's say something preemptively now before Washington gets involved any further.
It's really interesting. I want to ask you about one of the issues that they reportedly discussed on this call, which is Russia and Ukraine. You heard me mention the peace plan that is, as Marco Rubio describes, a living, breathing document, and is one that's still being changed. The Secretary of State talked about this as he showed up in Geneva over the weekend for meetings with Ukrainian officials. Listen.
It is probably the most productive day we have had on this issue, maybe in the entirety of our engagement, but certainly in a very long time. But work remains, and because this continues to be a working process, I don't want to declare victory or finality.
U.S. officials say the draft agreement has been revised, but we don't know exactly what has come out or what has gone in, suggesting that the Secretary of State is doing something at least more favorable for Ukraine, which had a non-starter reaction when it saw this draft that included input from Russia, apparently not from Kyiv. What do we think is changing?
Yeah, not just input. It sounds like it was co-drafted with Russia, and you can see that in some of the terms, like limiting the size of Ukraine's military. That's no-go for Kyiv. Forcing Ukraine to turn over territories that Russia doesn't currently control. That's another no-go. It's already hard for Ukraine to potentially accept the idea of ceding over territories that Russia does currently occupy, and I think that continues to be a real sticking point in these negotiations. But ultimately, I think we've seen this movie before. Washington talks to Moscow, comes out with a set of terms that Moscow agrees with, and the U.S. wanting to get peace finally done brings them to Ukraine. Ukraine and the Europeans push back. We come up with a new deal that Moscow won't accept, and the war just continues to grind on. Wow. So my prediction here is not a incredibly optimistic one, and that I don't think we're likely to see a peace deal come out of it. But I do think whatever we do get is likely to be more favorable to Ukraine, and so there's a crisis averted that they're not going to be pushed into an unfavorable deal.
It doesn't sound like you see this ending by Thanksgiving, though.
Not the war for sure. Maybe the negotiations, because I think Moscow will very quickly say no.
What do you make of, before you leave us, the three voices the president's hearing from on this, at least in the most recent throes of negotiations? Steve Witkoff, Jared Kushner, his son-in-law, and Marco Rubio, the Secretary of State, who's being framed in the media as the angel on his shoulder, and I'm not sure what the other two are, Jenny.
I think this is what you might refer to as kind of a process foul, where there have been people having negotiations with Moscow and maybe not a full principles or cabinet level alignment on the ultimate peace plan that would be produced and negotiated out of that. And what we see here is sort of Rubio getting back involved, not only as Secretary of State, but also the National Security Advisor, and trying to structure this process a little bit more. But this is not atypical for this administration or the Trump team in general. It's something we saw a lot in the first term, and I think it's it's something we're likely to continue to see on this and other issues.
It's really great to talk this out with you, Jenny. Thank you so much. Jennifer Welch, Bloomberg Economics, our chief geo-economist, with us here on Balance of Power. I'm Joe Matthew in Washington with another breaker. It's just been one after the other today on this Monday in the Capitol. The White House now set to delay the health care proposal that we were told to anticipate. That's coming from, I guess, what we now call MS Now, the old MSNBC, which was ahead on this story about a 2-year extension with limitations when it comes to Obamacare subsidies, not a full repeal and replace as we've seen in the past. This would allow the government from shutting down, presumably at the end of January, and would have 2 years on the clock here, get through the midterms, and give lawmakers an opportunity to negotiate things. Apparently now, that's not going to be the case, and it's a good opportunity to bring in Chuck Fleischman, the Republican congressman from Tennessee, is back with us today on Bloomberg TV and radio. It's good to see you, Congressman. You're on the Appropriations Committee, and you've got your eyes, obviously, on the future healthcare negotiations that were promised coming out of the government shutdown. Does this make you worry that another shutdown may be around the corner?
No, not at all. The original shutdown, and thank you, Joe, for talking about me being on appropriations. I'm actually a chairman on appropriations. I chair the Energy and Water Subcommittee. So I have been involved in the appropriations process very, very closely. And that's why I was so disheartened by the Democratic shutdown over this tangential issue, the healthcare subsidies, that has nothing to do with the appropriations process. And since the Democrats caved on that because they couldn't stand on that, they're going to have to try to find another issue. They lost the shutdown because they hurt the American people. I'm going to focus on either before January 30th or by January 30th, us conferencing the remaining 9 bills. We've done 3 that are passed into law: Milk on VA, Ag Approach, and Legislative Branch Approach. To our credit, that is done. We've got 9 more to go. I'm an optimist. I think we will get it done. I do think the Democrats hurt themselves on the ACA issues with the subsidies by bringing that in extraneously to a process that had nothing to do with it. They were making more progress before this. They hurt themselves with a lot of folks, particularly on the right.
Well, I know that you see it that way, Congressman, but we're 6 weeks out from Obamacare subsidies expiring, and you've got John Thune promising next door a vote on this. And I know there are even some Republican members, I won't say the name Marjorie Taylor Greene out loud, but some Republican members who've actually made quite a fuss about rising premiums. At some point, something needs to be done, right? You either extend this or you replace it with something. What do you think it should be?
Well, bear this in mind. These were COVID era policies that were actually put in place. So this is not from the original Affordable Care Act, from the original Obamacare. And I would agree, we need as a nation to have comprehensive health care reform. But this just shows the Achilles heel of Obamacare, of the frailties. It was doomed from the inception. Many parts of it have fallen apart. It's not been what it was promised to be by President Obama and the Democrats back then. We need, as Americans, Republicans and Democrats, senators, members of the House, to really look at where we can actually fix the healthcare situation. The left has gone crazy. They want Medicare for all. They want these subsidies. But again, this was a non-issue. This was totally outside the process. Everybody in the Beltway knew this. That's why when the Democrats caved in, they had nothing to stand on. That's why so many in their base are upset. As for Ms. Greene, I respect her opinions and the like. As you see, she's going to be leaving the House, vacating her seat. She's my neighbor right to the south, right across the Georgia line. She's in my media market. I wish her well, and we look forward to the next special election, which a Republican will win with ease in March.
I suspect that that's true based on the makeup of that district. The White House plan that's just been delayed, Congressman, apparently includes a 2-year extension of the Obamacare subsidies and new limits on eligibility. There'll be some, for instance, income caps for enrollees to qualify for ACA tax credits, as well as minimum premium payments. Is that something that you could get your arms around to keep premiums?
I want to look at what comes out. Excellent question. I was willing all along to discuss this issue. If you recall,
When the Democrats shut the government down, and finally now they admit they did, for whatever reason, they say, oh, these subsidies, they hurt people on SNAP, they hurt women, infants, and children, they hurt poor people, they hurt working people, they hurt the country. The issue of these subsidies is an important issue, but as you recall, I think we need to look at the overall system for reforms. As I understand these subsidies as they exist now, they're giving it to people who are sometimes 400 times the poverty level. So if we're going to help people, let's help people who are truly needy and not those who are not in need just for some hypothetical political win for the Democrats. But I still go back to the fact Democrats hurt themselves on a tangible issue that was outside the appropriation process. If they'd have continued to negotiate with our speaker, with Republicans, you would have found a lot of Republicans coming to the table to talk about that issue, but in its proper lane, outside the appropriation process, where it's always been.
Well, I'll tell you what, when everybody comes back at some point, there's going to need to be a funding mechanism. And as the appropriations man yourself, you just ticked through some of these spending bills. Do we really believe that you can get 12 spending bills passed and a government funded before January 30, or do we need another CR in there somewhere? Because whether it's now, January 30, February 30, it would be the first time in a generation, I think, that happened, Congressman.
Well, Joe, you raise an excellent point. Let me take it backwards and forwards. We do not need a government shutdown. It is always wrong to shut the government down. That's why I'm still furious with Chuck Schumer for this blatant lie, this myth that he perpetrated on the American people. Everybody in Washington, D.C., Democrats and Republicans, knew it was wrong. They did it for whatever reason. So we need to keep it open. Now, the best way to keep it open is with a budget. Of the 12 bills, we've got 3 of the bills done. So we got 9 left. The reality is, I think we can probably get another 6 done, maybe 7, and then those balancing bills that perhaps are going to be harder to conference. I'll be specific. State and foreign ops, homeland security, those are harder bills. My bill, the energy and water bill, is a very non-controversial bill. Tremendous bipartisan and bicameral support. The Senate is supposed to have their version out today. My version has been out and actually passed in the House for months. What I think we'll do is pass maybe 7 of the 12, maybe 8 of the 12, and then the balance of those bills work on a CR. So some type of what we call in DC a cromulus. Part continuing resolution on those few bills we can't, but let's try to go for all 12 and see how many we can do. We've got 3 down, with 9 to go. I'm hopeful for more.
Fantastic. I need to ask you about the election that is looming, a special in your state of Tennessee, December 2nd, to fill former Representative Mark Green's seat. Democrats are putting a lot of money into this, and you might have seen some writing at Punchbowl this morning. They're crunching numbers here. In a world in which Democrats flip that seat and get a couple of others here, keep Mikey Sherrill's seat in New Jersey, not to mention the one in Houston, the late Representative Sylvester Turner's seat.
Correct.
Republicans could have something like a 2-seat margin if this does not go your way. Will Tennessee, in our remaining moment, keep that from happening?
Yes, you're absolutely right. Looking at that, Chad Pergram had a very good article on the entire situation today. Punchbowl did as well. Let me explain pretty much where this is. You're absolutely right. That's
got to be quick, though. Sorry, sir.
Sir?
Just got to be quick. Sorry, only about 30 seconds.
The Dems will win in Houston. Republicans will win in Tennessee, maybe not by 20 points. He'll beat Acton Vane with ease. The New Jersey seat will be Democratic, and the Marjorie Taylor Greene will be Republican. We'll be up by probably 2 to 4 narrow margins, but we can govern with narrow margins.
Political analysis from Chuck Fleischman. I love this. The Republican congressman from Tennessee with his take. Thank you, Congressman, as always. We never even got to nuclear. It's a Monday in Washington. Thanks for being with us.
Formula One has never been more competitive. If you're standing still, you're actually going backwards. We're trying to beat our competitors on the track, but to do that, you need to be able to beat them off the track. We need to work with best-in-class partners in the technology space to help us go faster. Can we make all our investments bring performance to our race car? Workday is a critical partner of ours to help us forecast and help Let's run the most efficient business possible.
A single drop transforms hydration. The future of water is here. Our advanced filters deliver pure, refreshing water, reducing plastic bottle waste with every sip. Empower your space with pure, healthy water. Perfect for active gyms, bustling airports, vibrant schools, tranquil spas, cozy homes, and busy break rooms. Make hydration sustainable and refreshing wherever life takes you.
Tiger Woods built his career on forward thinking, staying ahead of the curve and away from the expected. Insperity believes that in business, it's no different. They're dedicated to driving your business forward, providing the HR support you need to innovate and win. You don't become one of the greats by doing things the same as everyone else. You take a swing knowing you've got the right partner by your side. Insperity, because how you HR matters.
At Legal Pizza, we're well known for our big portions, but our customers still have one question when they're done eating.
Do you have a box?
If you get a box,
Can we get 3 boxes?
That's me.
because Lido Pizza piles it on with twice the toppings, a pound of cheese, and pepperoni that's 10 times thicker. Come hungry to Lido Pizza, and you'll still leave with leftovers.
Can I get a box?
Lido Pizza is square because Lido Pizza never cuts corners.
Howie Mandel here. You know the drill. You try to book an appointment. They tell you it'll be 3 weeks out, and then you end up spending half your morning in a waiting room full of coughing and sneezing. Let's be honest, between doctors' offices and pharmacy lines, I would rather host a game show where everything has to be. This is why HeliRx makes total sense. You order online, real doctors prescribe. HeliRx pharmacies will fill your prescriptions for FDA-approved meds and ship straight to you as soon as the next day. Head over to HeliRx.com and use the code HeliCare for 15% off.
Something doesn't feel right. I'm really stuck here. I wonder if it's because I'm overpaying for car insurance?
Find out if you're getting pulled under on your car insurance at smarterauto.com. In under 2 minutes, we compare over 90 auto insurance carriers, so you know if you're overpaying. You could save up to $800 or more when you compare and switch with our trusted partners.
That feels good.
Find out if you're paying more than you should on car insurance. Shop smarter at smarterauto.com.
It's 1:21 on Wall Street. I'm Amy Morris. The Bureau of Economic Analysis says the advanced estimate of third quarter GDP is canceled. The figures were originally scheduled to be released October 30th, but were delayed by the federal government shutdown. The September income and spending report, which includes the Fed's preferred inflation gauge, will be released December 5th. A pill version of Ozempic failed to slow the progression of Alzheimer's disease in a pair of high-risk studies that has led Novo Nordisk to discontinue a planned 1-year extension of the studies. Shares of Novo Nordisk down about 6%. Alibaba shares about 5% higher after the e-commerce company announced the number of downloads its new app reached. Alibaba is scheduled to report its second quarter results tomorrow. The stock is up 9% this year. Tech stocks are pushing markets higher. We check the markets for you all day long here at Bloomberg. The S&P 500 up 1.6%. NASDAQ up 2.6%. The Dow up 0.7%. The 10-year Treasury yield at 4.04%. The 2-year yield at 3.5%. President Trump and Chinese President Xi Jinping spoke by phone earlier today to talk trade, Taiwan, and Ukraine. And President Trump posted on social media that Xi invited him to visit Beijing in April. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Amy Morris. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash. We go back now to Balance of Power with Joe Matthew.
Amy, thank you so much. Amy Morris will have more on Wall Street coming up in about 20 minutes time here as we connect the dots between Washington and Wall Street. A pretty nice way to start the week. It was looking a little shaky last week with our eyes on the chip stocks that are bouncing back nicely today. And of course, even crypto moving modestly higher here. There's breaking news at the White House. If you were just with us, you heard us break the headline about the healthcare plan. Will healthcare be the new infrastructure in the second Trump term? Healthcare week. This was supposed to be it, with a proposal due as early as today on a way to handle the expiration of Obamacare subsidies, the topic that led to the longest government shutdown in history, which Congressman Chuck Fleischman was just talking with us about. He still thinks it was unjust, but here we are. President Trump reportedly set to unveil details of the long-awaited proposal. Remember, concepts of a plan? In this case, a 2-year extension of Obamacare subsidies, COVID-era subsidies, along with new limits on eligibility, income caps for enrollees, minimum premium payments, dubbed the Healthcare Price Cuts Act. Rolled out as soon as today, according to morning reports. The president was going to have an announcement alongside Dr. Oz. And now MS Now, as we call the old MSNBC, which was among the first to report these details, is reporting that the announcement has been postponed with no new date in sight. This becomes a problem knowing that government funding expires on January 30th, and Democrats, at least in the Senate, are banking on a promised vote by John Thune over something. Republicans have been waiting for the president to step in. So we're kind of back to square one. And that's one thing that we're going to be talking about coming up in a moment here. Let's get into it with our panel. Jeannie Shanzano and Lonnie Chen are with us, Bloomberg Politics contributor. Jeannie Shanzano is Democracy Visiting Fellow at Harvard Kennedy School's Ash Center. Lonnie is our Republican Strategist Fellow in American Public Policy Studies at the Hoover Institution at Stanford University. Jeannie, I'll get back to where I started. Is this going to be the new infrastructure week? Because a lot of people have been waiting for a plan, not only from Donald Trump, but from the Republican Party, knowing that the ACA was passed, 15 years ago?
Yeah, Joe, God help us all if we have to go through this again. But the reality is there are so many criticisms from all sides of the Republican Party on what is being proposed, which means that nothing has changed in 15 years. This has been a conundrum for Republicans all along, and it continues to be. And you just look at some of the political reality of this. Can you really spend 15 years fighting Obamacare and then swoop in at the last minute after a bad election and the government shutdown and say, hey, you know what, we're going to prop this thing up, and you all on the right just going to have to swallow that because we need to get through the midterm? That's horrible politics to start with. And of course, you have then other criticisms of this, like where are the details about giving people money? How do you cut costs if this is your plan? Very little of this has been talked about. So they went out too early in this trial balloon of an idea without much of the specifics and a lot of pushback politically. So I don't see in this narrow house with the Republicans so narrowly controlling it how they could get this passed now. I'm not even sure they can do it in the next few weeks.
Well, it seems conservatives on Capitol Hill are upset about this and pushed back on it. To Jeannie's point, Lonnie and Number interested in how the plan would impact abortion coverage. They were blindsided at not being consulted to begin with, but you see the details here. Healthcare Price Cuts Act, right down to limiting subsidies to individuals with income up to 700% of the federal poverty line. If the White House had actually included lawmakers on this and given them a heads up, would we be seeing a plan unveiled today? What went wrong?
Well, I think some of the challenge goes to this fundamental issue that, Republicans have never voted for really any part of the Affordable Care Act or any of the subsequent expansions. So putting in front of them the idea that they would vote for enhanced subsidies, even with an income cap, even with a very good provision to potentially direct some of the excess from a downgraded plan into a health savings account, I think those are ideas that Republicans would broadly support. I think the challenge is putting Republicans on record with respect to voting for a piece of the Affordable Care Act. By the way, a piece of the Affordable Care Act that's not even working all that well by all accounts. So I think that is part of the challenge. The other issue you have, of course, is that there's a whole suite of other ideas Republicans have talked about to enhance the supply of health care, to help lower costs, improve quality. And those ideas are nowhere to be found in this proposal that the White House has put forward. So I think that they are going to have to go back to the drawing board and figure out what provisions are acceptable to congressional Republicans, where there is potentially common ground. And then let's not forget, this is a political issue as well, Joe, going into the midterm elections. Republicans do feel some pressure, I think, to put forward an idea, or at least to have their members on record in favor of an idea that can be used to push back against Democrat claims that they have no ideas on healthcare. So there's all sorts of different dynamics at play here, but the idea that this was going to get all the way through the process and Republicans were all going to be on board today, I think that was pretty ambitious.
So what's Democrats' posture here, or Democrats' expectation, Jeannie, knowing that this is why we shut down? There's a massive expectation for a vote in the Senate if it goes well, or if there's at least some critical mass. I guess there'll be a vote in the House, or are you just circling January 30 on your calendar for the next shutdown?
We have it on all our calendars, Joe, and it could very well happen, unfortunately. You know, I think Democrats have to own some of the mess that we are in with this. If you are committed to the Obamacare Act and these subsidies, then why do you sunset them after 5 years? They should have made them permanent. They should have done that and been honest with the American people about the cost. So I don't think that Democrats are on the winning side of this from a policy perspective. What Democrats feel, however, is they are on the winning side of this politically, and that matters to them an awful lot. The president and Republicans, some of their lowest numbers are on healthcare and specifically healthcare costs. This is almost like the Republicans' version of immigration and crime. It's bad for Republicans. And what the president is trying to do is what he has done consistently with this White House, which is force Republicans to swallow something that is in his interest, but not necessarily in theirs. Because again, when you spend almost 2 decades fighting against Obamacare, are you really going to, in 24, 48, 72 hours, be able to convince Republicans, hey, just go along with it, just extend this thing so we can get through the midterm and the shutdown? That's not going to fly. And I think part of what we're seeing here is part of what we heard after Marjorie Taylor Greene resigned or announced her resignation on Friday, which is some Republicans in Congress feel that they are being run around by this White House and by leadership, and they aren't going to take it on something this sensitive to their base.
Well, this isn't getting any easier, and a great panel to talk about it. Jeannie, thank you. Jeannie Shanzano, Lonnie Chen, our Democratic analyst, Bloomberg Politics contributor, and Republican strategist. Thank you both for the insights today and a great conversation here on Balance of Power. I go back to the post on Truth Social from Donald Trump on the 20th of September. It was 6:44 p.m., a Sunday, I believe, right? Pam, I have reviewed over 30 statements and posts saying that essentially same old story as last time. All talk, no action, nothing being done. What about Comey, Adam Shifty Schiff, Letitia? 3 exclamation points. We can now answer 2 of them, at least, as a federal judge today throws out criminal charges. They threw out the case against former FBI Director James Comey and New York Attorney General Letitia James, ruling the prosecutor brought the cases had been illegally appointed. In the clutch right now, June Brasso, the host of Bloomberg Law on Bloomberg Radio, is with us from World Headquarters in New York. June, that was fast. What do you make of this?
It was fast, but it was sort of expected because judges across the country have come to the same conclusion in other cases involving Trump-appointed U.S. attorneys. It's about the Appointments Clause, and it's about Section 546, where once a U.S. attorney is appointed as an interim U.S. attorney, they have 120 days to serve. At the end of that time, a panel of judges, if the Senate hasn't confirmed them, a panel of judges then would pick the next U.S. attorney. And what happened in this case was that 120 days ran. Eric Siebert, who was the interim U.S. attorney, was then appointed by the panel of judges, and then Pam Bondi, President Trump, decided to fire him, or did he leave? It's still not clear. And put in Lindsay Halligan, someone who, as the judge notes in her first sentence, a White House aide with no prior prosecutorial experience. And the judge here ruled, and by the way, there are 3 judges handling these cases. 2 judges and a magistrate judge. So this is a judge in South Carolina who's handling just the appointment of Lindsay Halligan. She said that's not a lawful appointment, sorry, and we have to dismiss the cases without prejudice, so they can be brought again. But wow, would it be? It's a nightmare to bring these cases again for various reasons, which if you want to know, I'll tell you. But it's
Well, I can't even imagine. But I am curious. So this was without prejudice. Would prosecutors have to create a whole new indictment, or they just find another court to refile the case?
Well, I don't think they can refile these cases in any other district because you have where Comey testified and where Letitia James.
Understood.
So then you have the problem. So if they decided they'd have to go to another grand jury, bring it again. But if they decided that, so who would bring that? Because the judge just said you can't bring another U.S. attorney in here because the 120 days has expired. So unless they get a Senate-confirmed U.S. attorney, who is going to bring that case? That's one issue. Comey, there's also an issue of statute of limitations, possibly, because the statute of limitations was running, and that's why Lindsay Halligan ran into the grand jury with no one else with her and brought this. So there is a statute that you could, if there's a procedural defect, you can bring it within 6 months. You could bring it again, but is this a procedural defect or not? That's why I'm saying it's not going to be just we're going to go to another grand jury and re-indict. No, it's going to be much tougher.
All right, 6 p.m. Eastern. You're my ride home, June. I listen to you every weekday, 6 p.m. on Bloomberg Law. June's going to have a great conversation on this one. It looks like Letitia James Comey.
Formula One has never been more competitive. If you're standing still, you're actually going backwards. We're trying to beat our competitors on the track, but to do that, you need to be able to beat them off the track. We need to work with best-in-class partners in the technology space to help us go faster. Can make all our investments, bring performance to our race car. Workday is a critical partner of ours to help us forecast and help us run the most efficient business possible.
INHD may resume in less than a minute.
Having a good partnership with ADS, Parachute Health, and Alyssa have truly made it more beneficial for the office and for Dr. Connor and myself dealing with our diabetic patients. It helps us help our patients much better.
With storms that Myrtle Beach, every second counts. Flooding, fire damage, and hidden mold, disasters don't wait and neither do we. Count on Serco day and night with the expertise and equipment to respond fast. No job is too big or too small. From water removal to complete reconstruction, our team helps you recover faster to keep your business moving forward. We can make it like it never even happened. Be prepared before disaster strikes. At Serco of Georgetown and Horry counties, we got you.
Bookstores are thriving again as retailers reimagine stores as curated experiences, using tools that depend on reliable and secure connectivity from AT&T Business. Because reading is a journey of discovery, and a book is a compass that helps us find the way forward.
Oh, you want to put the heavier items on the bottom. Let's let him do his job, right? Young homeowners love to get involved with everything.
Latte for Jan?
We got a latte for Jan. Maybe you don't work here. Latte for Jan?
I think the chicken more sauce.
I would not have that.
Julie. Jan, Jan as in January.
Canned foods, OJ, root beer, then probably sandwich cookies.
Progressive can protect you from becoming your parents, but we can't protect your home and auto when you bundle with us.
Could be Jan, I guess. Jan?
I think people are realizing that supply chains being closer to home, is a good thing, right? And it's more predictable, in a lot of cases, more cost effective, so on and so forth. I think the AI wave is certainly causing people to think differently about their operations, how they apply AI, how they achieve autonomous operations. Energy is of ultimate importance to this, and it's a convergence of forces.
At Seaside Furniture Gallery and Accents, we have savings to be thankful for this November with our buy one, get one half off sale. Savings on in-store furniture only off our everyday low price. Mattresses and clearance items are excluded. And with our large selection of lamps, pictures, and accessories, you'll save more at 40% off our everyday low price. Hurry in, this bogus sales event ends November 30th. Visit our coastal home decor, gifts, and more store in North Myrtle Beach or our main showroom and mattress gallery in Little River. We're open 7 days a week. Seaside Furniture Gallery and Accents. Love our customers.
Something doesn't feel right. I'm really stuck here. I wonder if it's because I'm overpaying for car insurance?
Find out if you're getting pulled under on your car insurance at smarterauto.com. In under 2 minutes, we compare over 90 auto insurance carriers so you know if you're overpaying. You could save up to $800 or more when you compare and switch with our trusted partners.
That feels good.
Find out if you're paying more than you should on car insurance. Shop smarter at smarterauto.com.
Bring your home to life before the holidays with Gemstone Lights, professionally installed by Wire LLC. Permanent weatherproof app control lights and schedules. Dim your lights and celebrate every season. No ladders, no hassle. Wire LLC, your certified Gemstone dealer.
Deep in the European earnings season. Take a look at how we're faring when it comes to Asian markets. Used to be one would say, what's that got to do with the price of tea in China? When they wanted to poke holes in the relevance of something. Now though, if you're in tune with how events around the world affect each other, it becomes clear that the current going rate of tea in China has a lot to do with a lot of things, not just tea things either. The tariffs, franchises, and IPOs. How much?
Join me each week on Wall Street Week for stories of capitalism from business, markets, economics, tech, and climate.
More than what you need to know, it's what you need to think about.
It's 1:40 on Wall Street. I'm Amy Morris. Amazon says it will spend as much as $50 billion expanding its capacity to provide artificial intelligence and high-performance computing services to U.S. government entities. Amazon Web Services says it plans to break ground next year on what will ultimately be 1.3 gigawatts of additional capacity across data centers designed for federal agencies. Amazon shares now 2% higher. We do check markets for you all day long here at Bloomberg. The S&P 500 more than 1.5% higher. NASDAQ more than 2.5% higher. The Dow is up 0.6%. The 10-year Treasury yield at 4.04%. The 2-year yield at 3.5%. Bitcoin up now just about 0.5%. President Trump and Chinese President Xi Jinping spoke by phone earlier today to discuss trade, Taiwan, and Ukraine. President Trump posting on social media that Xi has invited him to visit Beijing in April. The Bureau of Economic Analysis says the advanced estimate of third quarter GDP has been canceled. The figures were originally scheduled to be released October 30th, but were delayed by the federal government shutdown. The September income and spending report, which includes the Federal Reserve's preferred inflation gauge, will be released December 5th. Arizona Congressman Fred Hill, along with members of the House Financial Services Committee, are pushing for new tailored bank regulations. They sent a letter to Fed Vice Chair Michelle Bowman, Comptroller of the Currency Jonathan Gould, and FDIC Acting Chairman Travis Hill, emphasizing the need for tailored regulations rather than a one-size-fits-all approach. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Amy Morris. That's a Bloomberg Business Flash. Now back to Balance of Power with Joe Matthew.
Amy, thank you so much. Amy Morris, watching Wall Street. She'll be back at the top of the hour with more as we hand things over to Bloomberg Business Week Daily. Thanks for making us part of your Monday here on Balance of Power on Bloomberg TV and radio. The Secretary of State describes the peace plan for Ukraine as a living, breathing document. Every day with input, he says, it changes. And that, of course, was the story over the course of the weekend. The Secretary of State dispatched to Geneva to meet with Ukrainian officials about this peace plan that is still evolving. In fact, revisions were made following the Secretary's meeting with Ukraine to make this more favorable, more palatable to Kyiv. In a week, of course, President Trump said he wanted this done putting forth a Thanksgiving deadline. The Secretary of State walking that back a bit as well, saying the deadline is that we want to get this done as soon as possible. We'd love it to be Thursday. The important point today is that we have made substantial progress. Progress was the word that came out of this meeting, with questions remaining about the source of this 28-point plan. Was it in fact drafted with the help of the Russians? In a tweet on Sunday, the Prime Minister of Poland, Donald Tusk, brought this to the fore, saying that he and other leaders are ready to negotiate. Quote, however, before we start our work, he wrote, it would be good to know for sure who is the author of the plan and where it was created, unquote. Much of this rides on security guarantees. Whether Ukraine must give up territory or not, we still need to see exactly where this plan stands now following the revisions. The security guarantees by the U.S. and by our European allies will be key to anything moving forward here, with the White House invoking, at least privately, something along the lines of an Article 5 violation if Ukraine were attacked. It's not just the Poles who are weighing in here, the Lithuanians as well. Speaking with Bloomberg's Oliver Crook this morning, Lithuania's foreign minister, Kęstutis Butrius, speaking about the prospect of a security guarantee. Let's listen together.
We cannot build our security on the hope that Russia will keep the promises. They never did, and they do not respect the international law. What they should, in the upcoming 5, 10, or 20 years, they won't. So that's why we need a credible working deterrence system, and that it is building the European security with Ukraine. And it's for us to decide how we will do it. It's not for the others, and especially not for Russia.
Especially not for Russia, he says, even though Russian fingerprints are all over this peace plan. It's where we start our conversation with Angela Stent, senior fellow at AEI and author of Putin's World, Russia Against the West and with the Rest. Angela, it's great to see you. Thank you for joining us. Could these revisions be made enough that Ukraine, in fact, accepts this peace plan?
Well, there's a lot of noise and confusion about all of this, but I mean, I think Ukraine, there are several red lines. It's not going to give up territory to Russia that Russia doesn't control. And that's why, when you read the draft of the treaty, some of it was clearly drafted in Moscow. We can argue about how much was. And then that it will never be able to join NATO. That's really up to NATO, as the Europeans have pointed out. Not to Russia or really to the United States. It has to reduce the size of its armed forces, which are about 900,000 now, to 600,000. And I'm sure there's some bonding room there. The European plan, the counter plan to the US-Russian one, says that this is something that can be discussed. Know that there would be amnesty for everyone in this war. Again, from the Ukrainian point of view, the devastation that Russia has caused, the loss of life, the terror, the assassinations, Putin anyway has been declared a war criminal by the International Criminal Court. So there are a number of red lines, I think, here for Ukraine. But clearly, this is a bargaining process that's going on. It's obviously not going to be completed by Thanksgiving. And one of the questions for me is Russia going to drag this out now and say it's interested in a serious negotiation so that it can continue to make some advances along the battle lines in the hope that next year Ukraine will be in a weaker position than it is now?
Well, that would be right out of the Putin playbook. What do you think, Angela, about the individuals who have brought us to this point? We, of course, know Steve Witkoff has been deeply involved. Apparently, Jared Kushner, the president's son-in-law, as well. But then to see the Secretary of State come in with changes in Geneva, are they all on the same page or not?
Well, clearly this was drafted by Kirill Dmitriev, who's the head of the Sovereign Wealth Fund in Russia, and Stephen Witkoff. Dmitriev came to the United States. We made an exemption to grant him a visa, even though he's actually not supposed to get one. And he met in Miami with Mr. Witkoff, apparently with Jared Kushner, and they drafted this. As far as we can see, Secretary Rubio was not involved in that drafting. And there was this curious thing over the weekend where he had a call with a bipartisan group of senators at the Halifax International Security Forum in Canada saying that he hadn't seen this before, that this came from Russia and this wasn't an American plan. Then he reversed himself a couple of hours later and said it was an American plan. He was there yesterday in Geneva, but I think the impression one gets is of lack of coordination within the administration about this agreement and who really wrote it.
Not so much on the same page. Angela Stent, I saw you in the New York Times yesterday. Seven experts on how to actually end the war in Ukraine, and you brought your prescription, which is fascinating to read here. Sanctions are not enough, you say. Ukraine needs to be able to purchase more weapons to convince Putin he will not win on the battlefield. And you go along to say, even if the Europeans were able to provide a stabilization force, without U.S. backup, that force would be constrained in what it can do. So what is the credible security guarantee in your eyes?
So a credible security guarantee would be, if the U.S. is serious about it, an Article 5 type guarantee. But that, of course, begs the question, well, if you're going to give it the same guarantee that you give NATO, why not admit Ukraine to NATO? But obviously that's off the cards at the moment. But it would have to be credible. And the way, we don't know how this is being formulated from the U.S. side in this current peace agreement. But, previous guarantees didn't work. We all signed a memorandum in 1994 when Ukraine gave up its nuclear weapons to come to its assistance if it were again invaded, and nobody did. So I think you really have to have a guarantee where you can really believe that the U.S. would back up its European allies, and if Russia were to re-invade, would use military force to get Russia to go back into Russia and leave Ukraine.
Mm-hmm. What do you make of the language from the Secretary of State that now this must be seen, the revisions must be seen and reviewed by Moscow? I think the line was that of course Russia gets a vote. Why are we so careful in dealing with the invading country in this case?
Because we have a president who really wants to improve ties to Russia, wants to reset relations with Russia, wants this war to end. He believes it wouldn't have started had he been president in 2022, and wants to get on with business deals with Russia, with maybe another nuclear arms control agreement with Russia. And this is, I think, why we're taking Russia into account. But we're treating the aggressor somehow better than we're treating the victim.
Got the Army Secretary in Kyiv. Why is Dan Driscoll part of this, but the Secretary of Defense, Pete Hegseth, is nowhere to be found?
Well, here we get into maybe the internal politics of what's happening in this administration. Apparently, General Driscoll is quite close to the Vice President, J.D. Vance, who is advancing his potential candidacy, maybe to be the next Secretary of War. That's one explanation for it.
Okay, interesting. So, what are the odds that President Trump and Vladimir Putin get together with Viktor Orban in Hungary for a summit? If they hammer out a peace plan here that Moscow feels is acceptable, is that the next step?
I think that would have been one of them. I think what we now have to see is, as the Secretary of State said, this is a living document. They're still making revisions to it. If they believe that this is the best offer they can make, and if the Russians are willing to sign on, because the Russians will have to make some compromises too, which has to do with the use of their frozen assets, then I think we could see a summit in Budapest. I wouldn't want to give a timetable to it, but that's a possibility.
Wow. We could see, I guess, President Zelensky here in Washington first. The reporting is he could make a visit as soon as this week if this comes together. Is that a smart move for him now? Angela, it seems to be, 1 out of 4 visits go pretty well for him at the White House. He found himself on the other side of the cabinet room table last time he was here, with reporters crowding behind him, and didn't exactly get the treatment that Viktor Orban got. Why come to Washington?
Because I mean, Ukraine really doesn't want to lose what is left of U.S. support, and we're not really giving them financial support anymore. But we're still allowing Europeans to buy weapons from us that they then give to Ukraine. It's called the Pearl program. He wants that, and he doesn't. I don't think he wants to antagonize President Trump any further. But the last time we were here, he was there, as you said, that he was asked tough questions. But on the other hand, you can see the photos of the two leaders, the two presidents smiling, and then you have this complete reversal from President Trump tweeting out yesterday that Ukraine was ungrateful, using really the same words that he used during that disastrous Oval Office meeting in February. So if Zelensky did come here, it would be really to reinforce the fact that Ukraine is willing to sign a peace deal, to have an immediate ceasefire along current lines of contact, in other words, not ceding territory to Russia that Russia doesn't control. And that's why he would come here. But I'm not sure that it would be that advisable at the moment. I'm sure that he would wait and see how this now plays out with the meeting yesterday between the United States, Ukraine, and then there were some Europeans there. And then there's also a European plan, which Secretary Rubio says that he hasn't read yet, but maybe taking some of that into account too.
Yeah, it does seem interesting how we always get back to square one on the rhetoric here. It looks like the gears are turning once again on Russia's sanctions on Capitol Hill, Angela Sten. In our remaining moment or so, I wonder if you see that hastening the acceptance of a peace plan. Is that motivating Donald Trump or Vladimir Putin?
So I'm afraid you just cut out. I didn't hear your question.
The prospect of sanctions in our remaining moment, will that hasten a peace deal?
Yeah. I mean, that's the intention of it. Certainly to put more pressure on the Russians. There is that, Senate bill that could be signed any moment, and President Trump could sign it too. That's to get the Russians to seriously sit at the table. I don't know how effective that will be, but that's certainly the intent of it.
Well, we'll see if it goes anywhere. Angela, thank you for joining us. It's been some time since we had a chance to speak with Angela Stent. The book is Putin's World, Russia Against the West, and with the rest, senior fellow at AEI. We'll keep tabs on this story that could develop again today with the Secretary of State back in the United States following his trip to Geneva and revisions that are actively being made to the peace plan. Breaking news as well. James Comey, Letitia James, charges dropped. The indictments have been thrown out against both of them in a story that we're still getting our heads around here following President Trump's decision to pursue indictments against both through his Department of Justice. We'll have more on the late edition.
Formula One has never been more competitive. If you're standing still, you're actually going backwards. We're trying to beat our competitors on the track. But to do that, we need to be able to beat them off the track. We need one of the best-in-class partners in the technology space to help us go faster and make all our investments bring performance to our race car. Workday is a critical partner of ours to help us forecast and help us run the most efficient business possible.
Private capital has a beat. If you can feel it, you can back bold ideas and fuel transformations with clarity. Pitchbook is the top source for what's happening and why it matters. Because if you can't keep up with the beat of the market, you can't beat the market. Pitchbook, the pulse of private capital markets.
You can't control the course or the competition, but you can control what you do next. Tiger Woods built his career on the ability to reset, adapt, and make the next shot count. Insperity is built to help businesses do the same. You deserve an HR partner that's there to help you thrive, no matter what comes your way. Insperity, because how you HR matters.
Something doesn't feel right. I'm really stuck here. I wonder if it's because I'm overpaying for car insurance?
Find out if you're getting pulled under on your car insurance at smarterauto.com. In under 2 minutes, we compare over 90 auto insurance carriers, so you know if you're overpaying. You could save up to $800 or more when you compare and switch with our trusted partners. That feels good. Find out if you're paying more than you should on car insurance. Shop smart at smarterauto.com.
Cyber investment into AI R&D. Sam, that means your cybersecurity spend will be cut. Why tell your sentence?
Defunding cybersecurity puts us in danger.
Come on, Sam. Danger isn't exactly waiting in the hall.
SBTV.
A single drop transforms hydration. The future of water is here. Our advanced filters deliver pure, refreshing water, reducing plastic bottle waste with every sip. Empower your space with pure, healthy water, perfect for active gyms, bustling airports, vibrant schools, tranquil spas, cozy homes, and busy break rooms. Make hydration sustainable and refreshing wherever life takes you.
When it comes to protecting your home or business, the Carolinas turn to the #1 choice, Global Fence and Supply. Ranked #1 for quality, service, and reliability, Global Fence and Supply builds fences that last. Vinyl, wood, aluminum, custom gates, and more. From backyard privacy to commercial security, Global Fence and Supply delivers craftsmanship you can trust. Go with the best. Go with the #1 fence supplier in the Carolinas, Global Fence and Supply. Call today for your free estimate.
Top stories, insights with Hassan and Ali, only on Bloomberg.
Bringing you up to them in the news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Sherian in Seoul, and this is Bloomberg.
This is Bloomberg Business Week Daily, reporting from the magazine that helps global leaders stay ahead, with insight on the people, companies, and trends shaping today's complex economy, plus global business, finance, and tech news as it happens. Bloomberg Business Week Daily with Carol Nasser and Tim Stenbeck, live on Bloomberg Radio, television, YouTube, and Bloomberg Originals.
And very good afternoon, everybody. Yes, indeed, it is a holiday shortened trading week. We got a lot going on, though, on this Monday. It is Monday, November 24th, 2025. Tim, the risk trade is on.
Yeah, look at the Nasdaq Composite. It's up 2.6%. In the S&P 500, you do have 309 stocks moving higher, but Carol, still 193 moving lower. Not as broad-based as, like, on the surface it would suggest.
Yeah, but kind of interesting, right? Yeah, exactly. That's a really good point. Having said that, we do see technology stocks on the move to the upside. So we're seeing that play. And this is somewhat to do with some of the optimism that's out there that the Fed indeed will cut rates when it meets for the last time come December. So that's front and center. We're also going to get into Fed fixating on AI, but it's not ready to make that big green span bet. We're going to talk about productivity.
Okay, let's talk a little bit about what's on the menu. Well, a lot when it comes to GLP-1s, from Americans microdosing to Lilly and Novo selling directly to employees to Novo's disappointment today, one of the stocks that is actually moving lower.
All right, so we've got a roundup there. We've got a roundup too from the nation's capital, including a legal setback for the White House. We'll get to that in just a moment. A high-level chat and pressure on the president to kind of slow his roll. So we're going to get to all of that over the next 60 minutes. First up, though, let's get a check on that rally on this Monday. Here's Amy Morris. She's in for Tony Keller. Hey, Amy.
Hey, Carol. The Bureau of Economic Analysis says the advanced estimate of third quarter GDP has been canceled. The figures were originally set to be released October 30th, but they were delayed by the shutdown. The September income and spending report, which includes the Fed's preferred inflation gauge, will be released December 5th. Stocks are rising. We begin this holiday shortened week as hopes build that the Fed will cut rates at its next meeting in December. Fed Governor Christopher Waller told Fox Business he's advocating an interest rate cut in December, but after that, he expects a more meeting-by-meeting approach. And we do check markets for you all day long here at Bloomberg. The S&P 500 up 1.6%, NASDAQ up 2.6%, and the Dow up 0.6%. 10-year Treasury yield at 4.04%, and the 2-year yield at 3.5%. Bitcoin started the week by continuing that prolonged sell-off, putting it on the path for its worst month since 2022. But oh wait, it is in the green now. It's just not very much of a rebound. Right now, about 0.8% higher. hovering around $88,000. The wider crypto market also in a pronounced slump. Novo Nordisk shares hit a 4-year low after a pill version of Ozempic failed to slow the progression of Alzheimer's. Novo has discontinued a planned 1-year extension of those studies. Novo Nordisk shares now about 6% lower. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now, wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Amy Morris. That's a Bloomberg Business Flash. Let's go back to Bloomberg Business Week Daily with Carol Masser and Tim Stenbeck.
Great stuff. Amy, thank you so much. She is in for Charlie Pillett. Hey, we begin with some news that broke just about an hour or so ago. Federal judge threw out criminal charges against former FBI Director James Comey and New York Attorney General Letitia James, ruling that the prosecutor who brought the cases had been illegally appointed. So let's get right to it. Bloomberg News legal analyst and host of Bloomberg Law and Bloomberg Radio, Jim Grosso, is with us in studio. Feels significant? Is it significant?
It is significant, definitely. And I just want to read you the first line of the judge's opinion. On October 9th, 2025, Lindsay Halligan, a former White House aide with no prior prosecutorial experience, appeared before a federal grand jury in the Eastern District of Virginia, and it goes down there for Lindsay Halligan. I mean,
is that reasonable for a judge to kind of talk about the lack
well,
of experience?
that's I read it because it's sort of not. It's not. It's. I mean, judges will do all kinds of different things, but you know, no, it hit me, and it's not a mean statement, but it's just sort of the whole problem of what's happened here. Is you had a person with no pride. Not only that, but there are two cases really going on. I mean, this is before a judge in South Carolina who was appointed just to hear the case about whether Lindsay Halligan has the appointment of power. The other case involving all the alleged missteps that happened because Lindsay Halligan was by herself in front of the grand jury, that is before another judge, Nakano. So what this judge ruled is something that judges across the country have been ruling, which is that Lindsay Halligan was appointed illegally because, according to the statute, you have 120 days. You appoint an interim U.S. attorney, they have 120 days to serve. If they're not confirmed by the Senate at that point, then a panel of judges from that district appoints the U.S. attorney. So what happened here is Eric Siegert was in the office for 120 days, not confirmed, not even, I don't think they even tried to have him confirmed. And then a panel of judges said, okay, we like him, he can stay in. And then Pam Bondi and Trump said, no, we don't like him because he doesn't want to bring the Comey case. He doesn't want to bring the Letitia James case. So they put in Lindsay Halligan. And the judge just said, you can't do that.
Is there a way for the government to bring this case legally?
Well,
effectively?
It's, I think it's going to be very difficult. I mean, the judge ruled that this was without prejudice, so they can bring it. But they can't just call up another grand jury, as you would normally think, because now the problem is, who is going to bring the case? They don't have a U.S. attorney in place that is authorized, that's legally appointed. So what are they going to do? Are they going to get an appointment, a U.S. attorney appointed by the Senate? That seems like what they would have to do.
I mean, what do first-time lawyers do? They don't have a lot of experience.
So, I don't understand. But they're making her the head of the. They're making her the head of the U.S. This is the same thing that happened with Alina Habba in New Jersey, where they've given her 5 different titles.
So the judge is saying, in this position, you can't have this kind of person.
No, you can't. You can't have anyone.
Okay.
So in other words, the statute says 120 days. You get 120 days with one person. You can't say, and then another 120. And with the Trump administration, we could do another 120, but we could do another 120. Ad infinitum. That would mean you never have to have the Senate approve your U.S. attorney.
Oh, okay.
So very briefly, just
and they're doing that, by the way, in Jersey, in L.A. They're doing it all over the country.
So former FBI Director James Comey, New York AG Letitia James, their legal woes over for now?
No, I wouldn't say that. First of all, they're going to appeal this. I don't think they'll succeed on appeal, but then they'll try other things. Maybe they'll get another U.S. attorney in there. I mean, it's hard to say. Also with Comey, you have a statute of limitations problem, which there is a federal law that allows you to bring it again within 6 months. If it's a procedural problem, is this procedural or not? So I mean, there are a lot of different problems.
Are dismissed completely.
Yes. Yes, I say yes, but I hesitate because it can't possibly be over yet. I just can't. Yes, maybe appeals. Maybe they'll get it before the Supreme Court. Now, there's a chance that they would have, because if they take this before the Supreme Court Supreme Court has been overruling basically all the lower court decisions on these kinds of issues.
So that could still happen.
Yes, that could stop. I don't think
Would it happen in this term or no?
this term, yes, it would be on
Okay.
the emergency docket, I suspect. And then it's going to go on for a while, but the question is, how the Trump administration going to appeal this? I think they'll appeal to the Fourth Circuit. The Fourth Circuit will turn it down, then they'll appeal to the Supreme Court.
Okay, so maybe there could be more, but we'll see. Like you would
There
expect a
will
little
be
bit.
more. It's just a question of how much more. But if the Supreme Court doesn't take it, then it's over, I think. But you never know because they could bring maybe different charges. I don't know.
Okay, all right, but for at least this is where we sit on this Monday, November 24th.
Happy Thanksgiving for James and Comey.
Exactly. All right, June, thank you so much. And I'm sure she'll have more too on Bloomberg Law and Bloomberg Radio. She is Bloomberg News legal analyst, June Grosso, joining us here in studio. All right, and we do want to point out, we're going to have more actually from the nation's capital, Washington, news out of the White House. There's a lot of stuff going on. That's a little bit later on, Tim, this hour.
Okay, the Fed decision, the next Fed decision, that's just about 2.5 weeks away.
Soon.
You keeping track?
I am.
Okay. Like everyone else, policymakers at the Fed are increasingly obsessed with AI and its promise of a turbocharged economy. They're just not ready to make a big call in the revolution is underway. So writes Bloomberg's Enda Curran. He's Bloomberg News global economy reporter. He joins us from our Washington, D.C. bureau. And you write that analysts across the financial world are scouring data for signs that AI is making the economy more productive. That's certainly the holy grail of new technology. Are they finding out that it is making us more productive? Is it making the economy more productive?
Well, that's the big question. So the question right now is, are we in a kind of a 1990s style tech boom where the economy grew, people's wages increased, but ultimately inflation didn't take off? So the Fed at that time was able to keep interest rates low. That's a benign outcome. Of course, the other side of the debate is actually, even if we do get a so-called productivity gain where we all work smarter, that will be outweighed by job destruction and, of course, broader societal destruction that kind of an AI revolution will bring. Now, on paper, all of this is quite abstract. It sounds academic. What does an AI-driven productivity boom even mean? But these technology changes are happening fast, happening in real time, and hardly a week goes by now without somebody from the Federal Reserve commenting on how AI might impact the economy and how it may impact productivity. And then there's also a very salient political angle to it because Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent, for example, he's pushing a line that we're in a Greenspan boom. And that just like back in the 1990s when technology drove economic growth out inflation and then Fed Chairman Greenspan held his nerve without raising interest rates, this time around the Fed shouldn't be worrying about inflation given what's going to be happening with productivity. They should go ahead and cut interest rates. So, as I say to you, it's somewhat of an academic, abstract debate, certainly not one on Main Street, but it's very, very important in terms of how this ultimately does diffuse through the entire economy.
I also often wonder too, how does the Federal Reserve and the regional banks, how do they go about analyzing something like AI that some say we're still early on, that it's the spend, but we're waiting to really see the ROI for a lot of different companies, a lot of different industries?
Well, it's tricky. I mean, the concept of productivity is difficult to measure anyway. The statisticians will freely admit that. So when you try to nut out how exactly large the LLMs or ChatGPTs and the like are impacting how we're all working, that kind of adds to what's already a complicated job. A lot of economists will tell you one of the biggest problems is we don't measure productivity correctly and we're not geared up to even measure AI. So just to be clear, there's going to be question marks over that. And then, anyway, it takes time for it to come through in the data. It could take a year, several years before policymakers can look back and go, hey, look, actually back then the US economy was going through this major tech boom that did lift productivity, and that's why inflation stayed low, but we made the decisions we made at the time. So there's a lot of unknowns in this, but sorry, go ahead.
No, I want to just jump in because in your story you mentioned Kevin Hassett, head of President Trump's National Economic Council, and he said AI is lifting worker productivity at a, quote, remarkable rate. BlackRock's executive reader said, quote, we are in a productivity revolution. So are they doing that based on data?
So, I mean, there has been some uptick in productivity, and you're absolutely right. Some of these candidates for Fed chair have been explicit in the view that AI is already impacting productivity in a very positive way. There are different ways you can slice and dice that, but I think perhaps more objective or impartial economists or observers make the point that I was trying to articulate there, that that's very possible, but we just don't yet know because it's very complicated to measure, and they're trying to figure out how to gauge how it's impacting the economy, how it's diffusing through the economy. But let me be clear though, we all know, and everyone around us, that this kind of technology is being adapted everywhere at a very fast rate. I spoke to companies for this news article, spoke to one company who's in the HVAC space, and he explained to me our HVAC technicians are using his proprietary LLM software to help them on repairs to old equipment in houses around the country. And he said it saves them up to 8 hours a week. So we're in a dilemma where we know the technology is being deployed, we know people are using it, but we don't yet know just how it is impacting the economy. That's the big question here.
Yeah, we also don't know what kind of dislocation it will be ultimately for the labor market. Maybe, there might be a few years where things are a little disrupted and a little uncomfortable. At least some say that. Enda Karan, global economy reporter, Bloomberg News, joining us from our Washington, D.C.
That's not the natural state of things. We're just
Which part?
uncomfortable, and I'm sure.
We know when things like, we go through these technological changes, things can be a little uncomfortable.
Well, let's stay on the U.S. economy as we get ready for a U.S. government read on retail sales for the month of September. The data, that's coming out tomorrow. That may give the U.S. bond market some direction. Carol, it's on track for a small gain in November after rising in 8 of the prior 10 months, even as the market is mired below October's price highs. And yields, they're range bound.
They are indeed. Let's get to it. Let's continue on the U.S. economy and U.S. Treasuries. Back with us is Jennifer Lee. She's Senior Economist and Managing Director of Economics over at BMO Capital Markets. They've got just over $1 trillion in assets. That was as of the end of the second quarter. Jennifer joining us once again from Toronto. Jennifer, great to have you here. We did talk last on September 10th. It was just before the longest U.S. government shutdown began. It's now over. The data desert is no more. What's your read on the U.S. economy as we start to get some data points?
Well, first of all, Jack, thank you very much for having me on. And by the way, my head is spinning thinking about all the politics that's going on and all this AI productivity stuff. And now we've got all the data. So there's going to be a lot more spinning going around. And so far, we haven't had a very clear read on the economy from some of the data that we've seen so far. I guess I could say that it's been pretty still steady, resilient, if you will. But, the data are kind of old, right? And I sort of have to wonder, how much we're going to see in terms of revisions in coming months as well. Just given that the shutdown seems like it just ended, and everyone was like hustling back to work, and let's start getting those surveys and all the data points out. So I think we have to take everything with a grain of salt. Plus, all of this data is coming before the shutdown, before that 43-day long shutdown. So we're going to see some highs, we're probably going to see some lows. So we're going to have to probably go into towards the new year before we start seeing some cleaner data because the shutdown won't be over unless it starts again on January 30th. And of course, we can see some revisions. So far, I'll answer your question. So far, it seems like it's okay.
Not ready to start talking about another government shutdown at this point, Jennifer. Before we get there, we'll get some other data. Even during the shutdown, we did get some alternative data. And it seemed to indicate, and also commentary coming from companies, that the labor market in the U.S. is weakening. And I wonder which part of the Fed's dual mandate the Fed should be more focused on right now. Is it stable prices or is it maximum employment?
Well, I think right now the focus is on the job market. If you had asked me this like a month ago or so, I would have said inflation. I would have been very lonely, I think, saying that, because at that point I was still quite concerned about inflation, and I was saying that it's still too early, even though we were like in October and all that. But just the fact that we are seeing some deals being made, we're seeing tariffs being lowered. I think it was like this morning or over the weekend, with some tariffs of 40% being brought down from Brazil, for example. So that'll help food prices come down a little bit in the U.S. So that gives me some comfort that we are seeing inflation, we should be seeing inflation moderate in the months ahead. Because of that, I'm thinking that the Fed is probably rightfully focusing on the jobs front, and we'll have to see how that happens. I think, it's basically a coin toss at this point, the December meeting between inflation and all that. But I think they're going to err on the side of caution and focus on jobs and probably go for another 25 basis point cut on December 10th.
Do you have any clarity when it comes to 2026?
We are still seeing, and again, this is all hopefully like a lot of this these tariffs and all these deals will be settled by earlier in the year, and we'll have hopefully see inflation, moderating further. And because we'll see some clarity on the trade front, we should hopefully see some of the job market indicators leveling off as well, being a little more steady. Because I think a lot of the worker or employers earlier in the year did not know what was going on the trade front, so they were holding off.
Low,
on
tickle at
hiring
minus
and
800.
or laying off workers, but they held off for a long time, and now we're starting to see some of those layoffs come into play. We saw like a big increase in the number of permanent layoffs, for example, in that September jobs report. So hopefully with some clarity on that front, some clarity on the fiscal front, and then now we're going to be focusing on the USMCA. We're going to be focusing on the midterms, which is not until November, but time just goes by just like that, right? So with some clarity again on the trade front, tariffs coming down, I think that will hopefully be a little bit better on for jobs. So in the meantime, we still look for, after a December rate cut, we still look for about 3 more rate cuts to come from the Fed, just kind of spaced out on a quarterly basis.
All right, just want to mention 10-year note at 4.03%, 2-year note, short end yield curve 3.50. Jennifer Lee, she's Senior Economist, Managing Director of Economics over at BMO Capital Markets. Hey, still ahead. Investors in the world just gobbling up everything and anything to do with GLP-1 drugs, or so it seems. We have a ton of headlines we're going to get to. That's coming up next. This is Bloomberg Business Week Daily.
Formula One has never been more competitive. If you're standing still, you're actually going backwards. We're trying to beat our competitors on the track, but to do that, we need to beat them off the track. We need to work with best-in-class partners in the technology space to help us go faster. And all our investments bring performance to our race car. Workday is a critical partner of ours to help us forecast and help us run the most efficient business possible. That's me.
We're Mizuho. Sound familiar? Financing the aluminum giant, building better homes? Mizuho is there. The merger of 2 logistics titans? Also us. Anywhere an industrious company needs a corporate and investment bank, we're there. Mizuho Americas.
Training an AI model is kind of like nurturing a baby.
Does the AI model ever go through a teenage phase?
Like an HD.
Yeah, my job is to nurture the model well so that it becomes a good adult.
Instead of running on the cloud, on-device AI was entirely inside Samsung devices. It's like having a pocket-sized sidekick that's fast, thoughtful, and privacy conscious. A lot of our inspirations for new features comes from experiences in our own daily life. The other day, I needed to double check an important meeting schedule by finding a specific call recording. Thankfully, with call summarization feature on my Galaxy, I could quickly find it by using generated keywords. That's powered by on-device AI. I love it is like your heart is beating with the rhythm. Once I was trying to record some awesome performance, but I ended up recording all the people chatting around me. So now I'm working on audio eraser. It lets users remove bothersome noises from any video. It's the sort of feature I've always wanted.
We always try to make our models more usable. Our users ask complex questions such as summarizing long documents or videos, and it has to be able to speak multiple languages.
As a runtime engineer, I focus on optimizing speed and memory. But it takes team effort, so we work so closely with Samsung teams across the globe.
What seems impossible now can quickly become possible.
It's so rewarding to make things convenient for people. That's why I always dreamed to be an engineer and why I work at Samsung Research.
Silence isn't empty, it's full of proof. When a silent gesture orchestrates masterpieces, we're not just one step ahead, we're in a league of our own. From 50 years ago to today to tomorrow, CIB has always been here. Growth, innovation, and setting the standard for half a century. Progress driven by quiet mastery.
It's 2:21 on Wall Street. I'm Amy Morris. The Bureau of Economic Analysis says the advanced estimate of third quarter GDP has been canceled. Those figures were originally scheduled to be released October 30th, but were delayed by the federal government shutdown. The September income and spending report, which includes the Fed's preferred inflation gauge, will be released December 5th. A pill version of Ozempic failed to slow the progression of Alzheimer's disease in a pair of high-risk studies that has led Novo Nordisk to discontinue a planned one-year extension of those studies. Shares of Novo Nordisk now down about 6%. Alibaba shares about 5% higher after the e-commerce company announced the number of downloads its new app reached. Alibaba is scheduled to report its second quarter results tomorrow. That stock is up 90% this year. Tech stocks are pushing markets higher. We check those markets all day long here at Bloomberg. The S&P 500 up 1.5%. NASDAQ up 2.6%. The Dow is up about 0.5%. The 10-year Treasury yield at 4.03%. The 2-year yield at 3.5%. And Bitcoin is up now 0.75%, hovering around $88,000. President Trump and Chinese President Xi Jinping spoke by phone earlier today to talk about trade, Taiwan, and Ukraine. President Trump posting on social media that Xi invited him to visit Beijing in April. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Amy Morris. That's a Bloomberg Business Flash. Now back to Bloomberg Business Week Daily with Carol Master and Tim Stennebeck.
All right, thank you so much. Amy Morris there, in for Charlie Pellet. Hey, you know, there is a big financial and business trend when its own top search on the Bloomberg is there. And I'm talking about specifically top GLP-1.
Right, like there's top AI.
Right.
You know, there's top
world.
Yeah. There's top GLP-1.
There's top GLP-1. Like there was so much that I feel like over the last week or so has come out of.
All right, we're back. S&P just off the highs.
Listen, it's all about the news on the blockbuster obesity drugs that have been nonstop. I feel like part of our narrative for almost 3 years now, which is kind of hard to get our head around. Among the news today,
Future's still up 100 points on the day.
These obesity drugs. You have Novo coming out saying a pill version of Ozempic failed to slow the progression of Alzheimer's. And then Tim, last week we were talking about Eli Lilly and Novo's plans to sell their obesity shots to employers. I'm just scratching the surface.
Yeah, there's more, but let's just get into it with Bloomberg News health reporter Madison Muller. She joins us from
All right, the NASDAQ 100 leaders, Broadcom, Micron, Marvell, Tesla, number 4, Lam Research, Palantir, number 6, Apple 11, Google, number 8, AMD, and Shopify, number 10. Not a bad day.
Yeah, that's a really good question, Tim. I think that that's something that we're going to have to see, and Novo's going to have to decide whether they're going to continue doing other studies in this space, looking at maybe Ozempic or Wegovy, the shot versions of these GLP-1 drugs in Alzheimer's. But for now, it's a disappointment to investors who have had a pretty rough year with Novo. I mean, I think that this was sort of one of the last things that people were holding on to with this company that has really had a lot of challenges this year between CEO turnover and really losing their lead to Eli Lilly. And so this is something that it was a long shot to begin with. I mean, looking at an obesity drug to prevent or slow down the progression of Alzheimer's is not something that is maybe one of the first studies that these companies would run. But it was something that could have had a huge upside for Novo and obviously a big benefit for patients. And so again, goes back to that point of whether the company will see that or think that there is something to continue studying here, or whether they're just going to sort of throw it in the towel.
You know, that's what struck me, Madison, is it just felt a little random. I mean, I know it's about, these guys have got to be thinking about repurposing and really more importantly, finding other indications, right, for these drugs, which, the three of us have talked about and kind of joked. It felt like this was kind of the all-in-one elixir that's going to fix all that ails us, or at least a lot of stuff. And we have seen some, other, ailments that as a result of basically losing weight, that you have a better health.
All right, so what are we looking at here? The S&P is still fading a bit. We're still at the highs. I mean, we're up over we were up over 100 handles, starting to fade this move. All right, it looks like I'll have to reboot my Thinkorswim. It didn't like me being out of the office for 2 hours. Neither did I. It's like, wow, that took forever. But at least we got a good exam. And now I'm good for a year. Okay, let me reboot Thinkorswim here. This is not working the way it should. All right. Well, I'm your host, Cousin Vinny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. It is Monday, the 24th of November. I can't believe it's Thanksgiving already. I was just saying, it was the middle of summer. I was saying, geez, Christmas is coming. Can't believe how fast the world things are passing. And you trade for a living. The days go by. Before you know it, it's the end of the week. It's crazy. My son's 15.
Signals, and the company, I think, would say that it is on them and it is their responsibility to investigate all of these things and to look at the potential promise in many different conditions, especially for a disease like Alzheimer's, for which there aren't that great of treatments, and there aren't that many on the market. And so sort of owed it to patients to look into this, even though the signal wasn't super strong.
Hey, to shift gears just a little bit, but staying on Novo Nordisk, we were looking at a chart on the screen that showed shares of Novo Nordisk down close to 50% so far this year, more than 50%. This is Novo, not the ADRs, but this is Novo. Eli Lilly, on the other hand, shares so far this year up 38%, and in fact, last week becoming the first healthcare company to reach $1 trillion. How have these two companies had such different years when?
All right, let's restart Thinkorswim.
Success over the past couple of years.
Palantir, nice reversal. 3-candle reversal on Palantir. We had a doji, long-legged doji on Friday. Keep an eye on Palantir. One of my favorites, Palantir, Google. People love to hate Palantir. That's okay. They can hate it. I think Josh Brown had a good point of view about Palantir. Okay, what happened there? Computer just rebooted again.
They sort of started out the year on a not so great foot, and continued sort of losing their lead to Lilly as Zepbound really surpassed Wegovy in terms of new prescriptions and popularity. And Lilly was quicker and maybe more innovative in looking at how to get their drugs to patients. And so they started doing Lilly Direct. Novo followed suit, several months later. So
Okay, we continue to fade off the highs, S&P, as you can see. Let's see what Trace is saying. Yep, we did peak. Trace peaking right at 205. Okay.
And so Novo has been a bit slower sort of on all of these competitive things that Lilly has just been so quick to the punch and willing to try, I think, maybe riskier strategies that have really paid off. And then in terms of the science and just the pipeline, Lilly has really been trying to, I think, their strategy is to have a drug for everyone across the board, across the obesity spectrum. And they are just looking at everything, whereas Novo was really caught up on semaglutide and the promise of that, which is an incredible drug.
What's going on with Thinkorswim? It's just sitting here doing nothing. Anybody having issues with Thinkorswim?
They relied a little bit too much, rested too much on their laurels with that, and so they weren't as fast as Lilly to maybe go after other molecules, do other studies, and take more of a risk-taking approach.
What do we need to know about?
Oh, there we go. Only took 20 minutes. I've been sitting there staring at the screen. All right, there's my charts. Charts are back. Always good.
Top of the pack, and they really own it right now. I feel like we talked about Novo for so long. For sure.
Those 6710s worked out pretty well. Frano, I took a couple of them while I was out of the doctor's office. I'm out of them now. I saw you mention those. I have no position in S&P right now. Only the spiders. I have a spider bullish call fly broken wing butterfly. 15 handles between the first strike and the long strike, the wing, 670. 15 handles to 685. That's the middle of my butterfly. And then 690, only 5 handles up to the outer wing. Up there at 690. Let's see what that looks like. Six spy. Let me take a look at spy. Okay, so we're up at 670 right now. Let me go ahead and take some of these off here. Okay, I took the broken wing fly off.
Obesity drugs, colloquially, right? But there's this new movement that some telehealth providers are saying, essentially, hey, this is not for obesity. 670.
So this is something, I mean, really, I don't know if you guys have seen this, but Jess and I constantly on our social media feeds, it's like anytime you open Instagram, TikTok, Facebook, we're getting another ad for microdosing GLP-1s, or we're getting ads just for GLP-1s.
Okay, so I'm out of that broken wing fly. Any pullback, I'll probably do it again. It's a little bit higher this time. I'll probably do like 675, 685, 690, a broken wing fly. So 675, 685, only 10 handles. 690, something like that.
Okay. But, we're super aware of our bodies in the United States, and especially as women, that's something that constantly comes up. And so these companies have sort of capitalized on that, and they've been pretty successful. But it's also happened without a lot of oversight from health regulators like the FDA, and it's really proliferated in the last few months, last year. And so that's what we were exploring a bit in this story.
Well, listen, it's a great story, all of this reporting, and we're so glad we were able to finally catch up with you. And speaking of about looking your best, you have a great story on Botox. We have run out of time, but promise me you'll come back because we want to talk about this, because a little bit of a Botox backlash. Can you imagine?
Yeah. Hey.
I mean, anything's possible.
Also speaking of microdosing a little bit.
Yeah.
That's right.
I guess so.
Yeah. Medical is
Macrodosing.
That's
Pushback.
Yeah.
Madison, you are amazing. Madison, health reporter from from Chicago, Illinois, and I highly recommend you check out her stories about the fight to save Heavy's $2.7 billion Botox empire. It's a Bloomberg Business Week story. Or will we continue on this?
Tiger Woods built his career on forward thinking, staying ahead of the curve and away from the expected. Insperity believes that in business it's no different. They're dedicated to driving your business forward, providing the HR support you need to innovate and win. You don't become one of the greats by doing things the same as everyone else. You take a swing knowing you have the right partner by your side. Insperity, because how you HR matters.
Formula has never been more competitive. If you're standing still, you're actually going backwards. We're trying to beat our competitors on the track, but to do that, you need to beat them off the track. We need best-in-class partners in the technology space to help us go faster. We can make all the investments, bring performance to our race car. Workday is a critical partner of ours to help us forecast and help us run the most efficient business possible.
A single drop transforms hydration. The future of water is here. Our advanced filters deliver pure, refreshing water, reducing plastic bottle waste with every sip. Empower your space with pure, healthy water.
Netflix turning up, looks nice. Netflix will probably start adding to this one once it starts to build some repetitive higher highs, higher lows. Netflix still It's still a little bit apprehensive at the moment. Not going to do a whole lot. I want to see a base down here. Looks like an inverted head and shoulders potentially building. Left shoulder right in here. End of October, first week of November. We bounced. Neckline up here in the gap at 116. This is the head forming. If this bounces back up towards the 200-day and creates the right side, we'll look for a break above 116. That would line up perfectly with the 50-day coming down to meet. All right, the S&P is starting to bounce right now. Okay, S&P turning back up. There goes Google. Google looking really good today, Frano. I know you've been in it forever. I go in and out of it, probably because I have too much anxiety over holding it for a long time. So when I see, $4,000 or $5,000 profit, I just take it off, wait for the next dip, and do it all over again. This just looks beautiful. It's a great chart, Google. Doesn't get much prettier than that. Let me zoom out a little bit. Google, look at that. MACD, stochastics, everything's cooperating. Let me go out to 8 months. Yeah, what a beautiful chart. Okay, I don't know if I've already marked this up once. I remember this chart. Google. The thing I like about it is, I think this is the one. Yeah, you see this here? I already marked it up prior to. Every time this breaks out, this is the first stage base right here. I guess you could call this a second stage base, though it's pretty short in time, only 5 weeks. But pops again, 5 weeks, 4 weeks, 3 weeks, pops. That's a beauty. Google. Great question. Good question.
The White House is trying to use the stealth to gain additional leverage.
It's a big deal with a number of the biggest companies in South Korea.
That's a big number.
Deals can't be done.
Trust Bloomberg for on-the-ground coverage.
Okay.
The minute reporting. This latest salvo of this trade war and the analysis you need.
China's not going anywhere.
Bringing you up-to-the-minute aerospace news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Guy Johnson at the Dubai Air Show, and this is Bloomberg.
Google.
It's 2:40 on Wall Street. I'm Amy Morris. Amazon says it'll spend as much as $50 billion expanding its capacity to provide artificial intelligence and high-performance computing services to U.S. government entities. Amazon Web Services says it plans to break ground next year on what will ultimately be 1.3 gigawatts of additional capacity across data centers designed for federal agencies. And the tech markets are pushing the stocks higher. We're checking for you all day long here at Bloomberg. The S&P 500 up 1.5%. NASDAQ now up 2.6%. And the Dow up about 0.5%. The 10-year Treasury yield at 4.04%. And the 2-year yield at 3.5%. Checking Bitcoin now, it's higher today, up 0.8%, hovering around $88,000. The Bureau of Economic Analysis says the advance estimate of third quarter GDP has been canceled. The figures were supposed to come out on
Google. Wow, Google's up a lot. Oh, I'm way beyond my. I got to roll these out. Create. Let me go ahead and do a roll. Google. Above my upper strike. 5. Let's see, where are we? 320. Wow, gotta go to 320. 320. 330.
I'm Amy Morris. It's Bloomberg Business Flash. We go back now to Bloomberg Business Week Daily with Carol Masser and Tim Stenbeck.
All right, Amy, thank you so much. This is Bloomberg Business Week Daily. Carol Master along with Tim Stenbeck live here at Bloomberg headquarters in New York City. Well, as we mentioned at the top of the hour, judge dismisses cases against former FBI Director James Comey and New York Attorney General
Google. Working orders. Google.
China talking
Okay.
today, Ukraine and allies warning the United States against rushing to end Russia's war. So, Tim, we knew we needed to kind of head back to D.C. do a little bit of a roundup here.
Well, there we find Bloomberg News here.
Okay, rolled it out to February, Frano. I'm sure you're fine. You've been holding it a long time.
The judge dismissing the cases against former FBI Director James Comey and New York Attorney General Letitia James after finding that the prosecutor was illegally appointed certainly feels like a big setback. We spoke to June Grosso a little earlier. Is it the end, in your view, of legal woes for these?
And in the end,
Not entirely, because the Trump administration may try to find a way to revive these in some fashion. The judge was firm in the dismissal of those two proceedings, and it would certainly appear that there is no avenue open through that. That does not mean, though, that they cannot try to restart something. Yet again, we are only in year one of the current administration, and the president has made clear that he would like Pam Bondi to use the authorities of her office at the Justice Department to pursue the people who have.
yeah, the New York Fangs look good. I'm sorry, I keep staring at this Google chart for so long. NVIDIA, let's see. NVDA. Okay, a little bit off the high of the day. It's all right. We'll probably be higher tomorrow, Antoine, if you're still listening.
So we'll be waiting to see, but we do get a sense from the Justice Department that they are disgruntled and unhappy about this finding, and yet the prosecution was riddled with missteps from the start, especially in the case of James Comey, and the question of what the grand
S&P still fading a bit. Okay, looks like we're rounding out here. We're pretty high up here, so I wouldn't be surprised to see more of a fade. Let's see what these start closing.
All right, so maybe no social from the president of the White House on that.
Let's see what zero. Okay. So they closed some of these here. You can see the gray wicks here. What used to be here at 67.25, 67.15, 67.10. All right, so we did make it through that level. Starting to fade. All right, that's charm. Let's look at gamma. Gamma delta. A lot of negative gamma below. Just watching the S&P here. S&P fade more. If we lose this level, that'll be another break of structure. There'll be another sell order there. You could try some S&P puts. Some of you are already in this from around 2 o'clock. I'm late to the party, so I was at the doctor's office, so I'm not going to take puts here at the low of the day. At the lows right here, an evening session rather. Let's see what these look like. Where are we? 6,700. We want to stay above 6,600. Certainly would be great if we could stay above 6,700. 6,700. Only 25 handles below. Those are $1.30. 0 day 66.75. That's a 13 delta. The 30 delta is a 66.90. That certainly seems doable. 66.90. 66.90. Those are 66.85s. That's a 23. 31 delta is 66.90. Let me put this in my active trader window just in case it starts to lose it. What is okay? And let me do a call side here. case we sprint back up to the highs, 67.10. I'm going to take the 22 deltas. That's a 67.10. Putting that in my active trader window, call side. Oh shoot, that was meant to put that in the call side, not the put side. Call side, and put that on the put side. Okay, I'm just setting it up in case we follow through to the downside. I'm setting up the 66.90s. Okay, well, looks like we're going to bounce here. 67.10s are back down to $1.75, $1.80. 67.10s. 67.10s currently at 22 delta. 34 delta is 67.05. That'd set you back $3.30. Offer. Just watching this. Got a feeling these puts might actually pop.
From a proposal backed by President Trump, where does this leave the peace process between
I mean, we were up over 110 handles or something like that. I don't know. Almost feels like they're going to suck the bears in and then rip it back to the upside. So I'm not going to take any puts. I have it on the screen just in case.
But that version really contained a lot of the demands and desires of the Russian government that was forged in conversations between Moscow, officials from Moscow and Washington, and presented without much consultation at all with officials in Kiev and in European capitals. And they have since met with the U.S. side to express their reservations and concerns, and those specifically center on questions of territorial concessions that Kiev might be expected to make in any peace agreement, and also the security guarantees that might be baked into any final accord. The European allies of Ukraine have expressed concern that those provisions were not nearly strong enough, and they needed to be discussed. Now, the proposal that was presented last week has now been whittled down to...
Okay, there we go. Starting to bounce back up here. We're going to get going. Okay. Futures trying to bounce. Tick cumulative is still green on the 60-minute. Note, if you're going to go long, always check your MACD and see what it's saying. It is 250, so unfortunately I didn't check the London session high and low right before the New York session opened, so I can't tell you. I could zoom out, I guess, and look at it real quick, but I'm going to miss a trade here. SPY might bounce right back. Let me go to the go to the 30-minute. 30-minute, let's see, 8 o'clock. The low was down there at 66.26. The London session high, swing high was 66.70. Wow, we went way past that, so that strategy doesn't even apply. Okay, I'm not going to do anything with S&P. It does look like it wants to shake people out, not giving clear direction. So what we want to do is check hedge flows, see what hedge flows are saying. Okay, pulling back a bit. Let me tone this down a little bit.
Having a good partnership with ADS, Parachute Health, and Alyssa have truly made it more beneficial.
Okay, that's better. Not as garish.
Dealing with our diabetic.
All right, so let's see what this does here. We're going to go.
Help our patients much better.
At Drive Time, we make it easy to get the car you want.
I need a pretty low monthly payment.
Oh, just go to drivetime.com, get approved, and you can personalize your real terms on any car.
So I can seriously customize my own down and monthly payments?
100%.
So if I like one car, but I love this other car, I can change the payments so I can get the low monthly on the one that I really want?
Yeah, get the deal that works for you on the car that works for you.
I'm sorry. You really are going places.
This is a commercial. Go get your real deal at drivetime.com.
Okay, no follow through. Let's see. S&P hedge flows continue to drop off here. Maybe take some puts. I'm going to buy some of these. Let's see how far we go with this. Okay, we're starting to drop off. I just bought the 66.90 put.
Savings on in-store furniture only off our everyday low price. Mattresses and clearance items are excluded. And with our large selection of lamps, fixtures, and accessories, you'll save more at 40% off our everyday low price. Hurry in, this BOGO sales event ends November 30th. Visit our Coastal Home Decor Gifts and More store in North Myrtle Beach or our main showroom and mattress gallery in Little River. We're open 7 days a week.
Okay, I bought some 0 days. Let's see how far they go with this. Okay, we just dropped off. Break a structure. We got another sell order block with that break a structure. Okay, so every time you break structure, this is one here. Okay, once you break structure, that sell order block appears. Okay, same thing here. We got a break a structure right here. You can see the text. Once you get a break a structure, you get this. You get this sell order block will appear. Okay, let's see how far they go with this. The other thing is MACD is turned down. We'll see how far that goes. It could be that they're just sucking in the bears.
With crucial data and expert analysis at terminal speed, nobody covers jobs day like Bloomberg. This is Bloomberg Business Week Daily with Carol Nasser and Tim Stenson.
Let's see if they fade this and get back some of these gains.
All right, everybody, coming up on the last hour of trading here on this Monday. It is a holiday shortened trading week, but nonetheless, we got
Thanksgiving already.
It's not like everything is higher today.
No, it's not. I mean, if we look at the S&P 500, we still see 200.
Okay, now we're going to reverse back in the other direction.
It's more of a, it was a little bit more risk on when we kicked off the hour.
But it just shows what's moving in the S&P 500. It's,
Yeah.
Mega cap technology. I mean, so the S&P's up 1.4%, even though we're seeing the same number of stocks move higher that's move lower.
I mean, Alphabet's hitting another record today. So, I mean, there are just some names that are off and running. All right, I'm Carol Masser along with Tim Stenson. Let's get to some stocks on the move on this Monday. Bloomberg News equities reporter Alexandra Semenova is with us. She's here in our New York studio. What do you want to begin?
Hey guys, so one of the stocks that is not participating in today's rally is Novo Nordisk. Basically, they took a big gamble that kind of backfired.
Downtrend for now.
A pill version of
See if they break this back to the upside right here.
for an Alzheimer's trial, kind of hoping that they could find another use case as competition in the GLP-1 market heats up. But apparently, patients who took the medicine didn't see their disease progress more slowly. They announced this today. The stock closed down 5.8% in Copenhagen, and it's down about the same percent here in U.S. trading. They will discontinue a planned one-year extension of the study, and the failure removes one of the last remaining hopes for a near-term revival of this company. It has obviously lost ground to some of its competitors, including Eli Lilly. BMO Capital Markets said that the failure could lead to significant downside, so it was a really big risk here to continue the study.
You have an interesting conversation on Bloomberg Business Week Daily earlier today about with Madison Muller, just about all the different elements to the GLP-1 conversation, the microdose and Eli Lilly doing so well this year, while Novo Nordisk did not do.
Okay, we're trying to push back up.
The key part of this story is, okay, what is the future of this medicine's potential when it comes to Alzheimer's? And Madison basically said it's kind of up to these companies if they want to pursue other testing.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, in this case, the sole purpose was to try to find, another reason to use the drug when there are so many GLP-1s available for it, to, slow the progression of Alzheimer's, and that didn't happen here. So it was a big gamble.
Yeah.
Exploring this use, and it didn't work out.
I mean, what you really want to do is find some other indications that just give it a whole other market to address, and you get FDA approval for it, and so on and so forth, and it just increases kind of the market size for them. All right, so from Novo to where shall we go?
We have Amazon also with some big.
Okay, that's the futures trying to fade.
$1 billion expanding their capacity to provide artificial intelligence to U.S. government entities, and looking at shares right now. The stock is
Okay, we're trying to pop back up here. All right, so if this starts to jump back to the upside, I'll sell these puts. I'll take these off before I get to a dollar stop.
And they're looking to expand that next year, and
Everything else looks okay. The markets look good, strong. I'm just looking at MACD. MACD is just kind of flattened out. Let me look at the 5 minute. 5 minute. MACD 5 minute is still lower. MACD still drifting lower. Oh boy. Okay, what's Bitcoin doing? Bitcoin's trying to bounce on the daily. Looks pretty good. Nice little follow through.
He sees progress on the company's AI chip plans. The company is close to taping out its A15 chips, beginning work on its A16 chips. Currently, Tesla cars are using the A14 chips.
I love all these companies that are doing their own chips.
I mean, I think they learned the hard way, especially auto companies, just a few years ago. I mean, remember the pictures of all the cars that were just sitting in the lots waiting for chips? Yeah.
Yeah, so everybody's kind of doing their own thing. Goodness, thank you so much. Thank you, guys. Big Tech is
Palantir, nice follow through, bounce day. Palantir. Okay. Palantir. We're going to give back some. It just seems like they're going to give back some, I would think. Up 100 and something handles. If nothing else, just profit taking. People wary of what they're currently doing. Okay, so you got that break of structure right there. Break of structure. Okay, now we're trying to turn up. Okay.
Thank you so much. Hey, be sure to check out our Stock Movers podcast, 5-minute episodes of the biggest winners and losers in the stock market. You can find it on Apple, Spotify, or anywhere you find your podcast.
Hey, if you want to take a look at shares of Apple, they're up right now by about 1.68%. Mark Gurman out with some news just in the last 20 minutes that Apple's eliminated dozens of sales roles in a bid to streamline the way it offers businesses.
Okay, Trace. All right, trying to bounce here. Potential for a higher low. It's tricky this time of day. It's 3 o'clock on the East Coast. Hope you're having a good day. Let's see if they're going to rally this or what are they going to do.
Bringing you up to the minute global economic news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Lizzie Vernon in Florence, Italy, and this is Bloomberg.
The countdown is on. Everything you need to get the edge at the end of the market day.
Okay, puts don't look like they're going to work. I'm going to take these off. Looks like we're going to turn back up. Looks like okay, I took those off. Oh, we're going to get a little rally here. Hedge flows are turning up. That looks good. Okay. Okay, hedge flows turning back up. Back above 6,700. That's good to see. If you're bullish, good to see we're back above 6,700. MACD has crossed. You can see in the lower panel, MACD is crossing. That's bullish. Okay, looks like we might go here. Looks like we might go.
Means the S&P 500 definitely won't hit his year-end target of 7,000, but that it doesn't mean it won't hit the mark next year.
The air is coming out of the bubble rather than the bubble.
Watch this for a reversal. Okay. Meanwhile, Bitcoin looking better. Oracle's up 0.5%. Oracle needs to bounce more. Disney down another 1.7%. Gonna have to do something with Disney. I might just go ahead and take that off, Disney. Let's see, Disney. Okay, Disney.
Next month, but Scarlett, we know that this is a hot debate topic. Right? Absolutely, and it hasn't been resolved. But let's show you how market pricing for that December rate cut has.
Okay, I went ahead and took Disney off rather than messing with it. Disney.
This is the period we're looking at here. Hopes for a rate cut were fading. At least confidence in that cut with this line moving up. Right here was when we got the minutes from that October meeting that revealed that many.
Okay, S&P turning back up. All right, so there you go. They trapped the bears. They got me interested, and they started to reverse it now. Shorts covering. So, yeah, it looks good. Markets look good. Very strong day. Markets.
Things off and keep this conversation going with Jim Caron. He is CIO of the Portfolio Solutions Group over at Morgan Stanley Investment Management.
How far can we push this?
So let's talk about.
Okay, you got two fair value gaps here. All right, you got fair value gaps right in this area. Fair value gaps are just telling you that if the price is moving so fast that people don't get their trades filled. Runs right past that. If it's later in the evening, a lot of times these don't get filled. We get the price to rip back up the upside. All right, it's these are more prone to getting filled earlier in the day. Okay, volume coming in. All right, nice volume on the long side. Anybody take the long? Nice reversal. You got the 5, 15, and 60 on the buy signal. Tick cumulative is still green. Okay, nice follow through.
Next year, and that's going to form the right side of the U and actually bring things a little bit better.
Well, talk us through what gives you the conviction to say that 2026 will be better than 2025 when you spill out the tea leaves.
MACD's crossed.
Lots of headwinds. So number one, you don't have tariffs. Tariffs are pretty much already set in motion. Second is that you don't really understand the tax policy at this point. So taxes are there.
So this is probably shorts covering right there. Merck had a good day with Merck as well. I took some 95 calls off earlier in the day. Took the 95 call off. I still have the 100 for January. I only exited the 95 Decembers. I took some profits there, rolled some into those 100s that I have already. January 100. What's Walmart doing? I have the 100 call in Walmart. That's a drag. Okay. Let's see what Trace is saying. Okay. Okay, Zoom. Did I get filled on Zoom? No, Zoom. Let me take a look at Zoom because I wanted to take a iron condor on Zoom for earnings. Okay, that's pulled back a little bit. So it's pricing in options are pricing in a 7% move. So I usually just roll up to 10%, easy to calculate. So a 10% move here would be what, like $7.98, $8. So $8 would be below the recent high, 88. So that's probably why this is not getting filled. Well, I got the 88. I'm selling the 88, buying the 92. Four strikes wide. They're currently at $72 per contract. Looks like we're going to go here. Looks like we're going to keep going. S&P. Maybe. S&P. A lot of puts trading on the S&P. That's weird. Doesn't feel like it. Money, what are you seeing? Money Magic? You seeing them buying a lot of puts?
Interesting right now. They're going through some fits and starts. We all know what's going on in private credit. There's a big repricing, a re-underwriting of the risk. Private equity, though, in in many cases has, I think, the pendulum is already gotten down towards the bottom.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Thanks. Yeah, I'm seeing more puts being bought right now. Let's see. Sell calls. Selling the 5,000 strike, the 6,000 strike. Let's see what is the call wall. Call wall is still at 7,000. Okay. S&P call wall still at 7,000. That's bullish. Okay. All right. So tomorrow we got Alibaba in the morning. I have some puts on Alibaba. I'm not going to do anything with Alibaba. NIO. However, there's a number of stocks that look good for tomorrow. Hewlett Packard, Dell, Workday, Zscaler. Probably do something like that. And the Wednesday up to Thanksgiving? Okay. Yeah, you're seeing lots of puts? Okay, that's what I'm seeing. All right, so if you're not using Money Magic's levels, you're missing out, especially if you're trading options. If you're trading credit spreads, very, very convenient to have these levels. Let's see if I have an example here. What's that? Nope. I can't read this. It's too small. I don't have any examples here. Okay. Anyway, selling outside the upper call wall and below the lower call wall often works quite often, very well. Okay, Merck. Let me take a look at Merck. Okay, Merck MRK. I took the 95s off. Looking for this to follow through again tomorrow. Merck. Okay, this just keeps going. Lilly, same thing. All these pharmaceuticals look good. Let's look at the home builders. Wanted to look at these in the evening session. All right, buyers are stepping up. So that they showed a little bit of profit taking first thing. DHI, for example. Toll Brothers. Okay, they're all showing the same thing. A little dip into Friday's, the top of Friday's price action. And then buyers step up. See that? See the wicks? All right, so this looks like these are going to follow through. $20 for Beazer of Navian. This used to be a $5 stock. They reverse splitted this one so many times. It's back above the 200-day. Hovnavian. They do a lot of mixed use and a lot of condos and townhouses in the Northeast, especially in Jersey. HOV. Lennar looks very strong. Look how much stronger Lennar looks compared to, say, DHI. Much stronger looking, right? Lennar, much stronger. What about KB Homes, KBH? That looks good too. Pressing higher. Pulte Homes, they do a lot of work on the East Coast. Pulte and Lennar. A lot of big developments. They'll cut down 200 acres and they'll just build houses like crazy with no vegetation left. Ugly, ugly developments. Take 20 years for trees to grow. All right, S&P looks like it wants to keep going here. Okay. Yeah, so Pulte, LGIH, another builder. Above the 50-day. This even looks better. LGI Homes is occasionally on the IBD 50. LGIH, okay, LGI Homes. This looks good for a $40, $50 stock. You could trade NAIL, NAIL as well, or XHB if you don't want to pick individual housing builders stocks. You can trade these, XHB or NAIL. That's Dr. Frank likes to trade NAIL from time to time when it's set up. All right, can we go here? Can the S&P go again? Let's watch hedging flows. Okay, puts are dropping off. Puts, that didn't work. Took that off with a small loss. Now this continues to drop. Looks like we're going to go here. Looks like we're going to go. All right. Maybe buy some calls for a quick run up. Maybe buy some calls. Okay. Trying to get something going here. You can see hedge flows have turned up. Hedge flows have turned up. Let's see if we can get something going here. $7.6 billion. All right, so we got down. So about 8.5 billion trading today. It's a lot of zero day. Bitcoin turning back up.
Exactly. Yeah, we already had a risk-off tone. We had a more hawkish Fed, which was kind of weighing on everything. Then all of a sudden, we have some stalling in key legislation. And as a result, now you have less of a tailwind from sort of the Trump administration pushing for this to legitimize the asset class. Now, obviously, Bitcoin's been on quite a run since Trump was inaugurated, since he was even elected back in November. So there was a lot of froth that potentially come out, and drawdowns would be much deeper. So we're not quite at a point where everyone's like, okay, this is one of those longer term cyclical drawdowns, but we are at a point around 80,000 that we hit on Friday, or excuse me, Thursday, that makes people question.
Mm-hmm. Well, Michael, as you know very well, correlation is not causation. It could be the case that this is just pure coincidence and would not be fun, but let's talk through some of the potential reasons here for why this correlation might exist. Because, you know, you think about the Trump administration coming into office.
Watching hedge flows.
The idea was that this was
See what they're going to do here. Go to the 5 minute. 5 minute. Okay, I've got 45 minutes to go. Wow, the time is just zipping by, right?
And we did see that. And now what we've seen is some of the sort of gapping price action in the last few weeks, and this has been going on since mid-October, has kind of made people pull back and wonder again, just how deep is this market? How much money can I push through it? And as a result, we're sort of in this crypto sort of bear market.
Yeah. To the extent that there's any fundamentals driving Bitcoin, it seems like one of them is that you have the administration's support.
Okay, S&P looks like it wants to pop a little bit here. Can we pop? As long as we close above 6,700, that's going to be a great accomplishment. That's when things got really ugly a week ago when we dropped below 6,700. So back above that would be excellent. S&P, let's go. LETSGO. Okay, there was some here at 67.25. What is that? Okay, that's been fluctuating during the day. I'm just scrolling back. Scrolling backwards. Okay. 6,700. Okay, this is around 10 o'clock, 10:30. You start to see that building. Building. Hedge flows continue higher. I'm just watching the build above this right here. This level above 6,700. Just watching that build. After 1 o'clock, start to see a little bit more action there. Okay. All right, here we go. S&P is starting to go. Breaking out. Iron, nice job there, Mondo. Nice job. Let's go. LETSGO. Let's rip this sucker higher. 5:15:30, 5:15:30, 60 are on buy signals. End of day. All that means is that I want to take some profits off into strength. All right, let's go a little bit more. Can we get a little bit more out of this? Okay, S&P 500. Okay, nice reversal. Okay, so we got resistance just overhead. Okay. Resistance just overhead. How far are we going to go with this? Okay, so pretty soon we should see dealers closing positions. Are they going to sell that 6,700? Is that going to push us higher?
Well, we will keep an eye on that, and we know that you are as well. That is Bloomberg's Michael Ball of our Markets Live team. Now coming up, Scotiabank's Luis Chen joins us for the skinny on what's moving healthcare stocks as Novo and Merck head in opposite directions. That conversation up next. This is The Close.
Doesn't feel like a lot of momentum. On this little push here. It doesn't feel like a lot going on. All right, flattening everything. 0 day, I don't have anything 0 day. No, okay, good. NVIDIA, I have put credits on NVIDIA. I'll show you what I'm trading here for, let's see, who was it? Looking for direction. TR, initials TR. Okay, so these are a lot of the credit spreads I've taken recently. One of them was NVIDIA. I sold put credits over a week ago. NVIDIA. Okay, so I want NVIDIA to push higher. Okay, so I sold to 12 Delta 165, 160. Then I rolled it. Okay, what am I at now? 155, 150. All right, so I'm 155, 150. This was after earnings. I rolled this down. Okay. If you got profits up here, 6,700, 6,710s, and you haven't taken them off yet, I would take some of these off. I'm starting to see some bearish flows coming in. Okay, so NVIDIA looks good. I could close this actually. Probably should. $70. Yeah, probably should close these. $1,200 trade. Rolled it down. You know what? I'll hold it another day. See if NVIDIA can follow through one more day. Changed my mind. Let me go ahead and take this off. All right, NVIDIA, I'm out. All right, NVIDIA, I'm out. NVIDIA, put credits. 155, 150 put. All out. All right, so there goes Amazon. Apple still going. Apple breaking out finally. Apple breaking out of the squeeze that we've been looking for. Direction. Finally, we got it in spades. If you look at Apple, okay, so that's looking solid. Pushes through 277 almost. We're almost through 277. What's money magic levels? Money magic levels on Apple's on the watch list. So these are updated. Apple 275, 280. So above 275, we're above 275. This should squeeze Apple. Maybe I'll take some Friday calls. I know it's in the day and we're at the high of the day. Do I want to gamble on it? Nah, gotta stick to the strategy. Start getting cavalier on your trades, and that usually creates a problem. All right, so we're at the high of the day. It's, the instinct is to chase it, because you feel like you're going to miss something. I missed out on Apple on this last couple of days, Apple. So it should have some meat left on the bone. This is probably going to break out. The way the New York Fangs are acting today, looking really good.
For Alzheimer's disease, and it sounds like that was the right move on that part. So I think the momentum for Eli Lilly continues. They've got a lot of data readouts coming. They have a big year next year. Numbers are going higher because they're launching a oral obesity drug, orforglipron.
Oh, Apple, what you doing, Apple? Apple keeps going. Netflix looking better. Amazon at the high of the day. Apple looks good, though. Apple looking good. Anybody take Apple today? I know, Frano, I saw you taking some profits earlier. Apple.
They also have data coming for another phase 3 asset, retatrutide, which is a new mechanism of action. It's called triple G.
Let's look at VIX. VIX. Okay, VIX down to 21. Just below 21. Trying to turn back up. Amazon. Big reversal on Amazon on the daily. Probably going to take something on Amazon tomorrow. The 50-day is right there on the far right screen. That's the 50-day. We got a long way to go to get back up to the highs. So that would be nice to get up there. 20-day is right there above. Nice discount. Okay, puts are starting to appreciate.
So we kind of divide our coverage universe into structurally sound companies and companies that are trough valuation because of these loss of exclusivities. And Eli Lilly falls into one of those companies that has great momentum for the foreseeable future.
I also want to talk a little bit about Merck because it's been an interesting couple of weeks for Merck. I know that last week they had a mid-stage trial of a drug for a rare form of high blood pressure that actually met its main goal. That was a big catalyst for the stock. This is a company that you rate as a sector outperform. Take a look at shares year to date. It is higher.
Okay, so those calls turning back down. The puts are catching a little bid. There's not enough time in the day to do anything. Structure a decent trade. S&P, let's see what they do here. S&P, I got to bring it back down a little bit. S&P. Okay, hedge flows just probably going to stay right here. S&P 500. Okay.
And once they do, as Merck continues to execute, that stock will re-rate. I think it's going to be one of the best performing stocks in the sector.
We'll channel down. What would that look like? Channel down into the last few minutes of the trading day. MACD, notice MACD has turned down. Okay, so if you're trying to buy calls with MACD turning down, that's a losing proposition.
But we launched coverage very recently with a sector outperform for the entire sector. And I think what the street is missing here is after many years of underperformance, I think these companies are all on their next wave of innovation. And that next wave of
Okay, so NVIDIA, I took some 155, 150 puts off, put credits for a nice profit. Merck, I sold some 95 calls that I had for December. I sold those. Took some of the profits, rolled it into January 100 strike. Merck, looking for more follow-through. Zoom, I did take a Iron Condor. Let me just post this. I forgot to mention that. This was just a few minutes ago, so you're not missing anything. Not the biggest winner. Not a whole lot of profit in these, but I took them. Let's see. Zoom.
We'll see if any of these things actually take hold. But that being said, I feel like it's more than priced in, and I think the risk towards the upside on the political front.
All right, Louis, thank you so much
Louise Chen is managing director over at Scotiabank. Coming up, State Street Investment Manager CEO Yexin Hung joins us exclusively to discuss taking her claim.
Okay, these are 15 deltas. Zoom. All right, so hedge. Here we go. So lately, I've been selling. Oops, I've been selling 15, 16 deltas instead of 20 deltas. So lower. Okay, let me just mark this up. Okay, so Zoom, the 88.92. Okay, so I don't see this popping up to 88. Do you? Do you? 88. Oops. 88. 88. 88. 88. 92.
But with Endurance, you could never pay out of pocket for a costly repair again.
They covered a $14,000 engine replacement. Call right now to get $300 off any plan. Call now.
88. It's only 4 wide. 92. I just wanted to keep the max loss down. Not that we would get close to that, but. And what is the break even? Break even on the upside is 88.85. Break even 88.85. You're stuck, huh? You got your claws stuck in my chair. See that? There you go. Here, where are they? Here they go. You want some treats? Here you go. Kitty cat wants something to eat. Sister's sleeping, huh? She's out of it. Okay, so break even is 88.85. Okay, let me just check this one more time. Zoom. I'm looking forward to tomorrow. We got some good ones tomorrow. Dell and Hewlett Packard, those should be good. Zoom, I'm not expecting much from. From the 88s, I sold the November 28th. So this week, November 28th.
Driving change to defeat serious chronic diseases, while creating thousands of jobs. We're investing in healthy futures. In North Carolina,
88 is a 15 delta. Okay, so that's a 15 delta now.
join the early access to the new B17 functional trainer. Now you can save $200
28.
for the early bird price. Built for the
November
serious,
28.
ready for every home.
So on the 21st, these were 19 deltas. So now these are 15 and 16. The puts are 16 delta. Okay, and we have 72.68. 72. Okay. And 68's down there. Okay. 72, 68 put. And got 10 of those, $850 profit, credit. Credit. 850.
To the earnings picture, but when it comes to the outlook for 2026, I got the chance to
16 delta, 72, 68. And break even is break even is 71.15. 71.15. Okay.
We still would very much like to see a 25 basis point cut from the Fed. We think inflation is more contained.
Zoom. Okay, there you go.
Goods inflation, services are soft.
And at the same time, we're
Okay.
very worried about the
And let me just grab this. All right, S&P is starting to turn back up now.
And so to really protect against this, we'd like to see the Fed take that 25 basis point.
Okay, I have no positions on. Good. Good. All right, we're starting to bounce now. 27 minutes to go. 27 minutes to go. I'm your host, Cousin Vinny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. It'd be nice to see the S&P close up here north of 6,700. That would set up another bullish day if we're above it tomorrow. This is looking good. Okay, so we got higher lows now. Got higher lows. Basically a triangle pattern. Higher lows, lower highs. Okay, who's going to win this? Look at the volume. Look at that volume. MACD's turning up as well. You can see MACD's trying to turn up.
Because of sort of developed economies and aging populations that are looking cash is providing multiple
Okay.
portfolios generating
You can definitely feel we're consolidating right in this area with Trace telling you the same picture. Hedging flows are not trending. They're moving sideways. You got a high, you got a low, you got another high, lower high. But we're not trending like we were from like 945 all the way through 115. You see the trend, the hedge flow line? Now it's gone sideways. So if you're taking a bet right now, you're probably going to be, if you're lucky, you might get something out of it. But I think you're going to be disappointed this time of day. Anyway, so Zoom. Okay, let me go here. Just want to get this picture of that. Okay, 7%. And I'll add that to. Okay, and tomorrow we're going to have this. Tomorrow's going to be fun. Tomorrow we got a bunch of good names here. Zscaler, Dell, Workday, Hewlett Packard. Good. So we'll put a bunch. We'll probably do several iron condors on that. Okay.
What is the plan there with that stake, and how does it fit into your overall strategy?
Okay, hedge flows. All right, we're coming into the end of the day. Above 6,700. That's great.
To develop the secondaries market and capabilities on private equity and private credit secondaries. And if you look at the broader volume, secondaries are only 1-2% of all fundraising that happens. And so this is a segment that's been growing at 15% per year. We think has a chance to triple in the next 5 years. And so this liquidity aspect and being able to give investors access to already invested portfolios, we think is a really compelling proposition that we're looking forward to introducing more of our clients to their capabilities and looking at what we can do together from a product collaboration standpoint.
Interesting. So when it comes to the secondaries market, it sounds like you're basically trying to position to take a bigger piece of what is a growing pie.
That's correct.
That you would be in the market to buy a private asset firm. Is that still the case?
We're very excited about this acquisition. We'll continue to evaluate if it makes sense to add other capabilities. But for the time being, between our interest.
Yeah, watch the hedge flows. I'm probably going to pin right where we are. If we go to Charm, and then zoom into this. Okay. Okay, you can see between these two, the purple and the red, is probably where we're going to pin, somewhere around in this area. If not between those two nodes, it'll be between these two nodes right here at around 67.30. That would be great. 67.30 would be great, but more than likely we're going to pin right in this area. Okay, looking good. Starting to move higher.
Has that dampened at all retail enthusiasm to get access to some of these private strategies?
I think from where we said, we continue to
NVIDIA, okay. NVIDIA. Son's having a good day with NVIDIA. His comments were, he made more this morning on NVIDIA than he did, working for 7 hours for his the job he has, working breakfast place on Saturday and Sundays. But I told him, it's like you make the money, and you take and you put in your trading account, and you make more money with the money that you make. Yeah, you got to pay taxes, but technically the account's in my name, so I pay the taxes. So he's got a win-win situation, definitely. But yeah, he did the NVIDIA this morning, looking really happy. Okay, we're breaking out of this triangle pattern. Looks like we're going to go a little bit more, maybe. Got supply just overhead. Hedge flows turning up. Maybe they run this back up to 67.20, 67.30. That'd be great. Yeah, Tesla looking good. Apple new highs. New high of the day.
Mutual funds. I know that State Street Investment Management has basically asked for the reverse to launch mutual fund share classes of existing ETFs. Given that approval hasn't been issued yet, let's just talk about what dual share classes, if approved en masse, could mean for the asset management industry and what it could look like.
Apple looking better. We got, and we're above call walls. Okay, there goes Apple, 276 going for 280. Apple call wall over there, overhead at 280. Let me just take a look at what Brett has on his. Oh, you know what I forgot to do? Let me look at Zoom. Zoom. Okay, Zoom. Okay, there's nothing below. That's Macy's. Macy's does not work for me. Zoom. Okay, there's not a whole lot below 65, 70, 75. Okay, here's 72 right there. 72 and nothing above 90. Huh.
Shares of Alphabet are taking off as its newest AI model rakes in the good reviews.
All right, let me make a note of this. Zoom. Okay. Okay, let me post the what I did.
In the technology space to help us go faster and innovate. All our investments bring performance to our race car. Workday is a critical partner of ours to help us forecast and help us run the most efficient business possible.
Searching for the perfect underwear? Tommy John combines innovation and excellence in every pair. Available in multi-packs, Tommy John's breathable second skin underwear is even softer than cotton, with up to 4 times the stretch of competing brands. We've also crafted indulgently soft second skin sleepwear for luxurious evenings and mornings. Invest in your comfort worry-free. If you don't love your first purchase, we'll make it right, because if you dress to the nines,
All right, so what are we going to do here? The New York Apple's still going here. Apple, let me just take a look at Apple real quick. See what's going on with Apple. Okay, Apple looking good. Apple.
When storms hit Myrtle Beach, every second counts. Flooding, fire damage, and hidden mold, disasters don't wait and even relief. Count on Serco.
290, 300. What do you have? You have 280, right? Call wall, what does he have? He has 280 as well. Okay, so that lines up with yours. 280 and 267 below put wall. 280. All right, Apple looking good. Yep. Broadcom's going here. Broadcom. Apple. Check out Apple. Okay, we got rejected inside that triangle, S&P. Apple. Since about 250, this just keeps getting bullish. More bullish. Okay, we're about to break out over here on the right. Daily. TTM squeeze triggered. All right, we've got about 16 minutes to go. 16 minutes. A little bit less than 17, actually. A little bit less than 17 minutes to go. Apple looks good.
Part of that innovative way we approach problems that truly changes the world.
It's time now for our stock of the hour, and we're looking at Alphabet. Google's Gemini 3 chatbot making a lot of waves in the AI race, sending shares of
Yeah,
Alphabet
Google
soaring
looking good today. Google.
the Gemini 3 chatbot gets rave reviews. Let's
Wow.
begin with global head of technology research here at Bloomberg Intelligence. Have you used Gemini 3? What do you think of it?
I have, and look, when it comes to using it with Chrome browser and the family of apps that I use from Google, it is seamless. And you know, you can ask long form questions, which is the incremental part of what Gemini brings. You could have always done that with search, but I think Gemini gives you the ability to do complex searches. So from that perspective, I don't think it's cannibalizing my Google searches yet.
Well, apparently it changed the life of Mark Benioff. He is, of course, the CEO of Salesforce. He posted on X on the
Apple, a couple of liquidity grabs here. You can see the candles wicks with the rectangle around it. Those are liquidity grabs up here at the highs. Let's see if they can follow through on this. Google looking really strong. Let's see. Google looking really strong. Broadcom having a good day too. Broadcom. Okay, finishing up today. Broadcom is the number one stock on the Nasdaq 100. Broadcom. Micron number 2. Nice bounce today. Micron, Marvell. So 3 chip stocks in the top 5. 4 chip stocks. LRCX is also on there. LRCX. So that's telling me to check out SMH. Okay, back to the 50-day and SOXL. Yeah, these look good.
Keep training their models or rely on things to give them real-time search. That is becoming more and more obvious because Google results are grounded in their search index.
So I guess it depends on how and when you use your AI as well. If you're using
Bitcoin, really good day on Bitcoin. Very nice day.
using your phone, you're looking oftentimes at images. Does Apple have a partnership with either ChatGPT or Gemini?
I mean, look, we know Apple doesn't have their own LLM, and everyone has been asking why they're not investing in infrastructure when all their Max 7 peers are doing it. And the answer is after the settlement, the monopoly hearing that Google had, and the fact that things are settled now, most likely Apple is going to end up using Google as the default LLM. They're already doing that for search and a bunch of other apps. Now I think with LLM, Gemini to me is the front runner. Obviously, Apple has an integration with OpenAI, but it's not native, and that's where the usage hasn't really shown up on an iPhone. So to my mind, I think it'll be interesting to see who pays who, because right now Google is paying, Apple $25 billion a year. In the case of Gemini being the default LLM, I suspect Apple may have to end up paying Gemini, but it'll be interesting to see how it pans out.
So 30 seconds here. I want to get a little bit dramatic. If we look into the future, and Alphabet is the clear winner here when it comes to LLMs and AI in general, and OpenAI is a distant second place. What does that mean for all of the different deals that OpenAI has signed on to with pretty much everyone, it feels like?
I mean, everyone wants to double down in terms of building the infrastructure. Google's advantage is their cost of TPUs. They have the lowest cost of infrastructure because of their vertical stack. And to me, that differentiation isn't going away. That's a real.
Okay, we're right back down into this triangle pattern.
But it'll take them a while before they have to defend their LLM turf.
All right. Well, the AI race heats up here certainly between OpenAI and Google Gemini 3. Mandeep Singh, thank you so much. Mandeep, of course, with Bloomberg Intelligence. Coming up, we're taking you to the closing bell with Liz Thomas, head of investment strategy at SoFi. This is the close on Bloomberg.
Okay, rejected again. All right, so telling us pretty much what we already know. Hedge flows have been moving sideways into the last 12 minutes of the trading day. I did take a Zoom credit spread.
investment-grade and leveraged finance franchises on Wall Street. There is a natural partnership between Wells Fargo as we bring issuers to market and PIMCO as they seek to invest in those new issues. PIMCO is one of the largest active fixed income asset managers in the world. They turn to Wells Fargo as a financial partner that can match that scale. We have the staying power to support our clients in their needs as they evolve.
For those people that have not been a justice of the Supreme Court, you were on the court for 30 years. What's the greatest thrill about being on the court?
The biggest thrill is that you have many cases in which the law has been undecided.
11 minutes to go. Apple's still going here. Apple. Hedge flow still moving sideways, so there's not much to do here. All right, pulling back a little bit. S&P. Apple. Stupid commercials. Jeez.
LLP may resume in less than a minute.
They posted essentially a beat on EPS.
Apple looking good. Google making new highs here. Google new highs.
Fiscal year of only about $1.22 in terms of earnings. So I think since the earnings call last quarter, their play on international markets as well as new product lines has really created a situation where we see the growth estimates for the business continue to inch higher.
New York Fang is back.
Move their targets higher, the price continues to move to the upside.
New York Fang is back. Let's go take a look at junk bonds real quick going into the close. This is exactly what we needed to see for a prosperous week. Junk bonds, very solid move on junk bonds. Okay, junk. That looks good. Bullish. Let's go look at advanced decline. Advanced decline. Okay, we know that the NASDAQ was leading all day, so that looks good. NASDAQ, small caps, mid caps, large caps. This all looks good. Okay, let's look at S&P 500 equal weight. Let's see what the equal weight is saying, and we're going to look at XII equal weight. Yeah, that looks good. Number of stocks above the 20-day. S&P equal weight is bullish. Okay, so like we tell you repeatedly, once this bottoms and starts to turn back up, that's the setup I like. I like that setup. Number of stocks above the 20-day retreat. People sell, and then once it starts to reverse, you look for institutions, footprints. I got tick cumulative moving higher, so we know that they're buying more on the uptick than they're selling on the downtick. Let's go look at the ARC Institutional Index. That'll tell us what they're doing specifically. These 75 stocks, blue elder sticks, everything is looking good. Okay. Looks pretty good for tomorrow. Looks like we'll get a repeat. Be funny if we get another gap up.
Considering it's a higher number by 50%, 5-year average of around 8%. So they're growing at a reasonable price profitably, and earnings multiples right now based on next year's earnings are around 33 times. But you got to keep in mind that sales alone are growing at around 22%, and earnings are growing faster than sales. So at one time, it's forward earnings growth. Maybe it's not necessarily expensive here.
despite the move it's had in the last 52 weeks.
Did we do the New York Fang?
Just very, very briefly, Georgia, obviously we are talking about an upgrade.
And the New York Fang. Let's look at the New York Fang real quick. Oh boy. Yeah, big candle on the New York Fangs. Looks good. Everything flipping to bullish. Thank you so much. Look at stochastics and MACD.
So right now, the consensus is still midpoint around a hold rating, which is approximately where we're at in terms of price. And it has been, like I said, a nice move in the last few weeks. That's a function of the returns that we're seeing and the adjustments in modeling, hence the upgrades. If you look at the stock price action, as well as some of the analyst upgrades, including Goldman's recent upgrade as well. Maybe it's fully valued.
Okay, looks good for tomorrow. All right, nice pop in the day.
That it's had the last 3 weeks since its earnings.
Nice pop.
Okay, good look at Vino Coco today. Thank you so much for that, George Silas. I'll send things
The 6710s, they were 40 cents just a couple of minutes ago. They're $3, 40 cents to $3.
S&P 500 levels, and he'll help us break down today's action. That's next on Market on Close.
$0.40. Pop to 385. All right, so that was a nice little pop there. There it goes. These are going here. 6710s are going. Oh, there we go. $5. Almost $10.
All with 24-hour support from trading specialists who understand the ins and outs of 24-hour trading. No matter the hour, you can trade brilliantly with Schwab.
Okay, that was a nice little pop on the nice little pop there. S&P 500 calls the 6710s from earlier. They dropped down to 40 cents. They just popped up to $8, $7. Okay. What's okay, those 6710s. Okay, if you look close, the 6710s on that pop just now, they went from 40 cents. Just zoom in and they went from 40 cents to $8. Wow, that was pretty cool. I didn't have a position then, but very nice to see. Very nice to see there. With 3 minutes to go, a little bit more than 3 minutes to go. I'm your host, Cousin Vinny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. It is Monday the 24th. Everything's looking bullish for now. I don't have anything else, do I? S&P, I'm all out. SPY, I'm all out. Yeah, okay.
Obviously with Thanksgiving on Thursday here. Going into the close, I think it's going to be very interesting. I mean, we're pretty much testing the 6713 level. That 50-day moving average is pretty much sitting at these levels right now. So this is
Okay, now we're dropping off to nothing.
Buyers really trying to step in. We kind of highlighted this earlier this morning, recapturing that 200 period moving average on the 15-minute chart. Key area of resistance in the past, now potentially as an area of support. And it seems like we are trying to move higher here, trying to potentially test that 6770 level over the next couple of trading sessions. But going into the close, 6710 is what I have on the radar here. To the upside, 6685.
Okay, end of day. Solid trend all day.
You saw an expansion of market breadth for the most part. I think right now we have around 57% of stocks in the S&P 500 in the green. So so far, kind of losing some of that ground compared to what we've seen earlier in today's session. But you did see a broadening out of this rally. You did see broad participation, as well as communication services kind of getting off the mat there with Meta's outperformance for today. So overall, a really decent session here. Hopefully, we're going to be able to hold these levels up and see another follow-through day tomorrow.
Kevin, two-parter for you. Volatility on a realized basis for the S&P sub 15% over the last month. Still volatility even coming in on an implied basis over 20. How much further can this VIX collapse if we get more days like this? And second part of the question, do you feel like that divergence is indicative of client and trader activity in the sense that people are looking for hedges as opposed to selling these stocks with these big gains?
Well, I think that's also just the dynamic that we have today, right? We've seen an aggressive selling, environment over the last couple of weeks here. You had some buyers.
Here we go again.
On Friday.
Less than 50 seconds to go. They're going to pop it back up. 10 cents to how far are they going to go? 10 cents. Playing with fire. 35 seconds to close. People buying those 10-cent options, 20-cent options. Making a buck. 80 cents. That was pretty quick little pop there too. S&P. All right. Been a good day. Hope everyone has a good evening. I got a hard stop coming up. Got some things to do. I need to record a video explaining order blocks to some of the new members that don't understand what I'm doing. Other than that, what else do I need to do? Need to have a beer. I'll pass on the beer. Maybe just some water. Anyway, hope everyone has a great evening. I'm your host, Kevin Chief from theclosingprint.com. Make sure you check out the watch list. Most of those stocks moved higher today. Keep an eye on pharma stocks. Merck's doing really well. Johnson & Johnson, Lilly, AstraZeneca. Many of those look very strong. Also got a nice turn with a dip buyers today in the builders. So the builders look good for a follow-through. Also check out Caterpillar and some of the other names that were very strong during the day that most likely will see a follow-through tomorrow. Okay, Dow Jones, IBM, nice follow-through. Amazon, nice bounce. Goldman Sachs bouncing. NVIDIA, Caterpillar, this one looks really good. Caterpillar, I marked up a chart earlier on Caterpillar. You're probably aware of Caterpillar, CAT, cat. Okay, Caterpillar, looking really good. Looking for this to follow through tomorrow. All right, so there's a lot of good stocks. Looking for a follow through tomorrow. Take a screen cap of this. I'll post it in the trading room, actually. Look for these tomorrow. These are the Dow Jones. Look for these to follow through tomorrow. And the S&P 500. Okay, have a good evening, folks. It's been a pleasure. Bring you the play-by-play. Always have a good time making money in real time. Have a good one. Take care. We'll see you tomorrow. Ciao.